Chapter 1746. Ginseng fruits were rich in spiritual energy and could help extend one's lifespan. While Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing did not have any pressing needs for this, they still had friends and relatives. After all, there were very few people like them. Most people yearned for the ginseng fruit but could not obtain it. The ancient Dipankara Buddha has always been like this. Yang Jian smiled and said, "I wonder what gift the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits and Tao Lord Luya gave this time?" Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious as he said, "So, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits possesses the nine-colored lotus platform of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Today I'm gifting this treasure to you as our wedding gift." The other three were a little surprised. This is a little unexpected. Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right. Now that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord has perished, his accompanying treasure has been able to return to us, allowing us to remember our ancestors. In the past, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord sat on a nine-colored lotus throne in the Seven Treasures fragrant forest. Beneath him were 9 green lions that spat flames from their mouths as they surrounded the throne. There was also a 9-colored divine light circling the sky, radiating tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. Many Shinjin, strongmen, Vajra deity kings, golden boys and jade maidens were by his side. There were also images of him holding a water bowl, a willow branch and a lotus flower under his feet. The 9-colored lotus throne was once one of the treasures of the primordial unity Heavenly Lord of Salvation. Speaking of which, the great Taoist master Xiandu also sat on the 9-colored lotus throne. However, the color of the 9-colored lotus he sat on was different from that of the Heavenly Lord of primordial unity and salvation. The Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord had perished in the past, while the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had joined the demon race during the Great Calamity, avoiding a calamity. Later on he tried to find the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Lord, but he did not find anything. He only found the broken 9-colored lotus and brought it back to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. This time the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had brought a gift for Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, which was this 9-colored lotus platform. Although the lotus platform was damaged and could not be of much use, it was still a relic of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord in the past. Now that it had returned to the Tao sect, it was of great significance. Yan Zhaoge pointed, light flickering as a small speck of light enlarged in mid-air, transforming into a lotus. Everyone had solemn expressions as they gazed at the damaged 9-colored lotus platform, and they cupped their hands towards it and observed a moment of silence. "After that, I'll build a Taoist temple and enshrine this lotus platform in it." Yan Zhaoge kept the 9-colored lotus throne and said, "While I can't say that the atmosphere of the Eastern Extreme's wondrous austere palace has been restored, my Taoism's descendants finally have a place to admire the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord." "That's good." Feng Yunxing and the others nodded in agreement. Neza's expression was no longer as solemn as before. He asked Yan Zhaoge, "Old man Jioling's gift is here. Isn't that Tao Lord Luya going to express anything? Could it be that there is only one letter?" Yan Zhaoge smiled upon hearing his words. "Tao Lord Luya isn't that petty. Still, with the fire and water of the Bodhisattva's sweet pouring raindrops clashing together, the water and fire would cause a calamity. This isn't a good omen." With that, he flicked his finger and a golden red flame flashed in the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, the air was still burning hot, as if one was exposed to the scorching sun. "So it's a pure earlier heavenly fire essence." Yang Jian instantly understood after seeing the flame. He smiled and said, "Although there's a saying that water and fire would cause a calamity, the calamity would also become auspicious after your wedding. Only yin and yang would complement each other, and the zither and zither would be harmonious." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing both smiled, "Thank you, Taoist brother." However, this earlier heavenly fire essence still gives off a strange feeling. After smiling, Yang Jian fell into deep thought again. Taoist brother's senses are sharp. I feel the same way. Yan Zhaoge said, "Just like the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya's gift also has a hidden meaning. In my opinion, among these 4 gifts, Tao Lord Luya's gift is the most valuable." Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Feng Yunxing and the others' hearts jolted. "Is it related to the 9 underworlds devil of fire and the fire seed devil spirit that Tao Lord Luya obtained from the jade illusory glazed lamp?" Feng Yunxing asked with uncertainty. "That's right." Yan Zhaoge nodded. He gave us some hints. While it'll be convenient for us to take action in the 9 underworlds, it'll also be convenient for him. Previously, he made a deal with the 9 underworlds, using the Devil of Fire's safe return in exchange for the 9 underworlds' assistance in obtaining the Sakya Sarira. However, after turning around, Tao Lord Luya betrayed the 9 underworlds to Yan Zhaoge and the others without any hesitation. Not long ago, Yan Zhaoge consecutively killed the blessed lands of the White Lotus platform spreading Dharma Buddha, Chu Su, and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's 9-headed bug. Currently, the situation was unpredictable, and it was difficult to differentiate between friend and foe. Indeed, it's the most valuable, said Yang Jian after pondering. The tranquil dew was rare and its effects were miraculous. However, it didn't have any other special meaning. The life fruit was the same. The meaning behind it had to be determined by Yan Zhaoge and the others for it to have any value. The 9 grades lotus platform was mainly used for commemoration. Only this earlier heavenly fire essence was not only valuable, but it was also closely related to the 9 underworld situation. Even foreign guests have such precious treasures to offer to me. I'm really too ashamed to face anyone. Neza let out a long sigh. I should have prepared another gift. Now that I'm empty-handed, it doesn't seem right. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Why do you have to do this? As long as you don't forget about the sea calming pearl that was recorded in the account. Of course not. Neza waved his hand. I'll have to trouble you to host the ceremony tomorrow, said Yan Zhaoge to Yang Jian. It's my honor. Yang Jian smiled and said, if that's the case, I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Then he bid farewell to Neza and left. It's great to get married. We've received so many gifts. Within the hall, Yan Zhaoge said with a blissful expression, if only we could get married every day. Looking at his greedy expression, Feng Yunxing felt both annoyed and amused. Do you want me to be the groom every day and change my bride every night? The second half doesn't matter, but the first half still needs to be said. Yan Zhaoge looked at her and chuckled, just add in the betrothal gifts every day. Yeah, I believe that with your shamelessness, you might really do something like getting married every day just to receive gifts. Feng Yunxing lightly scratched her cheek with a finger and said to Yan Zhaoge, but we don't seem to have so much time to do it every day, right? Yan Zhaoge reached out to pull her and said with a smile, how joyous. Indeed. However, according to the wedding customs of the human realm, you shouldn't be able to see me now, right? Feng Yunxing suddenly smiled and turned around to leave. See you tomorrow? Yan Zhaoge wasn't annoyed even though he pulled empty air. He curled his lips and said, let's see you tomorrow. Chapter 1747. Feng Yunxing's laughter vanished within the great hall as Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he sat back in his chair. He waved his hand in the air, a bottle, a handkerchief, a lotus seat and a lamp appearing. Tranquil sweet dew was stored within the bottle. Atop the handkerchief were 2 ginseng fruits. While the lotus seat was damaged, it still vaguely flickered with 9-colored radiance. The lamp contained the essence of that earlier heavenly fire which resembled the ancestor of all flames, the golden fiery light leaping unceasingly. Leaning back in his chair, Yan Zhaoge gazed up at the 4 gifts in mid-air, his gaze slightly spaced out as a pondering look appeared on his face once more. He played with the bamboo slip that the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had brought over. He had just gotten married and guests were as plentiful as the clouds. Yet, they had all come for other reasons, thus conveniently becoming a meeting. With all the chaos before him, Yan Zhaoge had no choice but to carefully consider the crucial points within. Some things could be discussed with Feng Yunxing, Yan Di and Yang Jian, while others could only be considered by Yan Zhaoge himself. Time passed just like this unknowingly. When Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, he discovered that it was already the next day. The day has arrived already? Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. The heavens have taken pity on me. This is the first time in my 3 lifetimes that I'm getting married. He stood up, waving his palm horizontally in midair once more as the bottle, handkerchief, lotus seat and lamp hovering in midair were kept away by him once more. At virtually the same time, the door of the great hall opened as Yan Di and Xue Chuqing appeared by the doorway. While it is impossible to really be as complicated as those in the secular world, there are still many things to be busy with. Xue Chuqing looked rather emotionally at Yan Zhaoge. Make preparations early. Yan Di's gaze turned much gentler as well as he appraised Yan Zhaoge all over. Still, he did not speak as he just stood by the side and listened to his wife's incessant nagging. Rest easy, I know. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he walked forward, embracing them as they left the great hall. A great number of Broad Creed Mountain disciples were currently traversing the brightly lit palaces outside, taking care of things for them as the atmosphere was even more lively and joyous. Su Fei arranged for someone to stay behind and deal with Broad Creed Mountain's internal affairs while he and Xie Yuchan specifically hurried over to this new world to attend Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding. Shi Jun and his mother, Ing Yuzhen, would naturally not be absent. There was no need to mention their relationship with the Yan family. That year, it was precisely because of Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and the others' efforts that they were able to reunite with their mother, allowing them to escape from the clutches of the devil. Earlier, when Yan Zhaoge had gone to take a look at the everlasting cloud heaven oath, Ing Longtu, having learnt of his marriage with Feng Yunxing, immediately begged Yan Zhaoge to think of a way to exempt him from his duties for a few days, allowing him to attend the ceremony as well. Under such special circumstances, Yan Zhaoge would definitely not reject them. Speaking of which, he and Feng Yunxing had virtually watched Ing Longtu and Shi Jun grow up. With the vicissitudes of the human world and the vicissitudes of the world, having experienced so many trials and tribulations, Yan Zhaoge still felt rather relieved that his acquaintances were still around. He had his Northern Ocean clone take over Ing Longtu's duties to keep an eye on the earlier heaven world and the everlasting cloud heaven oath. Having obtained the fake Ing Longtu's identity, he had happily rushed back to the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. These past few days he had been busy with Yan Zhaoge's wedding, putting in much more effort than when he had been the ruler of the heavens and the earth, in the earlier heaven world. Xia Guang had left seclusion in advance in order to attend Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding after receiving his disciples' notice. From Yan Di to Su Fei to Yan Zhaoge himself, all of them had criticized him, but he had paid them no heed at all. This fiery temper of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage had only been smiling cheekily at Yan Zhaoge and the others this time, not retorting or speaking at all. While Yan Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry, he also felt a sense of warmth within his heart. Of Broad Creed Mountain's disciples, besides a few who had to stay behind and were truly unable to leave their posts, most of them had hurried over here this time. The grandeur of the ceremony was comparable to that of the chief's inauguration ceremony. Realistically speaking, a great amount of manpower was really needed. Other than Broad Creed Mountain's own people, there were many guests from all over the world. If there weren't enough manpower, they wouldn't be able to receive all of them. Even Xue Chuqing's Bright Connection Valley's lineage had hurried over to help out. Within the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven and the Sky Beyond Skies, almost everyone who had the ability to traverse through the void to arrive at the wedding had arrived. Jade Capital Crag, Ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff, Golden Court Mountain, Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace, Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, and many others were all present. Yu Junbei, Fu Yunqi, Chaojie, Lu Jinggu, and the others had personally led their teams. Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale's lineage, Guan Yulua was Feng Yunxing's close friend. Naturally, she would have to attend Feng Yunxing's wedding together with Zheng Yimo, who was currently in charge of the Profound Remnant Locale. As for Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope's lineage, they had been quietly developing for the past few hundred years and had finally recovered their vitality. However, facing Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain, they had long been unable to harbor any other thoughts. This time they respectfully came to congratulate them. Disregarding Yan Zhaoge, who established the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven, and Feng Yunxing, who was in the Grand Heavenly Realm, the Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was already the undisputed ruler of the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven. To the entire Taoism lineage, Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain were the most influential lineage. Their influence had always surpassed the Sky Beyond Skies and the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven. Yan Zhaoge's wedding was a rare event. Even the Jade Sky Peaks Cold Wave Locale, which had been sealed off for many years and rarely interacted with the outside world, had sent their disciples to congratulate them. Hundreds of years had passed. Qin Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong, and Chu Lili were still sealed in ice. The Jade Sky Peaks Cold Wave Locale had lost its main pillar. However, Yan Zhaoge, Yu Junbei, and the others never forgot about this place and took care of it. Although the Jade Sky Peaks Cold Wave Locale had been keeping a low profile, it had been developing silently. Many outstanding young descendants were constantly emerging. However, they rarely went out and rarely took action. However, other matters aside, the Cold Wave Locale couldn't possibly ignore Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding. The current locale head personally came out and brought along generous gifts to congratulate the newlyweds. Outside of the Sky Beyond Skies, in the Jade Spring Heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, Taoist Splitting Space, and the others also brought along their disciples to congratulate them. Other than the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven, those in the other Dao universe who received the news also went to the Zhuluo Royal Reed Heaven to congratulate them. In the Crimson Radiance and the Yang Heaven, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingxuan, Yi Long Xueji, and the others in the Roving Jade Heavens didn't need to be mentioned. Even the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huang Tsingtian and the Cloud Sky Fairies Thoughtless River sent their people over. The Cloud Sky Fairy was still in charge of the Immortal Extermination formation. She couldn't come personally. However, she had ordered her disciples to bring along gifts to congratulate Yan Zhaoge and his wife. Xiao Ai was in charge of the collection of gifts. Even if every treasure and gift didn't pass through her hands, she would still see them. She was so happy that her eyebrows couldn't even be seen. Thank you, Cloud Sky Fairy, for your generous gift. Xiao Ai smiled happily and received the gift. Chapter 1748. The gift that Fairy Yun Xiao had given him was an array diagram. Xiao Ai was no stranger to the array formation. It was the famous killing array of the Three Immortal Island in the past, the Nine Bends Yellow River array. With the Nine Bends Yellow River formation diagram, Yan Zhaoge had once relied on it to sweep through many enemies. Xiao Ai had studied under Xue Chuqing and was extraordinarily talented in the Tao of formations. Yan Zhaoge had once allowed her to view the formation diagrams, benefiting greatly from it. She was a knowledgeable person. She only took a simple look at Fairy Yun Xiao's gift and noticed that there was something unusual about it. The array diagram that Fairy Yun Xiao had given him this time seemed to be much more exquisite than the 9-turn Yellow River array diagram that had been circulated previously. As one of the few array formation masters in the ancient times, Fairy Yun Xiao had clearly improved the 9-turn Yellow River array over the years and made it even more exquisite. Xiao Ai was so excited that she couldn't pull her eyes away from the painting. She had received countless rare treasures today, and personally she felt that this array diagram was better than all the previous gifts. Fortunately, she still remembered her duties and forced herself to stop thinking about it. She put away the array map as a congratulatory gift and continued to receive the next guests. However, the next visitor was a powerful figure. As lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a thunder chariot descended upon this world. Welcome, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. When the thunder chariot descended, Xuefei appeared beside Xiao Ai. Welcome, Exalted Solar Luminary and Exalted Lunar Luminary as well. On the lightning chariot, there was an old man dressed in Taoist robes and a crown on his head. He was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Behind him, Gao Han and Ling Qing stood on his left and right. As guests, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits and the Bodhisattva Guanyin had to come early to avoid being misunderstood as having come to pick a fight. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others who were from the same sect as the three clear lineages, it was fine for them to come on the same day. Today was precisely the day of the wedding. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing naturally couldn't directly come out to welcome them. Su Fei welcomed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor on behalf of them. My young friend Su, you're too polite. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's expression was stern, but his tone was gentle. This is just a small gift. I wish fellow Taoist Yan and fellow Taoist Feng to grow old together. Xuefei took it and saw that it was a ball of lightning. It was just that this lightning was different from the others. At the center of the lightning, there seemed to be a point of chaos, blurry and difficult to grasp. Primeval ancestral thunder. Xuefei's horizons had been broadened, so he immediately recognized that it was the primeval ancestral lightning, ranked first among the 9 heavenly lightning. The lightning bolt had been refined by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Hence it looked extremely quiet. However, the terrifying power contained within it felt like it could shatter the primordial world and split the heavens and earth. Thank you, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Xuefei's expression remained the same. He was extremely courteous. However, in his heart he began to ponder. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's relationship with Yan Zhaoge wasn't normal at all. Yan Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, hailed from the Bright Connection Valley, which was the direct lineage of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Therefore, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could actually be considered half a senior of the family to the newlyweds today. It didn't matter if people came to attend the ceremony or not. Just like the incongruous Divine Mother who had brought along Gao Qingxian Yu Yi and the other prime clear descendants, Yan Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian, was of her lineage. As such, they weren't considered as guests. Of course, Gao Qingxian and the others didn't lack any gifts. They were all meticulously prepared. However, due to the incongruous Divine Mother's seniority and status, she could be more casual. The gift she prepared was a scroll personally written by her. The gift was simple, but the meaning behind it was important. Logically speaking, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's situation was similar to the incongruous Divine Mother's. However, the primordial ancestral thunder he prepared was obviously much more precious. Xuefei couldn't help but ponder. The young heavenly lord has comprehended and reversed the peerless heavenly scripture. To our jade-clear lineage, his merits are immeasurable. I intend to help him." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said. Coincidentally, he and fellow Taoist Feng are getting married. This primordial ancestral lightning is the most suitable gift. After keeping the cloud-like lightning, Xue Fei cupped his hands towards the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. "Thank you, Emperor. The wedding between the young Heavenly Lord and the Luo Yuan Doomsday Heavenly Lord is an extremely rare event. It's our fortune to be able to witness it." Gao Han smiled and said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation." The gift he prepared was a star fire core which was rare and precious. On the other hand, Ling Qing prepared a extreme Een purple crystal, which was similarly precious. When the two's gifts were placed together, it was as if the sun and moon were shining upon each other, which was exceptionally dazzling. While their gifts were precious, they were much more ordinary compared to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's primordial ancestral thunder. Xue Fei thanked the two and passed the gifts to Xiao Ai. Then, he led the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others into the hall. Within the hall, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Yang Jian, Neza, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others were all present. Upon seeing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others entering, everyone stood up to welcome them. After greeting each other, they took their seats. Xue Fei sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression remained unchanged. After his gaze flickered slightly, he also sent a sound transmission to Xue Fei. "I understand. Don't worry about it, senior apprentice brother. I'll just deal with him." The group sat down and conversed. Today was a joyous day. No one talked about the situation outside. For Yan Zhaoge's wedding, everyone came to congratulate him. Coincidentally, the Taoism bigwigs were all gathered here as well. They had to discuss the upcoming developments. However, that could wait until after the wedding ceremony. There was no need to spoil the mood now. As such, the contents of their conversation were mostly about the interesting things that happened in the past. The Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortals present had already dominated the world since the ancient era. Throughout the endless years, there was naturally no lack of topics to talk about. Yan Zhaoge and the others of the younger generation felt that it was rather interesting. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Coincidentally, the North Star Emperor and Sua Mingzhang arrived at the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven at the same time. Ever since the separation of the world beyond worlds in the past, the enmity between the two had long faded away. However, it was still somewhat awkward for them to meet each other again. After entering the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and arriving at the wedding ceremony, the Broad Creed Mountains people quickly received the two Taoism Heavenly Lords. The congratulatory gift that Emperor Gaochen prepared was a strange species of nirvana vine that everyone knew to be extinct. The nirvana vine was filled with treasures. Its fruits could be used as medicine, and its flowers and vines could be used to refine treasures. Not only would its roots not plunder the spirit chi of the land, they could even improve the quality of the soil. It was quite rare. Sua Mingzhang's gift was much more casual. It was a small and exquisite flower crown. It was weaved with blue leaves and white flowers. It was the Zhanghua divine tree. Yan Zhaoge wouldn't look down on it. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 1749. Yan Zhaoge naturally wouldn't look down on Sua Mingzhang's gift. On the contrary, he viewed it with great importance. Xiao Junhuang was Xue Chuqing's great-grandmaster. She could be regarded as a lineal elder. In a sense, Sua Mingzhang could be regarded as half a family member. His gift was just like the incongruence goddess as long as the thought was there. As such, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's gift was even more extraordinary. Even though the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's reasons were reasonable, no matter how Tao Lord Luya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, and the others guessed, Yan Zhaoge's performance to the outside world was that his cultivation of the three clear lineages was nearing completion. Using the Tai Fist and the Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture as a reference, he had gathered all of the Jade Clear's later primordial 9 scriptures to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture. It was the same for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others. As for how they guessed in their hearts, it was a different matter. On this basis, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor providing the primordial ancestral thunder to Yan Zhaoge was indeed helping him. The primordial ancestral lightning, as its name implied, was the ancestor of all lightning, and it was the first lightning that originated from the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. It also contained the true meaning of chaos and limitless, forming a school of its own and unique style. It was similar to the concepts and principles of the peerless heavenly scripture, Tai Fist, Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture, and other supreme arts, yet different. If Yan Zhaoge really wanted to reverse-engineer the peerless heavenly scripture, being able to obtain the profundities of the primordial ancestral thunder would indeed be of great help to him. Legend had it that the primordial ancestral lightning was first controlled by the primordial Lord of Heaven. Later on, the primordial Lord of Heaven passed it down to his disciple, the South Pole Immortal Old Man, who was now the South Pole Longevity Emperor. Before today, this was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's unique ultimate art. Even the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Thunder Department Lord, the Nine Heavens Resounding Thunder Heavenly Lord Wenzhong did not possess it. Using this technique as a congratulatory gift to Yan Zhaoge and his wife today, it could be said to be extremely precious. Not only was it valuable and powerful, but it also had extraordinary significance in reversing the peerless heavenly scripture. Although the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's actions had broken the established conventions, his reasoning was sufficient and justified. It also highlighted the unity of the Taoists and their noble character and unquestionable integrity. However, Yan Zhaoge had his reservations about this. In other words, he had always been suspicious of the Southern Extremity Longevity monarch. Yan Zhaoge's wariness towards the North Star Emperor, who had a clash of ideologies with him previously, had lessened slightly. The reason was none other than the fact that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had asked him to investigate the Five Elements Mountain. In the end, he discovered that the great sage equaling heaven was being suppressed there. From the looks of it, Yan Zhaoge might be related to the Elder Lord, which might even implicate the three clear Grand Masters who had already transcended. Naturally, he was the most suitable person to help the great sage equaling heavens escape, so as to avoid angering the Tathagata Buddha who had also transcended. However, thinking about it now, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but wonder how much the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor knew about this back then. Meanwhile, the primordial ancestral thunder that he had gifted Yan Zhaoge now was related to peerless infinity. Was it truly out of goodwill to help Yan Zhaoge reverse the peerless heavenly scripture, or did he have other intentions of probing him? While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change, his thoughts fluctuated. At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and Sua Mingzhang were all gathered together. This was the first time since the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation. Coupled with the presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits, the atmosphere became a little strange. However, after Sua Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor arrived, the Tai cultivated deity finally arrived. Neza went out to welcome his master. The Tai cultivated deity was full of smiles. The moment he entered the hall, he said to Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, "Congratulations, congratulations. It's my Broad Creed Mountain's honor to have the cultivated deity here." Yan Zhaoge and his son greeted the Tai cultivated deity. The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, "It's just a small gift to express my gratitude. I hope you don't mind it." The gift he gave was a seemingly ordinary lotus seed. Yan Zhaoge looked at it carefully and couldn't help but look at Neza. Neza was also looking at his master with a surprised expression. "In the past, when the treasured lotus bloomed, my disciple obtained a fortuitous encounter." The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, "Initially, I wanted to cultivate the remaining lotus seed. However, I didn't succeed. However, the lotus seed itself is still somewhat useful. Now, I'm giving it to you as a small gift. Young Heavenly Lord has always been capable of doing what others can't. Did you obtain anything new? Even if you didn't, directly consuming this lotus seed would still benefit you." The Tai cultivated deity said and cupped his hands, "I'm just a poor old man. I don't have much to offer. Young Heavenly Lord, please excuse me." "You're too polite, cultivated deity." Yan Zhaoge smiled and thanked the Tai cultivated deity. Regardless of the color of his heart, the Tai cultivated deity greeted everyone passionately. With just a few words, the originally stagnant scene instantly became much more lively. Whether it was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, or the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, the Tai cultivated deity could talk to them. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly and stopped thinking about other things for now. With his greeting, the atmosphere became even more lively. During this period of time, Yang Jian was also quietly observing the people present. Neza beside him nudged him, "The auspicious hour is coming. Did Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu say whether he would come or not?" According to Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu, he would come to watch the ceremony. Yang Jian answered, "He should be here soon." As expected, 9 colored streaks of light quickly descended upon the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven from outer space. The person who came was the Grand Clear lineage's Grand Taoist Xuandu, who was sitting on the 9-colored light and had a crane cover hanging down. When the Grand Taoist Xuandu entered the hall, everyone stood up and greeted him. The Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits thought at the same time, the figures of the 3 clear lineage are all here. Congratulations, little friend Yan. The Grand Taoist Xuandu came down from the lotus platform and congratulated Yan Zhaoge. Senior rarely leaves the Tishita Palace. This time I thank you for coming here. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands and said, I came in a hurry so I didn't prepare any gifts. The Grand Taoist Xuandu said, little friend, you cultivate the 3 clear lineages at the same time and are tolerant. This humble Taoist came here to express my gratitude. I heard that you've already mastered the Grand Clear Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, as well as the later Heaven Supreme Martial Arts, as well as the Great Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art? Yan Zhaoge nodded, please don't blame me for being rude. Among the Grand Clear lineage's earlier Heaven 5 manifestations, he obtained the Tai Fist from comprehending the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Then he exchanged it with Fu Yunqi for the other 4 earlier Heaven Supreme Martial Arts. The later Heaven Supreme Martial Art, one of the later Heaven 5 manifestations, was obtained after capturing Qin Qianhua. As for the Great Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art, he obtained it when he and Fu Yunqi assisted the Grand Clear lineage's Golden Court Mountain's Chao Jie to restore the 3 enclosures Emperor Sword. Now the Golden Court Mountain controlled the Great Heavenly Cycle Righteous Art, and Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi had both obtained it. Little friend, you're a genius. You're the fortune of our Taoism. The Grand Taoist Xuandu smiled and said, if that's the case, this humble Taoist shall gift you another Grand Supreme Alchemy Scripture. Chapter 1750. Light flickered in the great Taoist Master Xuandu's eyes. It flew into the air and turned into a Tao Sutra. The scriptures overlapped and were difficult to count. After flying and interweaving, they gradually gathered into a ball. Within the ball of light, there seemed to be a pill furnace. Then, the radiance compressed toward the center and finally turned into a golden, round pill. Thank you, Senior. Yan Zhaoge accepted the pill and cupped his hands towards the great Taoist Master Xuandu. The 10 supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage were divided into the Pre-Heaven 5 Grands and the Post-Heaven 5 Ultimates. The primordial 5 manifestations were Tai Fist, Tai Chu Divine Finger, Tai Chu Bright Emptiness Form, Tai Chu Immeasurable Form, and Tai Chu Yin Yang Palm. The later Heaven 5 Ultimates were the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Exquisite Qi, the Great Heavenly Cycle Art, the 9-9 Human Transformation Scripture, the Flat Crutch Art, and the Grand Alchemy Scripture that the Great Wizard Xuandu had just imparted to Yan Zhaoge. Everyone knew that the Taoist sex formations and sword Tao had to be seen through, while alchemy was undoubtedly the best. The Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue was the ancestor of the Tao of alchemy in the world. Even those who were not part of Taoism would benefit greatly from it. The revered pill scripture was part of the Book of Tao, and it recorded the profound mysteries of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's alchemy techniques. The various techniques were both martial arts and pill recipes. They complemented each other, pill and martial arts becoming one. Having obtained the Grand Pill Scripture, not only had Yan Zhaoge obtained a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear lineage, it had also greatly benefited his pill concoction. The Grand Sage of 9 Spirits and Guanyin Bodhisattva thought to themselves, it's actually the Taishang Alchemy Scripture and not the 9-9 Salvation Sutra. Yang Jian, Najia, Perfected Tai, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs' eyes flickered. The Grand Pure Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had taught the world and had the merit of educating the people. As long as the martial practitioners of the mortal Tao were not of the Jade Clear or Prime Clear lineages, the rest could actually be considered a branch of the Grand Clear lineage. Even the side branches of the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages were often deeply influenced by the Grand Clear lineage's legacies during their development. It was hard to say who they belonged to. On the other hand, the Grand Clear lineage had much fewer members compared to the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages. The 10 supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage recorded in the Scripture of Tao and Virtue were also circulated outside. It was just that during the process of circulation, some of them were lost due to various reasons. However, there were 2 exceptions. One was the head of the post-celestial 5 ultimates, the Heaven and Earth Exquisite Yellow Qi, and the other was the Supreme Alchemy Manual. Although there were scattered pill recipes and pill refinement techniques circulating outside, the entire alchemy canon had never been circulated to outsiders. It had always been kept in the 8 Visions Palace and the Tishita Palace. In the Grand Pure One sect, only the great Taoist Master Xuandu, who lived in the Tushita Palace, learned it. Now Yin Zhaoge was the second. This seemed to indicate that the three clear lineages had taken another step forward after seeing the light of dawn after having fallen to the bottom of the abyss. The auspicious hour is approaching. Now that all the guests have arrived, let's officially begin, Yang Jian said. He was the master of ceremonies for this ceremony. The group of people immediately followed him out of the rear hall where guests were received and came to the main hall where the ceremony was held. The statues of the three clear Grand Masters were enshrined within the Great Hall. The great Taoist Shen Du, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother were the most senior of the three clear lineage here. Guan Yin Bodhisattva and the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits arrived, following closely behind them, followed by Emperor Gaochen, perfected Tai Sua Mingzhang, and other heavenly venerables of the Tao sections. After the group of grand heavenly immortals took their seats, it was Gao Qingxian Yu Zhenbei, and the other seniors who were closest to Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. After that, Gao Han, Ling Qin, Tong Xinlin, Fu Yunqi, Chao Jie and the other guests also took their seats. As the host, Broad Creed Mountain sat on the other side. Yin Zhaoge's parents were both present, and Feng Yunxing was an orphan. Thus her master, Fu Enshu, was her elder sister. The entire hall seemed to be boundless, able to accommodate all the guests who came to congratulate him. Yin Zhaoge stood before the statues of the three purities, accompanied by Su Fei, Ying Longtu, Xia Guang and the others whom he was on good terms with. According to etiquette, it should have been the groom's elders accompanying the bride. However, Yin Zhaoge had instead chosen those of the same generation. However, everyone didn't mind. When a figure like him became a Tao companion, how many of them would treat it like a marriage in the secular world? If he wanted to be unique, everyone would just let him be. The meaning of this ceremony was the wedding itself. No one cared about the form of the ceremony. A heavenly voice resounded and everyone's eyes lit up. Then they saw 9 graceful figures appearing. Meng Wan, Guan Yulua, and the other ladies accompanied Feng Yunxing into the hall. Feng Yunxing wore a bright red robe, a phoenix crown, and a red veil covering her face. She truly looked like a bride in the secular world. The few grand heavenly immortals didn't say anything else. Even the other guests felt that this scene was new and interesting. For them, who had lived for a long time, they had experienced too many things and met too many people. Everything in the secular world was foreign to them. Especially when they saw Feng Yunxing's face covered by a red veil, some of them couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although they couldn't see her face, everyone knew that this delicate bride was a grand heavenly immortal who had already ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Moreover, her subordinates were extremely ferocious. Although there weren't many who perished, they were all famous bigwigs. In the end, all of them perished under Feng Yunxing's saber. The grand heavenly chaos extinguishing was so strong that not only those present in the hall, but even in the entire world, there were only a few who could rival her, barring the Tao realm. Such an existence was currently acting like a commoner as a bride. The spectators couldn't help but feel weird. However, when everyone's gaze shifted to Yin Zhaoge, who was standing in front of the 3 clear statues, they felt relieved. Similar to Feng Yunxing, Yin Zhaoge had also changed into a red auspicious attire. The young heavenly lord, who was feared by many grand heavenly immortals in the past, was currently looking at Feng Yunxing, whose face was covered by a red veil. His gaze was unprecedentedly gentle. The two looked at each other from afar. Although they were separated by a red veil, they seemed to have already exchanged thousands of words. Looking at the two of them, the spectators' emotions seemed to be affected as well. They felt that such a scene was only natural. Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the Tai cultivated deity, and the other grand heavenly immortals naturally knew that this was related to Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's cultivation. Under the resonance of emotions, it would affect the real world and even affect the mental state of others. However, at this moment, Yang Jian and the others were naturally happy to spectate such a grand event. Meng Wan and the other ladies surrounded Feng Yunxing and walked in front of the 3 clear statues. Everyone else dispersed and stood side by side with the bride, with the man on the left and the woman on the right. Neza, who liked to be in a crowd, snatched the job of praising the ceremony. He raised his voice and shouted, "Bow to the heavens and earth." While bowing to the heavens and earth, it was also equivalent to paying respects to the 3 clear Grand Masters. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing bowed together. As their immortal splendor and immortal essence intertwined, the entire world trembled. Even the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven was trembling, as if the entire world was celebrating together. Chapter 1751. Second Bow to Your Parents. Neza shouted for the second time. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing looked at Yan Zhaoge and Neza with a smile on their faces. Fu Wenshu, who was by the side, was slightly dazed. Fu Wenshu had always admired Feng Yunxing as a disciple. Feng Yunxing had already surpassed her, which made her feel extremely gratified. To a certain extent, Feng Yunxing was the disciple she admired the most, even surpassing Xikong Qing and the others. This wasn't because Feng Yunxing's achievements were the highest. Instead, it was because Feng Yunxing's experiences were much more difficult compared to Xikong Qing and the others. It was so difficult that Fu Wenshu, who had always been strict with her disciples, asked herself if she was in Feng Yunxing's position, she might not be able to walk out of it. Fu Wenshu didn't dare to claim credit for Feng Yunxing's current achievements. She only felt proud of her disciple. Now that she finally had a good home, Fu Wenshu felt even more comforted. Fu Wenshu had already acknowledged Yan Zhaoge's outstanding talent back in the 8th rank world. Fu Wenshu had seen how he and Feng Yunxing had been together all the way till now. She felt happy for Feng Yunxing. Just looking at Yan Zhaoge, she couldn't help but think of something else. Fu Wenshu subconsciously looked at Yan Di and Xue Chuqing beside her. Her emotions were a little complicated. However, as her gaze moved between Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge, the knot in Fu Wenshu's heart gradually dissipated. The last knot in her heart had finally dissipated at the moment when the new generation had entered the wedding hall. A light smile appeared on Fu Wenshu's face. Broad Creed Mountain's elders Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the others stroked their beards and smiled. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at Fu Wenshu thoughtfully, and the smile on his face became even thicker. Husband and wife bow to each other. Neza shouted for the third time. Among the 8 women who had accompanied Feng Yunxing in, one of them was looking at Yan Zhaoge and his wife with a longing expression. Then she looked around the hall. If only I could have such a scene when I get married. Jun Luo pouted. As one of the Yin family's old friends in the 8th rank world, Jun Ziyuan and Jun Luo had already settled down in the sky beyond skies. For Yan Zhaoge's wedding this time, Yan Di had no choice but to invite them as well as the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, and his other old friends to attend the ceremony. Jun Luo was already familiar with Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing when she was young. After arriving at the sky beyond skies, the two families would often interact with each other. This time she, along with Meng Wan, Guan Yulua, and the others, would be Feng Yunxing's bridesmaid. Her gaze wandered around the great hall for a long time before finally landing on Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge. She sighed in admiration. A match made in heaven. How wonderful. Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman was currently looking at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing in a daze. To Yu Yi, it was very normal for her to fall into a daze like this. She would appear from time to time. The reason for her current absent-mindedness had nothing to do with Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing themselves, and had nothing to do with any of the people present at the ceremony today. However, as she looked at the newlyweds, she couldn't help but think of another figure. Yu Yi returned to her senses and looked at Meng Wan, Fu Ting, Guan Yulua, and the others beside her. Just now they had accompanied Feng Yunxing into the main hall. She looked at the opposite side where Su Fei, Ying Longtu, Xia Guang, and the others who had accompanied Yan Zhaoge previously stood. If you're still here, you should be standing among them, right? Yu Yi softly muttered to herself. However, when her gaze fell upon the newlyweds, her gaze became joyful and gentle. She sighed in admiration as well. Lovers are finally together. How wonderful! Beside her, Meng Wan's face was also filled with smiles as she looked at the newlyweds. Senior apprentice sister, you've finally come to an end. Currently, she was already a female deity who had shed her mortal body. However, when she looked at the newlyweds, she couldn't help but feel emotional, and the corners of her eyes moistened. She couldn't help but recall the time when she was still in the Sacred Sun clan in the 8th rank world. At that time, she and Feng Yunxing were still fellow apprentice sisters of the same sect. All of a sudden, Feng Yunxing met with misfortune and fell from the peak of a mountain to the bottom of a valley. After that, she injured Xiao Shen and was forced to flee from the Sacred Sun clan. After that, Feng Yunxing met Yan Zhaoge and recovered her extreme Yin physique. The two of them became rivals in the extreme Yin bout, and had no choice but to fight against each other. After the Sacred Sun clan perished, the extreme Yin crown was finally decided in the world beyond worlds. However, Feng Yunxing fell into the 9 underworlds because of the exalted Rahu luminary Yi Jian Shenhua. Only after the world beyond worlds separated did the two reunite. Feng Yunxing finally settled down and no longer had to wander around. During the time when Feng Yunxing's whereabouts were unknown, Yan Zhaoge had been waiting for her return. Now that the two of them were finally together, Meng Wan was extremely happy for Feng Yunxing. Although she knew that the future was unpredictable, Meng Wan only felt joy when she saw Feng Yunxing getting married. Beside her, Guan Yulua was similarly elated. Unlike Meng Wan, Guan Yulua's smile was exceptionally radiant. Meng Wan smiled and turned to look at the other side. She couldn't help but be slightly startled. Her half-sister, Fu Ting, was currently looking at the newlyweds with a slightly complicated gaze. Like everyone else, she had blessings and joy. However, there seemed to be something else. Sister. Meng Wan secretly sent a sound transmission to Fu Ting. Although they only recognized each other after they became adults, although they had different mothers and because of their father, it was a little awkward at the beginning. However, Fu Ting had been taking care of her half-sister, Meng Wan. Thinking about how Meng Wan had left her parents and wandered alone in the 8th-rank world, Fu Ting felt even more pity for her. After all these years, Meng Wan had also gotten along well with Fu Ting. She was even closer than her father, Fu Yunqi. Now that she noticed Fu Ting's abnormality, she couldn't help but feel moved. Fu Ting turned to look at Meng Wan. As if she knew what Meng Wan was thinking, she smiled and shook her head. Relax, I'm fine now. I'm just feeling a little emotional when I think about the past. Meng Wan looked at her and nodded lightly. She didn't say anything else. Fu Ting looked at the newlyweds again and smiled. The indescribable emotions within her gaze gradually faded, as if she had completely let go of something. After bowing, Yu Yi, Meng Wan, Guan Yulua, and the others walked forward and accompanied Feng Yunxing to the courtyard behind the hall. Yan Zhaoge stayed behind to entertain the guests. If they wanted to talk about business, there would be other times. At this moment, there was only a celebratory atmosphere. Before the Great Calamity, the Jade Lake's Immortality Peach Banquet and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's banquets were always a grand occasion. After the Great Calamity, Taoism had fallen, and even these banquets had become history. Today, Yan Zhaoge's wedding banquet was recreated. After entertaining the guests, Neza, Su Fei, and the others escorted Yan Zhaoge to the bridal chamber. After being troubled by Meng Wan, Jun Luo, and Guan Yulua, Yan Zhaoge finally entered the bridal chamber. His bride was waiting for him there. Yan Zhaoge slowly walked forward and lifted the red veil, revealing Feng Yunxing's face beneath the veil. Feng Yunxing was a little embarrassed. However, she still raised her head and looked at Yan Zhaoge, her gaze rippling. Zhaoge, she said in a daze, no matter how difficult the next round of the 9 underworlds is, I don't think it's in vain. Before she finished speaking, her vision darkened. Yan Zhaoge's face came closer and sealed her li. The bride's body softened a little, and she leaned into the groom's embrace. After a while, their lips separated. Yan Zhaoge whispered by her ear, let's not talk about that now. We have more important matters to attend to. What matters? Feng Yunxing bit her lips and said, You tell me. I'm listening. Yan Zhaoge smiled without saying a word. He sucked on her earlobe and his teeth scraped against her skin. He felt her breathing getting faster and faster. Chapter 1752. Feng Yunxing stood by the window, leaning into Yan Zhaoge's embrace. Yan Zhaoge had a long robe draped over his shoulders, which he then wrapped around Feng Yunxing. He rested his chin on Feng Yunxing's shoulder and smiled, young girl. Who was the one who was almost snapped by a young girl? Feng Yunxing lazily narrowed her eyes and retorted. Yan Zhaoge chuckled and said softly while hugging her, I'm not used to it anymore. Who asked me to wait for someone for hundreds of years? You. Feng Yunxing's body instantly turned soft as she said unwillingly, You cheated. Yan Zhaoge gently grabbed her hand and let her lean against the window frame, lifting up a bride's veil. To me, last night was the first time in my life. Feng Yunxing bit her lips and felt the pressure coming from behind her that was getting tighter and tighter. Yan Zhaoge hugged Feng Yunxing and returned to the room. You're only bullying me now. Feng Yunxing said lazily, the more time passes, the more useless your methods will be. Yan Zhaoge laughed. What methods were there just now? It was a certain young girl who was too useless. He chuckled. When the time comes, you still won't be able to stand it. You can slowly learn. One day I'll beat you. Feng Yunxing gritted her teeth hatefully. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll wait. We'll have plenty of time in the future. In the future. Feng Yunxing's gaze gradually turned gentle. However, after a while, some worry appeared between her brows. Yan Zhaoge didn't need to lower his head to feel the emotional changes of the person in his embrace. He said gently, relax. Now, I'm more confident about the 9 underworlds next round. Truthfully speaking, the combination of yin and yang allowed him to understand Feng Yunxing's situation more clearly. The bride's words seemed to be even more perverted than the groom's. However, hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunxing's face still flushed a little as she nodded lightly. However, it also made me feel something else. Yan Zhaoge said softly, "The one I am most concerned about is you, of course. Still, could the 9 underworlds be making use of this to create a diversion?" Hearing the second half of the sentence, Feng Yunxing's eyes suddenly cleared up. "A diversion? It's just a feeling. I keep having the feeling that this is related to the fate of the 9 underworlds' demonic Tao. Since you've implicated the doomsday heavenly demon, the 9 underworlds' actions shouldn't be simple." Yan Zhaoge murmured, "From the looks of it now, their moves were a little soft, falling short of my expectations." Feng Yunxing raised her head and he lowered it slightly. The two of them looked at each other. "It's fine if only the primordial heart devil presides over it. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil still exists in the 9 underworlds," continued Yan Zhaoge. "Yes." Feng Yunxing nodded lightly. She laughed bitterly. "Hearing you say that, I should feel more relaxed, but why do I feel more nervous instead?" Yan Zhaoge sat down and let Feng Yunxing lean against his embrace. Then he said, "Because we still don't know where the 9 underworld scheme comes from. An unknown threat is always the greatest threat. However, we can't let our guard down. Still, we don't have to worry too much. In this round, the 9 underworld's pressure is greater than anyone else's." Feng Yunxing nodded. "According to what you've always said, we should prepare ourselves first." On the wedding night, Yan Zhaoge naturally had to take care of the most important matter first. However, when it came to a new day, no matter if it was him or Feng Yunxing, they still had other matters to attend to. This wedding ceremony was filled with guests. It was both a grand occasion and a gathering. Especially the peak experts of Taoism's direct lineage. Almost all of them attended. While congratulating Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, they also discussed the current situation and the direction of Taoism's development. Naturally, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits and the Bodhisattva Guanyin couldn't participate in such a gathering. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Both of their objectives had been achieved. After staying for a few days, the demon and Buddha bid farewell and left. Yang Jian and Neza sent them off. Before the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits left, Neza handed him a letter. "Old man, please pass it to Taoist Luya." Neza sent the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits off and cupped his hands. The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits received the same bamboo slip and nodded, "I'll definitely pass it to him. Only, I wonder if the 3 clear lineage has acknowledged this letter?" "That's right." Neza said straightforwardly, "If you're interested, you can read it first." The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I'm only responsible for delivering the letter." "If that's the case, take care, old man." Neza said straightforwardly, "Not only me but the others also hope that you can consider returning to Taoism. I'm too lazy to live in seclusion. It's the same no matter where I am. Now that I've come out, it's only to settle the score with the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands for what happened in the past. After fulfilling this wish, I have no other requests, nor am I in the mood to participate in other disputes." The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits replied, "The old Heavenly Lord has already become a protector of Taoism. During the Great Calamity, it was thanks to the Eastern Sovereign's protection that I managed to escape from the calamity. Now, it's my duty to serve the Eastern Sovereign to repay the favor of the past. Please forgive me." Neza said, "Old man, you're too courteous. Since you have such intentions, I won't force you. We'll meet again in the future." The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits bid farewell to Neza and returned to the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. After entering the Grand Plainess Heaven, he arrived at the propping mulberry tree, where Taoist Luya was waiting. "Thank you, Taoist 9 Spirits." Taoist Luya received the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits. The old lion didn't stay for long and left after delivering the letter. Unlike the first time he delivered the letter, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits didn't inquire about the contents of the letter. After Taoist Luya sent the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits off, he read the message in the bamboo slip. "Old ancestor?" After sending the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits off, the Golden Crow Great Sage returned and saw Taoist Luya in deep thought while holding onto the bamboo slip. Taoist Luya played with the bamboo slip and casually said, "We're just taking what we need. Only we still have to consider the details." He kept the bamboo slip and transformed into a rainbow light. He soared into the sky and went to meet the Eastern Monarch Tai. On the other side, after Neza sent the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits off, he also returned to the Taoism heavens. The gathering of the Taoism bigwigs continued. Most of them were still focused on the upcoming changes in the 9 underworlds. The complicated relationship could lead to various changes in the situation at any time. Everyone had no choice but to think about it carefully. When that time came, it was important to act according to the situation. However, the more prepared one was, the easier it would be to adapt to the situation. After everyone finished their discussion, they finally began to disperse. You and your wife are both dragons and phoenixes among men. Now that you've finally gotten married, congratulations. Gao Han bade farewell to Yan Zhaoge and said emotionally, while you and your wife originated from a lower world, your pearls have never been covered in dust. It's truly our Taoism's fortune. Chapter 1753. Hearing Gao Han's words, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. The other party seemed to be implying something. While it might not sound like much, Yan Zhaoge, who had always been wary of Gao Han, felt that his words were a little weird. Why did he suddenly mention the 8 extremities world? It wasn't that the 8 extremities world couldn't be mentioned. If it were Yu Junbei, Gao Qingshen, Long Xingxuan, Long Xueji, and the others who were extremely close to him, witnessing Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and even Yandi's growth from the 8 extremities world to the world beyond worlds, they would naturally be filled with emotions. If it were Yuan Zhengfeng, Fu Enshu, Fang Zhuan, or Jun Ziyuan, Zhao Shiqing, Meng Wan, and Tang Yonghao, who originated from the 8 extremities world, they would be fine too. However, Gao Han's words made it seem like he was speaking too deeply. Indeed, Gao Han had once resided in the 8 extremities world to avoid detection. However, when Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the others were active, Gao Han had already secretly left the 8th rank world. Let alone Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, even Yan Di and Yuan Zhengfeng had never truly interacted with Gao Han before. If Gao Han had to come into contact with the Broad Creed Mountain, it was when he had secretly taken away the Broad Creed Mountain's treasure, the cyclic heavenly seal fragment. Yan Zhaoge had only obtained the sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. Only after entering the world beyond worlds could one truly come into contact with Gao Han. That was Gao Han's clone, the concealed sovereign Yang Su. As such, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but be bothered by his sudden words. With Gao Han's personality, Yan Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he had mentioned it unintentionally. You're too polite, Taoist Gao. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, back in the 8 extremities world, I've always felt regretful for not being able to learn from you. Gao Han waved his hands, I've embarrassed myself, young heavenly lord. At that time I was hiding all over the place and was in a sorry state. I can't bear to look back. What are you saying, Taoist Gao? The extreme Yang seal you left in the 8 extremities world had already benefited me greatly, said Yan Zhaoge with a smile. I'm honored to be able to assist the rise of my Taoism's heroes. However, it's just a tiny bit of help. Gao Han smiled as well. After the two chatted for a while, Gao Han bid farewell and left. Yan Zhaoge watched as his silhouette disappeared, pondering silently. With his understanding of Gao Han, he would definitely not hope for Yan Zhaoge to remember the favor of the extreme Yang seal. In that case, the reason why Gao Han had mentioned the 8 extremities world was something that one could not help but ponder over. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, looking in another direction. There, Xiao Ai was giggling nonstop. She was flipping through a thick list of gifts in her hands, and it was as if there were countless copper coins rolling in her big black eyes. Look at how happy you are. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Having been in charge of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion for so many years, the accounts and figures as well as various rare treasures that have passed through your hands every day should already long since be hard to count. Why do you still look like you only care about money? Xiao Ai seemed not to have heard what Yan Zhaoge had said at all. Hearing Yan Zhaoge call her, she suddenly swiveled her head, a strange light shining within her eyes as she stared fixedly at him. That gaze caused Yan Zhaoge's scalp to turn numb, as though he was a massive human-shaped golden ingot. Young master. Xiao Ai's expression was extremely solemn, and her voice was sonorous and forceful. She solemnly said, please marry the young mistress once a day. Great minds think alike. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. It's just a pity that the guest who sent the gifts might not be happy about it. By then, I might as well rob them openly. Xiao Ai raised her head and let out a long sigh. She felt incomparably lonely, and was filled with the regret of dying before achieving victory. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers at her. All right, continue counting. This time it's still quite a sumptuous amount. Just like the gifts given by Gao Han and Ling Qing, the Starfire Core and the extreme Een Purple Crystal might not be of much use to Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. However, these treasures could still be used as raw materials for artifact refinement, and they played an important role. For example, the Starfire Core and the Extreme Een Purple Crystal were extremely rare and hard to find. The two gifts given by Gao Han and Ling Qing were of excellent quality, and they were even more precious. Even if they didn't need to be used for artifact refinement, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing could still gift them to others. For example, the Extreme Een Purple Crystal was immensely beneficial to women who possessed the Extreme Een physique. Feng Yunxing had already ascended to the Grand Heavenly Immortal Realm long ago. Currently, her martial path didn't rely on the Extreme Een physique. However, to Meng Wan, the Extreme Een Purple Crystal had countless miraculous uses. Even if she had switched to cultivating the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage, the Extreme Een Purple Crystal would still be of great use to her. Alright. Xiao Ai, remember to pick out the Nirvana vine gifted by the North Star Emperor. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he asked someone to invite Feng Moyang over. Senior apprentice brother Yen. After Feng Moyang arrived and saw the Nirvana vine, his eyes lit up. Ever since he became Yan Zhaoge's groomsman, he had always been thinking about this peculiar spirit flower. Yan Zhaoge didn't have the time to take care of the Nirvana vine. Naturally, he had to hand it over to Feng Moyang, who was the most proficient in cultivating plants in the entire Broad Creed Mountain. Feng Moyang didn't hesitate to accept this task, and he happily accepted it. Can you give me some of the sweet pouring raindrops gifted by the Bodhisattva of Guanyin? Feng Moyang extended his hand towards Yan Zhaoge without hesitation. I knew that you're always thinking about it. Yan Zhaoge scolded jokingly, I can't give you too much. I have other uses for it. Feng Moyang smiled and said, it's good that you have some. Not only this Nirvana vine but the other plants also benefited from it. After the two chatted for a while, Feng Moyang left. The guests gradually dispersed, and the grand ceremony finally came to an end. Yan Zhaoge didn't return to the sky beyond skies. Instead, he stayed in this newly established world with Feng Yunxing, and lived his life happily. Of course, his daily life wasn't only filled with partying every night. He had never stopped cultivating his martial arts. He studied the newly obtained Grand Supreme Pill scripture repeatedly. As time passed, the aftermath of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding slowly subsided. However, the ripples of this world never subsided. Between the two heretics, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, every few days, the minor conflicts would escalate to a full-scale war. After a long or short war, the situation would return to a peaceful state. The cycle repeated endlessly. The situation of the other factions was relatively peaceful. This was also because everyone was accumulating their strength and making preparations. While Yan Zhaoge was cultivating in seclusion, news continuously came from the outside world. No one knew what kind of price the 9 underworlds had paid. However, the Earth Devil finally returned to the 9 underworlds from the Western Pure Lands after his rebirth. From then on, regardless of their forms, complete or incomplete, other than the Water Devil, the 12 devilish gods had temporarily returned to their positions. As such, the entire world started waiting for the Water Devil's rebirth. Year after year, they waited for the arrival of the final moment. Chapter 1754. Although the primordial heavenly devil was suppressed by the Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord, the seal was located within the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which were like the 2 extremes of the world, were formed by the creation heavenly devil's corpse after he perished. In the past, the 9 underworlds exchanged the immortal exterminating sword from the Tushita Palace. Previously, when everyone was fighting for the immortal extermination formation, the vast freedom heavenly devil made a move and helped the Amitabha Buddha to temporarily stop the Eastern sovereignty. He made a deal with the Western Pure Lands in exchange for the faceless heavenly devil's authority to return to the 9 underworlds. The vast freedom heavenly devil had always been in this world. Due to Feng Yunxing, the doomsday heavenly devil that had yet to truly descend into the world had a few more obstacles. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This might also cause the doomsday heavenly devil to descend earlier. Other than the 6 ancestral devils, among the 6 extinct devils, the primordial heart devil and the wood devil had always existed. The devil of aged metal relied on Ye Jingxin to reincarnate, while the devil of fire returned to the 9 underworlds thanks to Tao Lord Luya. After the earth devil was reincarnated in the Western Pure Lands, he was also welcomed back by the 9 underworlds. Of the 12 devilish gods, only the water devil had yet to return. The 9 underworlds patiently waited for the last of the 12 devilish gods. It was the same for the other forces. As everyone waited together, time flowed like water, not forgetting the day and night. In the blink of an eye, 800 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Zhaoge traveled back and forth between the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and the everlasting clouds vow. While immersing himself in his cultivation, he also took care of the changes and developments within the everlasting clouds vow. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan. However, it would be harder to continue advancing, and the time required would increase. 800 years passed in the blink of an eye for a grand virtual immortal. For those who had already attained dual flowers converged crown and were at the peak of the virtual immortal realm, thousands or even tens of thousands of years were nothing to them. Many would even be stuck here for their entire lives, unable to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. Although Yan Zhaoge had also been stuck at the dual flowers converged crown stage for 800 years, he was not in a rush. Following his own thoughts, he methodically sorted through all that he had learned and seen, slowly accumulating and stabilizing his body. For a virtual immortal with dual flowers converged crown, even if he didn't cultivate the essence of essence and his lifespan was less than a yuan, Yan Zhaoge's current age was still too young. If he broke through the origin heavenly tribulation now, he would immediately become the youngest grand heavenly immortal in history. If you don't cultivate in the three purities at the same time, wouldn't you already be able to take that step? Feng Yunxing asked Yan Zhaoge as she sat in the meditative position within the secluded room. Yan Zhaoge smiled, more or less. In the past, he had used the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation and borrowed its convenience to help him cultivate other ultimate arts, saving him some time. However, now that he was about to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, which was the highest realm in the immortal realm, it was also the final step before the Tao realm. He was almost close to the Tao and some aspects had already merged with the Tao. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge needed to balance and stabilize his body. Disregarding his primary and secondary cultivation, he had to fuse them together. He wanted to ascend the origin heavenly tribulation with the unprecedented simultaneous cultivation of the three clear lineages. This also required him to spend even more time to figure out the various profound principles and take a step further in creating his own interpretation. Without the experience of others to refer to, he could only rely on himself to polish everything. The higher your cultivation, the more I feel that your talent and perception is so high that it's terrifying. Feng Yunxing was also meditating as she said, I feel that even senior apprentice Sister Yu who possesses the heaven-containing purified soul, isn't as high as you. Yan Zhaoge coughed lightly and pretended to be calm. He raised his head slightly. Although he didn't say a word, his entire body was emitting the meaning of, continue praising, don't stop. Seeing his lazy look, Feng Yunxing stopped talking and purposely ignored him. Cough, cough. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips disinterestedly. After coughing twice he changed the topic, let's not talk about me anymore. Instead, father's current situation is a little abnormal. Feng Yunxing frowned slightly, you're saying that he's slow? With her current cultivation and eyesight, she knew what Yan Zhaoge was referring to. Almost 1,000 years have passed since father attained dual flowers converged crown. Yan Zhaoge nodded, to others it's nothing. However, to father it's abnormal. Yandi's cultivation was different from ordinary people. His saber of creation had determined that he would advance diligently and overcome all obstacles. Aside from his powerful combat strength, the speed at which he improved his cultivation was far faster than ordinary people. It was so fast that many people found it hard to believe. Still, there were always pros and cons to everything. Yandi's swift and violent rise in power due to the creation saber was something that he could only advance forward bravely. To Yandi, suppressing his cultivation base would only bring him more harm than benefit. Just like how Sua Mingzhang had the ability to cross the origin heavenly tribulation in the past, he had purposely stayed in the virtual immortal realm. Or perhaps the prime clear lineages Sheath Edge and Nurture Sword, as well as Yan Zhaoge's self-adjustment and accumulation, weren't suitable for Yandi. If he did things like Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang, he would only be unable to advance any further. He wouldn't be able to improve for the rest of his life. What's worse was that he couldn't stop voluntarily. If he was stuck at a bottleneck for too long, Yandi's blade might become blunt, and he wouldn't be able to improve anymore. He wouldn't be like others who had the possibility of advancing after hesitating for many years. If Yandi paused for just a little too long, there would no longer be any hope left. If he could succeed, he would succeed very quickly. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to do it again. He would be like an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to pierce through the fabric of the virtual immortal realm. There wouldn't be a second chance to exert his strength. Yin Zhaoge had been stuck at the virtual immortal peak stage for 1,000 years. It wasn't a short period of time, which made Yin Zhaoge a little worried. Of course, other than worry, there were more doubts. With Yendi's talent, the creation saber's miraculousness, and the Taoism's abundant environment, while the origin heavenly tribulation had stumped countless people, it shouldn't be able to stop Yendi. Just like how Yin Zhaoge was hailed as the young heavenly lord and everyone believed that he would ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the Yin family's father and son would ascend to the heavenly lord realm. This was also a publicly acknowledged fact. Is it because of the conflict with Senior Sua's heaven-severing scripture, or is it affecting his mental state? Feng Yunxing frowned. Based on the past, it shouldn't be. Could it be because of that strange token? There's nothing special about the token. I can't see anything wrong with it. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. I'm thinking, could it be related to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud? Feng Yunxing nodded slowly and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. As the two were conversing, Yin Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. After a while he said, Junior apprentice brother Xia, come in. Xia Guang entered the secluded room. Senior apprentice brother Yin, senior apprentice sister Feng, master asked me to deliver something to you. Chapter 1755. Xia Guang's master was none other than Yen Di, who shared the same master as Yin Zhaoge. He pointed his finger and a dim speck of light flew out. The speck of light landed in midair and unfolded, turning into a cloud that looked like a blooming lotus flower, the edges of which were blurry. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing both nodded. Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. After observing for a while, both of them had a feeling. This existence that resembled a clump of chaos, resembling a lotus whilst also a clump of clouds, was actually no longer able to find any traces of Yendi at all. The connection between the two had been completely severed. This Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud was born along with Yendi, as if it was his second mother's womb. Ever since it reunited with Yendi, it had been closely connected. As Yendi's cultivation increased, this Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud became more miraculous. The connection between them had been severed, which was quite an inconceivable thing. Even if they encountered Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud wouldn't be taken away. At most, he would be swept away along with the cloud. Even Mahamayuri couldn't take away the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud and sever the connection between it and Yendi. In the current situation, apart from Tao Realm bigwigs who could sever the connection between the two sides, only Yendi himself could do it. He had completely abandoned the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Then he had Xia Guang bring the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud to Yin Zhaoge for him to deal with. Yendi, on the other hand, didn't care about the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud anymore, as if they were no longer connected. Where's my father now? Yin Zhaoge asked Xia Guang. Xia Guang answered, Master asked me to bring the item to you, senior apprentice brother, while he left the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Before he left, he went to meet Master's wife and asked me to tell you not to look for him. As expected. Feng Yunxing sighed softly. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand and kept the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Father will be back soon. The next time he returned, it might be when Yendi ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm. Previously he was worried that Yendi had stayed in the virtual immortal peak realm for too long. After thinking about it, he had some guesses. Ever since he obtained the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Yendi relied on it to protect himself. Even those with higher cultivation than him couldn't break through the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud's defenses. Therefore, in battle, Yendi would often only attack and not defend, displaying the great offensive power of his creation saber to the point of perfection. With the existence of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, unless his opponent's cultivation base was much higher than his, surpassing a certain limit, or if they cultivated in a supreme martial art like the heaven-opening scripture and were able to counter the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Yendi would already be undefeatable even before they clashed. While this would allow him to sweep through all before him in actual combat, it would actually be of no benefit to Yendi's cultivation. Yen other than the Yendi's cloud, he could only D the Tian other than the origin. It didn't show up in the past, but now that it was the last stage of the origin heavenly tribulation, it finally had an effect. The Tian wasn't only new. Then the Tians would Yenel heaven would Yenta the god. D didn't want, he had Yen Yang would Yang other than the D the Yen Yang after the day after the heaven. After past. Through. Instead he would bid farewell to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Regardless of whether Yin Zhaoge would return it in the future, Yendi's mentality was that he wouldn't retrieve the grand simplicity splendor cloud after becoming a grand heavenly immortal. With this, Yendi went all out as well, heading into the infinite space of extra-dimensional space alone. The risks involved were obvious. Either he would never return or Taoism would gain another grand heavenly immortal if he returned. Yeah, I believe that day isn't far away. Feng Yunxing smiled and said, perhaps he'll return in the blink of an eye? Yin Zhaoge and Xia Guang smiled. Father has his own determination and courage. Of course we won't drag him down. Yin Zhaoge said, however the world isn't peaceful now. Everyone's tensed up. Feng Yunxing nodded, indeed. Right, is Taoist Neza still blocking the Western Pure Land's entrance? Yin Zhaoge asked Xia Guang. Ever since Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding, Neza became idle again. Previously, during his battle against the Dipankara ancient Buddha, he was secretly influenced by the primordial heart devil. He wasn't convinced and wanted to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha again. Neza kept his promise and went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha for the second time. The Dipankara ancient Buddha claimed that he was injured by Yang Jian and needed to recuperate, ignoring Neza's challenge. His recuperation lasted for 800 years. The three altars' great divinities are still challenging the Western Pure Land's entrance. The Dipankara ancient Buddha still hasn't accepted the challenge, answered Xia Guang. Others might not know about the Dipankara ancient Buddha's injuries, but Yang Jian definitely knew. As such, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was still refusing to accept the challenge. How would Neza be willing to accept it? In the past, the scene of him blocking the Buddhist Pure Land's entrance and cursing at them happened again. However, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha's shamelessness, he didn't receive any benefits like when he fought for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. He completely ignored Neza's curses. To him, the most important matter was the 9 Underworld's upcoming match. Speaking of which, it's been 800 years. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Just as Feng Yunxing was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Yin Zhaoge's heart was connected to hers, and he immediately understood. 9 Underworlds? I can't say for sure, but I feel that. Feng Yunxing's expression turned serious. She took a deep breath and said word by word. I feel that the moment is coming. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep. With Feng Yunxing's current cultivation and strength, her premonitions that were related to her body were usually extremely accurate. With her relationship with the 9 Underworlds, her premonitions would be more accurate than others. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge also felt that someone was rushing towards his cave manor. It was Shi Jun. Little Jun, come in. Yin Zhaoge's heart moved and he raised his voice. He nodded towards Feng Yunxing. Seems like your feeling is correct. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin, Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xia. Shi Jun entered the room and greeted Yin Zhaoge and the others. Then he said anxiously, Senior Apprentice Uncle, there's an urgent report. It seems like a new embodiment of the Water Devil has appeared. It's finally here. Yin Zhaoge stood up. Not too early, not too late. Everything's happening at the same time. Still, it's fine. Everyone's busy here and they don't have the time to care about Father. This is a good thing for him. He looked at Shi Jun and smiled. Since it's an external report, it means that the Water Devil's embodiment isn't within our Taoism. Don't panic. Tell me slowly, where's the problem? Chapter 1756. Of all of Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Su Fei and the other peak experts, the one who was most concerned about the matter of the 9 Underworlds was undoubtedly Shi Jun. He had never forgotten the experience of almost becoming a reincarnated body of a great devil with his mother, Ying Yuzhen. Even though he was no longer the Earth Devil, Shi Jun still couldn't calm his emotions. Gui Shui Demon's reincarnation form is indeed not one of us. He's not under the jurisdiction of our Tao sect. Shi Jun gradually calmed down after being influenced by Yin Zhaoge's emotions. Then he said in detail, according to the Grand Unity Spiritual Master's information, this should be the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The blessed lands of the White Lotus? Yin Zhaoge nodded, saying to Xia Guang, inform Taoist Neza so that he can make preparations. Xia Guang answered, yes, Senior Apprentice Brother. Yin Zhaoge then said to Shi Jun, inform your master and ask him not to be in a hurry to leave. When the time comes, my Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan will set off alongside him. I will obey Martial Uncle's orders. Shi Jun bowed and left. Let's go take a look together? After instructing Feng Yunxing, Yin Zhaoge turned his head and smiled. All right. Feng Yunxing's expression remained the same. She immediately left the Vermilion Sovereign Reed Heaven with Yan Zhaoge and headed towards the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Shifting through space so close, yet worlds apart. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing soon saw a blessed land of Buddhism. Within the blessed land, numerous white lotuses bloomed and numerous green lamps lit up. However, a great battle was taking place here. The flames of war scorched a corner of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It was like a pond filled with blooming white lotuses. Thick black ink dripped into a corner of the pond and couldn't be dissolved, dyeing the white lotuses black. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Oh, already so explosive from the start?" Unlike how he did everything he could to exchange for the third fire devil and the earth devil, this time, the 9 underworlds directly snatched them away. The Tai cultivated deity's figure appeared beside Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. There were shadows in the void, and the figures of the other Taoist heavenly lords were also faintly discernible. They were paying attention to this side as if they could descend at any time. However, no one had any intention of intervening. They just watched from the sidelines. It's not that the blessed lands of the White Lotus are easy to bully. Yan Zhaoge smiled. This is the last one. The 9 underworlds no longer have anything to fear. If it were any other family, they would probably just forcibly snatch it away. Anyway, everyone would have to indulge them this time. It wasn't just the Taoism heavenly lords. As the void trembled, the peak experts of the other factions were also paying attention to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, like Yan Zhaoge and the others, no one had any intention of making a move. At most, the demon race, which had always been allies with the blessed lands of the White Lotus, would have to send a great sage to give an explanation. One of the black-dyed white lotuses shattered. Then, a tornado and a dark figure rushed out from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The faint yellow tornado was in front, sweeping everything in its path. Shadow was helping to take care of it from the side. Needless to say, the Shadow was naturally one of the 6 great extinct devils of the 9 underworlds, the Shadow Devil. During the battle 800 years ago, he was injured by Yan Zhaoge. After many years of recuperation, he finally recovered. This time, he took action again, escorting the newborn water devil from the blessed lands of the White Lotus back to the 9 underworlds. As for the sandstorm-like existence beside him, Yan Zhaoge felt the heavy and ferocious intent emanating from within. Yan Zhaoge understood, unlike sister-in-law Yuzhen's reincarnation into a stone devil, the new earth devil is the sand devil. Following closely behind the sandstorm was a familiar face, the yellow-robed great sage, Kuei Wood Wolf. Although everyone silently allowed the new water devil to return to the 9 underworlds, no matter how many arrangements they had made, the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, which was the blessed lands of the White Lotus ally, couldn't allow the Sand Devil to do whatever he wanted in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After the Sword Buddha Chu Su perished, the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic Buddhas were still inferior to the 9 underworld's top-notch great devils. With the advantage in numbers and the home field advantage, they might be able to put up a fight. However, 2 of the 9 underworld's 6 extinct devils, the Wood Devil and the Earth Devil, took action together. The devils didn't intend to invade too deeply or destroy the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They only needed to receive the newly reincarnated Water Devil, which would render the blessed lands of the White Lotus exhausted. Under such circumstances, the demon race had to lend a helping hand. Just like how the victorious fighting Buddha was stopped by the Bull Demon King when he arrived at the blessed lands of the White Lotus in the past, the demon race sent the yellow-robed great sage to assist the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas in dealing with the invading enemies. However, the 9 underworlds had already sent reinforcements outside the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The primordial heart devil personally brought up the rear for the other great devils. Even if the yellow-robed great sage and the others wanted to intercept them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Above the void, at a higher level, a white lotus appeared. Only before he made his move, a jet-black ancient mirror appeared, facing the White Lotus from afar. From Yan Zhaoge's and the others' perspective, the White Lotus and Black Mirror seemed to be hovering above the void. However, they seemed untouchable and could only be viewed from afar. The White Lotus was naturally the blessed lands of the White Lotus's master, the Maitreya Buddha. Although he had a tacit understanding with the Eastern monarch Tai and Tao Lord Luya, allowing the 9 underworld's 12 metropolis heavenly devils to return to their positions, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's master couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 9 underworlds gave him enough face. The vast freedom heavenly devil personally came out to help the primordial heart devil, the shadow devil, and the sand devil in restraining the Maitreya Buddha. Nine nether, this is actually a kind of declaration. Yin Zhaoge thought, if they can't truly establish the 12 metropolis heavenly devil formation, the 9 underworlds might really choose to help the Amitabha Buddha against the Maitreya Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As the two Tao realm bigwigs fought against each other, the Shadow Devil and the Sand Devil successfully shook off their pursuers and instantly returned to the 9 underworlds' devilish domain. Together with them was the new Water Devil. After obstructing the Maitreya Buddha for a while, the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil also left and returned to the 9 underworlds. However, this wasn't the end. On the contrary, as if a bell had rung, the various experts who were spectating by the side started to move. Let's go as well. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said to Feng Yunxing and the Tai cultivated deity. The vast and boundless 9 underworlds connected with the void of the universe. The land of tranquil streams formed by the void's corrosion trembled at this moment. It wasn't just one or two portions of the land of tranquil streams that underwent changes. Instead, the entire land of tranquil streams was trembling. One after another, top-notch bigwigs descended. The world's top-notch experts gathered here. Rays of Buddha radiance, demonic chi, and immortal splendor appeared, forcefully purifying the vast tranquil streams that had existed since ancient times. The void that was affected by the 9 underworlds' devilish domain's corrosion returned to its original state. The most eye-catching thing was that several boundless consciousnesses seemed to be shrouding the 9 underworlds. The intense pressure that came from it squeezed the 9 underworlds' devilish domain. Chapter 1757. Above the 9 underworlds, a seemingly unreachable place, a green lotus, a white lotus, a jade gate and an ancient bell appeared one after another. The Amitabha Buddha, the Maitreya Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, the 4 bigwigs of the Tao realm all descended to the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which was already under heavy pressure, started to fluctuate even more under their shroud. Not only was the land of tranquil stream degenerating, but even the 9 underworlds itself started to fluctuate. Only in the depths of the 9 underworlds, there was an ocean. The seawater was pitch black and still as smooth as a mirror. No waves could be seen, just like a solidified land. Below the calm black ocean, space folded and changed, making it hard to know its depth. As if going downwards, there were layers and layers of profound worlds. The deeper one went, the more profound and ancient it was. It was like an untouchable place, facing the 4 Tao ancestors above the 9 underworlds. There were 12 pillars scattered in an irregular arrangement, with different heights and thicknesses. There didn't seem to be any order to them. The 12 pillars were originally empty, but now, images were faintly discernible. In the middle there was a black ancient mirror. It was silent, reflecting the scene outside the 9 underworlds. Although everything that happened outside was still vivid in their minds, the 12 devilish gods on the 12 pillars in the depths of the 9 underworlds seemed to ignore it. The shadows on the top of the pillars all released dark red lights, which were as red as blood. These blood lights all fell below the 12 pillars, as if they were in the bottomless darkness. However, very quickly the dense blood lights shone from below. Like blood filling a blood pool, it slowly rose and finally overflowed. The blood lights also devoured the 12 pillars one by one. Then, in the depths of the 9 underworlds, the blood lights surged up, forming a talisman with 12 strokes. It seemed simple, but it contained boundless profundities. The radiance of the surging blood sea shone upwards, passing through the abyss, the surface of the Black Sea and the 9 underworlds. The people gathered outside the devilish domain felt uncomfortable when they were shown by the blood lights. Even the grand heavenly immortal exalts felt frustrated and anxious when they were shown by the blood lights. As expected, we can't underestimate them. Yin Zhaoge stabilized his state of mind while paying attention to Feng Yunxing beside him. Compared to the others, Feng Yunxing was much more at ease. However, this had nothing to do with her strength. Instead, it was because her connection with the 9 nether had not been severed. Unlike the others, Feng Yunxing was in a good mood. She felt that the bloody light was attracting her, and she couldn't help but want to throw herself into it. Of course, this was also an abnormal state. Feng Yunxing kept her mind clear and suppressed the strange palpitation. Meeting Yin Zhaoge's gaze, she lightly shook her head, indicating that she was currently fine. For so many years, whether it was by herself or with the help of Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian and the others, she had always sought to further restrain the remnant influence of the 9 underworlds, and her gains were considerable. That's good. Seeing that Feng Yunxing was fine, Yin Zhaoge nodded and said, "It's still not time for us to make a move. Let's wait patiently." He raised his head and looked at the 9 underworlds, looking at the green lotus, the white lotus, the jade gate, and the ancient bell that were suspended there. Amitabha was the first to make a move. A relic appeared on top of the green lotus flower. The relic released a seemingly unremarkable light. However, when the light passed through the 9 underworlds and entered the deep abyss, it directly penetrated through the blood sea and shone on the 12 pillars. The light accurately located the black ancient mirror and shone on its surface. A pure white mirror light immediately condensed on the ancient mirror and blocked the relic's light, preventing it from shining on the mirror itself. Being in the 9 underworlds and being reinforced by the 12 lines of the blood sea, the pure white mirror light completely blocked the relic's light, causing it to be unable to advance at all. The blood sea continued surging and was about to overflow towards the 9 underworlds abyss. However, at the same time, the ancient bronze bell trembled slightly, and a bell sound resounded. Formless ripples shook the entire 9 underworlds. The roiling black fog seemed to have solidified, and the flickering red lightning seemed to have calmed down. The originally tranquil black seawater began to roil, and the surging blood-colored light slowed down. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, who were fighting against each other, joined hands at this moment. With the Eastern Sovereign Tai suppressing the changes in the 9 underworlds' devilish domain, the Amitabha Buddha's technique instantly improved. The relic's light advanced again, causing the vast freedom heavenly devil to be unable to be distracted and had to deal with it with all his might. Unknowingly, the great freedom heavenly demon and the blood sea were separated. Although it wasn't to the point where they had to fight on their own, the relationship between the two sides wasn't as close as before. Affected by this, the rise of the sea of blood slowed down even more. It was a cycle. The weaker the rise of the blood sea was, the easier it would be for Eastern Emperor Tai to suppress it. As a result, the battle between Amitabha and Mahesvara was closer to a one-on-one battle. This world's most ancient Buddha displayed his true abilities in a calm manner. Without the slightest bit of worldly aura, he suppressed the great freedom heavenly demon. Perhaps, the 9 underworlds might become the Western Pure Land's helper against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. But before that, it would not affect Amitabha at all. The 9 underworlds would not give up on the 12 devilish celestial formation for even a moment, and it would become the primary target of the various forces. Be it Buddha Amitabha or the East Emperor Tai, they would be more willing to use this opportunity to create a new Tao ancestor that truly belonged to their faction. She was a much more reliable helper than 9 Nether. Only when the 9 underworlds gave up on the 12 devilish celestial formation would Amitabha consider other options. To the 9 underworlds, completing the 12 devilish celestial formation would completely change the current world. Unless absolutely necessary, how could they retreat so easily? After all, the 12 devilish celestial formation is still in an incomplete state. It's hard for them to unleash their full strength after setting up the formation. Xian Du, great Taoist, appeared beside Yen Zhaoge and the others. He was also looking at the 9 underworlds. There, the white lotus and the jade door were still motionless. They were restraining each other, but they were also guarding against other unexpected situations. It might be the 9 underworlds or the orthodox Taoism. Our current greatest reliance is naturally the immortal extermination formation. Yen Zhaoge stared at the 9 underworlds. However, if we were to act rashly, it's hard to say if they wouldn't join forces against us and break the formation. Xian Du, great Taoist's expression remained the same, and he nodded slightly. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they couldn't be too hasty. However, if they were to act too late, they would only be watching as the other party succeeded. Although it sounded simple, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to grasp the situation. The 9 underworlds was affected by the East Emperor Tai and was constantly trembling. However, to many people, this was the chance for them to take action. However, the group of Taoism bigwigs remained silent, just like how they did when the 9 underworlds snatched the people away from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They calmly watched as the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Luya appeared together. They led the group of experts and slaughtered their way into the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1758. Within the void, Neza's silhouette appeared. He gritted his teeth and glared at the 9 underworlds. Not long ago, the Dipankara ancient Buddha used the excuse of recuperating from his injuries and refused to come out from the Western Pure Lands. Now he led the Buddhas of the blessed lands and entered the 9 underworlds. A perfect Buddha light lit up behind his head. Within the Buddha light, 3 ancient lamps appeared. As the lamp lights flickered, they illuminated the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds and dispelled the black chi. Among them, the gray lamp lights swayed slightly. As if it had produced an endless suction force, it sucked in the devils wandering in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworld's evil devils entered the gray lamp lights and instantly disappeared, leaving only light smoke. On the other side, Tao Lord Luya, who wore a fishtail crown and a red robe, also entered the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. His current posture was different from before. Faint flames flickered around his body. However, it was different from the golden early heavenly fire. Instead, it was dark green, which was dark and ominous. Under the envelopment of the devilish flames, Tao Lord Luya seemed to be burning a path in the 9 underworlds. Wherever he walked, the surging devilish chi would fuse with the dark green flames, causing Tao Lord Luya to seem like an abyss that devoured everything around him. The 9 underworld's devils avoided it. However, they were engulfed by the dark green devilish flames and were devoured. Breaking devils is transcending devils. Transcending devils is also breaking devils. The Tai cultivated deity stared at the 9 underworlds. Dipankara wants to illuminate the devils of the 9 underworlds, achieve great virtue, and ascend to the Tao realm. That's right. Now we can basically see some clues. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Tao Lord Luya walked a different path. He became a demon during the archaic era, attained the Tao during the ancient era, and became a Buddha during the medieval era. However, the 12 devilish gods were too powerful. Thus, he had no choice but to break through the devilish tribulation and get rid of this final obstacle. Then he would directly ascend to the Tao realm. The Tai cultivated deity sighed and said, "The 9 underworld's lord's destruction goes against the creation of living beings. However, today all living beings want to perish the 9 underworlds instead. The other devils are actually unimportant. The key is that in the abyss of the 9 underworlds, all the devils have withered together. Only then can they be considered to have been illuminated," said Yen Zhaoga as he looked at the 9 underworlds. As expected, although the ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya were dealing with the devils along the way, they didn't pay much attention to the devils of the 9 underworlds. Instead, they walked all the way to the abyssal sea in the center of the domain of devils. The 9 underworld's devils, whose cultivation bases were below average, but whose numbers were incalculable, were left to the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. To the 2 heretic sects, converting demons and converting them would also allow them to obtain the power of faith and incense. The 9 underworlds faced the great 1,000 worlds from afar. Although the number of evil devils wasn't as many as the living beings, it was still uncountable. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had enlightened them, and the benefits they received were immeasurable. However, whether he could succeed or not depended on the outcome of the battle in the 9 underworld demonic sea. Although their starting points are different, the ultimate goals of the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya are basically similar. Yen Zhaoga squinted his eyes. However, the problem is, while their goals are the same, it doesn't mean that everyone would benefit if their goals were achieved. Instead, the one who completed everything would benefit from it and take that step forward. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai worked together to suppress the vast freedom heavenly devil and the 9 underworlds, creating conditions for those beneath them. However, as for how to deal with them, both sides would have to compete. The Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya descended above the abyss of the 9 underworld's demonic sea. Behind them, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of Great Strength, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, Yuan Hong, the Bull Demon King, and other experts stood by their sides facing off against each other. Beneath them, the pitch-black ocean wasn't calm anymore. As the bells ringing resounded, the ocean's surface constantly rumbled. Through the black ocean's seawater, blood-colored radiances continuously flickered within the abyss. Currently, the abyss seemed to be divided into 2 layers. The upper layer was black while the lower layer was blood-colored. The blood sea wanted to surge upwards, but was suppressed by the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai. Other than the 12 devilish gods, the other 9 underworlds Grand Heavenly Devil Lord and Great Void Devil Lord were nowhere to be seen. They quietly hid within the abyss and didn't reveal themselves. The Primordial Heart Devil, Shadow Devil, Sand Devil, and other top-notch Grand Heavenly Realm experts of the 9 underworlds were busy setting up formations. Without them, it would be difficult for the 9 underworlds to fight against the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and other top-notch bigwigs. As such, they decided to temporarily hide and retract their defenses, focusing their strength on the 12 devilish gods' grand formation. However, after being suppressed by the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, the blood sea beneath the abyss was instantly restrained. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others immediately descended into the abyss. "My Buddha is merciful. Within the perfect Buddha light behind the Dipankara Buddha's head, the gray light suddenly grew brighter. The flame flew out from the Buddha light and formed a swastika character within the pitch-black abyss, which then landed on the blood sea. Tao Lord Luya's entire body shone brightly as well. Dark green devilish flames rose, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a dark green blazing sun, illuminating the blood sea. Devils perished and were reborn without end. Given the abilities of the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya, they might have a way to completely annihilate the other great devils or suppress them so that they could not be reborn. However, this definitely did not include the 6 extinct devils. Even if they could kill the primordial heart devil, shadow devil, and the other devils, the other party would only be waiting for the next opportunity to be reborn. However, it was different now. The 9 nether would be at its strongest when the 12 heavenly godfiend formation was erected. However, there were 2 sides to every coin. Before that, it was the chance for the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya. However, there was only one chance. The Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya still had to fight it out. Tao Lord, sorry for the offense. The Dipankara Buddha put his palms together towards Tao Lord Luya. Then the 18 sea calming pearls flew up. 5-colored light flickered, dazzling one's eyes and suppressing one's soul. Almost at the same time, Tao Lord Luya also took out a gourd. The mouth of the gourd emitted a beam of light that was more than 30 feet tall. An object appeared in the light. It was 7.5 inches long, had eyebrows, eyes, and a pair of wings. 2 beams of white light shone from its eyes, and its target was Dipankara Buddha. It was none other than the immortal slaying flying saber. As expected, it's his transformation. Yang Jian's figure appeared beside Yen Zhaoge and the others. He smiled and looked at Tao Lord Luya within the 9 underworlds. Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Neza, and the others turned their heads to look at him. Yang Jian waved his hand. My gourd dried up, so I thought that Luya had refined another immortal slaying flying saber. However, even with Luya's capabilities, it would still take him a long time to refine it. Within the 9 underworlds, Dipankara Buddha didn't dare to underestimate the immortal slaying flying saber when he saw the immortal slaying flying saber. However, even so, he couldn't avoid the 2 beams of white light released by the immortal slaying flying saber. Within the perfect Buddha light behind his head, the gray lamp was previously forming a talisman to suppress the blood sea. However, it could only stop for now. Within the gray lamp, illusory figures flew out one after another. These illusory figures disrupted the 2 beams of white light, allowing Dipankara Buddha to dodge the immortal slaying flying saber in time. Facing the 18 sea calming pearls' continuous attacks, Tao Lord Luya was forced to extinguish the dark green devilish flame suppression towards the blood sea. Chapter 1759. Tao Lord Luya transformed into a streak of light that was unfathomably ethereal. However, there were simply too many oceanic calming pearls. A total of 18 came crashing down one after another, causing Tao Lord Luya to only be able to dodge a portion of them. In the end, there were still many pearls that smashed into the illusory rainbow light. Under the shroud of the extremely heavy sea calming pearl, time and space collapsed and disintegrated together. Even the rainbow light could not escape. However, Tao Lord Luya made use of the rainbow transformation to dispel the suppressing effect of the 5-colored light on the sea calming pearl. As such, it was much easier for him to deal with it. The moment the sea calming pearl broke through the rainbow light, Tao Lord Luya manifested the image of Vairocana. At the same time that the golden body's defense was raised to the extreme, a perfect great sun Buddha's light shrouded his whole body. After withstanding the attacks of a few sea calming pearls, Tao Lord Luya immediately transformed into a rainbow and flew away, avoiding the attacks of the remaining sea calming pearls. On the other side, the ancient Dipankara Buddha used the shadows that flew out of the gray light to confuse and disrupt the immortal slaying flying saber. Every time the white light emitted by the immortal slaying flying saber swept past a shadow, the shadow would turn into smoke and evaporate. Using these shields, the ancient Dipankara Buddha prevented himself from being targeted by the immortal slaying flying saber. The 2 powerhouses displayed their respective techniques, exchanging blows in the 9 underworld's demon sea, engaging in a great battle. The experts from the Buddhist sects and demon clans who had come with them also stepped forward to help. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles flapped its wings and instantly arrived above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head. Its claw descended and clawed at the ancient Buddha's head. But at the same time, there was the Vajra unbreakable Buddha chanting. Clear golden light circulated. It seemed thin, but it was actually extremely sturdy. The pure land of the Vajrabuddha kingdom gathered and condensed into a single point, turning into a Vajrabuddha Sarira. However, it did not protect the Vajra indestructible Buddha. Instead, it landed on the head of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, blocking the claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles for him. As the rock's figure flashed, it seemed to stay in place, but it was as if a second rock had appeared behind the indestructible Vajrabuddha. The indestructible Vajrabuddha remained calm. He and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles were the top figures of the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain starry seas. They had fought many times in the past and understood each other well. With a single thought from the Buddha, the Vajrabuddha Sarira broke away from the Dipankara ancient Buddha and enveloped the Sarira's owner, once again blocking the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' attack. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles seemed to be everywhere, even in the face of grand heavenly realm experts. However, although the indestructible Vajrabuddha himself could not keep up with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles speed, within a certain range of space, the Vajrabuddha Sarira that he manifested could keep up with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles speed advantage to the greatest extent, making it difficult for the rock to act recklessly. The bull demon king went up against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He used the law of heaven and earth to transform into a huge white bull and charge forward. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva summoned his tripartite golden lotus. As the tripartite golden lotus revolved in mid-air, the three profundities of Taoism's jade clear lineages time, space, and yin and yang were born, merging together with the orthodox Buddhism's samsara, vacuum, and impermanence, producing boundless profundities. Big White Ox raised his head and swung his horns upwards. He faced the three golden lotuses head-on without any fear. Chiao Shou Immortal, Kuei Wood Wolf, Golden Crow Great Sage, and other demon race great sages were also fighting against the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and other Buddhism bigwigs. However, while the two sides were fighting, there were still people paying attention to the nine underworlds movements below, in case the nine underworlds devils launched a counterattack. The Buddhism bigwigs led by Guanyin Bodhisattva never participated in the battle. They were paying attention to the blood sea within the abyss. On the demon race's side, Yuan Hong and the other great demons also didn't participate in the battle. The two sides were in a stalemate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Luya couldn't touch the blood sea below. After dodging another sea calming pearl, Taoist Luya shook his head. "Please lend me a hand, Taoist calm." Although his voice wasn't loud, it spread far and wide. Everyone within the nine underworlds could hear it clearly. Yen Zhaoga and the others' gazes turned cold. Then, 5 colored radiances suddenly appeared within the void, illuminating the creation. Within the tranquil Buddha light, crimson flames blazed fiercely, green radiances flourished, yellow soil was heavy, platinum was sharp, and black waters flowed endlessly. The 5 radiances were inseparable and circulated endlessly. Within the 5 colored radiances, a Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms sat. It was none other than Mahamayuri, Kong Xian. Only, unlike in the past, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantis weren't happy at all when they saw Mahamayuri, who was also chanting Sanskrit. This was because the #1 expert in the Western Pure Lands under Amitabha Buddha had appeared, and he was standing on the demon race's side. "Buddha is merciful. Forgive me for being impudent today." Mahamayuri's expression was calm. After appearing, he respectfully bowed towards the green lotus manifested by Amitabha Buddha. "This matter concerns my chance of achieving the Tao. I'll definitely apologize to the Buddha in the future." Then, Mahamayuri descended into the 9 underworlds and entered the abyss of the 9 underworlds' demonic sea. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Mahamayuri and sighed, "Taoist, you're finally here?" In the past, everyone fought for the Buddha's Sarira, but it ended up in the hands of the demon race. Tao Lord Luya used this Buddha's Sarira to exchange for Mahamayuri's retaliation against the Western Pure Lands. The strongest Buddha of the Western Pure Lands had now become a formidable foe that they had no choice but to face. "Everyone please make way. It's best if we don't damage the harmony between us." Mahamayuri's expression was calm as he spoke to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Under the circulation of the 5 colored radiances, everything that stood in its way was swept away. Even the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajra Buddha, and other bigwigs of the Buddhist race could only avoid it. They didn't dare to face its sharpness directly. In the past, after losing the Green Lotus flag, the Western Pure Lands worked together with the 9 underworlds to search for the Yellow Earth Apricot flag in order to prevent the current situation. However, things didn't turn out as they wished. They lost the green lotus flag and the yellow earth apricot flag. The bitter fruit that they had sown many years ago had come true today. Mahamayuri's retaliation instantly caused the Western Pure Lands to fall into a disadvantageous position, and they were exhausted from dealing with it. There were no changes to the green lotus above the 9 underworlds. The Saraira on the green lotus emitted radiance as it continued to wrestle with the great freedom heavenly devil at the bottom of the 9 underworld sea. However, the white jade door started trembling at this moment. A powerful will landed on Mahamayuri, the immeasurable heavenly lord. This matter involved the birth of a new Tao ancestor. Even the immeasurable heavenly lord couldn't stay out of it. Although the immortal court didn't have the strength to seize the fruits of victory and allow the birth of a new Tao ancestor, the immeasurable heavenly lord naturally hoped that this new Tao ancestor would be his ally and not the future Buddha's helper. However, as soon as he moved, the future Buddha, Maitreya, who had been staring at him, immediately moved as well. As the white lotus bloomed, it blocked the jade door. Hence, Mahamayuri was able to continue rampaging. With Mahamayuri's help, Tao Lord Luya once again formed dark green devil flames that landed on the Blood Sea. Chapter 1760. With Mahamayuri's help in obstructing the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, Tao Lord Luya could focus on refining the Blood Sea with his own techniques and resolve his devilish tribulation. Facing Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine radiance, not only did the Dipankara ancient Buddha not dare to approach Tao Lord Luya, he couldn't even use the sea calming pearl to attack Tao Lord Luya. Otherwise, Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine radiance would destroy the sea calming pearl. Just as Tao Lord Luya was about to succeed, the blood sea beneath him underwent a transformation. The waves of bloody light that had been stagnant suddenly grew stronger. Among the 12 pillars supporting the blood sea, the illusory silhouette of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's pillar gradually solidified, and a real human silhouette appeared. The 12 devilish heavenly formation, which was previously suppressed by the Eastern Sovereign Tai, seemed to have started operating again. The Western Pure Lands Buddhas and the Astro Mountains Starry Seas demons' attention was instantly attracted by the blood sea. Even Mahamayuri lowered his head to look. Previously, the 9 underworlds seemed to be suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. It was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It could only wait for the demon race and Buddhism's victory to be decided. However, at this moment, everyone realized that it wasn't a helpless lamb. Instead, it was a poisonous snake waiting for its chance. Outside of the 9 underworlds, a groan resounded beside Yan Zhaoge. When he turned around, he saw Feng Yunxing frowning and her face was pale. Within her pupils, blue-black radiances flickered uncontrollably. It was evident that her devilish intent was surging, as if she was about to transform into a devil. She even uncontrollably took a step forward, intending to join the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunxing clenched her teeth and forcefully stopped herself from moving forward. However, as a grand heavenly immortal, she staggered and almost fell down. Ever since she ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm and created the Luoyuan chaos extinguishing, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Without saying a word, Yan Zhaoge appeared behind Feng Yunxing and pressed his palm on her back. Yang Jian, the Xuandu great Taoist master, Neza, the Tai cultivated deity, and the other Taoism heavenly lords turned their heads to look at Yan Zhaoge and his wife. Feng Yunxing sat in a lotus position within the void and closed her eyes. The image of the chaotic abyss appeared above her head. At the same time, black smoke surged out of her body and was devoured by the chaotic abyss above her. As Yan Zhaoge helped her, he gazed towards the 9 underworlds. He looked at the depths of the 9 underworlds' deep sea and the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea. Light and shadows flickered on the 12 pillars. On the pillars that represented the primordial heart devil, the devil of aged metal, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil, and the earth devil, the primordial heart devil. On the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the light and shadow also solidified. On the 3 pillars that symbolized the creation heavenly demon, Taishang demon, and faceless heavenly demon, the light and shadow were still illusory. On the pillar that symbolized the Mahasvara devil, the black mirror was resisting the light of Amitabha's Saraira. On the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly demon, the light and shadow were originally illusory, but at this moment, it seemed to have gained a core and it also became real. Everyone focused their gazes and saw that the figure on the pillar was a woman who exuded a cold and stern aura. She had short hair that reached her ears. She couldn't be considered beautiful, and her facial features were tough and strong. A person who should have become history reappeared here. Yan Zhaoge wasn't unfamiliar with this person. She was the one who brought Feng Yunxing this tribulation, as well as a fortuitous encounter. The former Taoism direct lineage disciple, one of the world beyond world's new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shenhua. Currently Jian Shenhua was the same as Feng Yunxing. Her face was pale and her eyes were tightly shut. Her entire body was filled with strange devilish patterns, with radiances circulating on top of them. On the surface of Feng Yunxing's body, similar devilish patterns were also faintly discernible. 2 identical black sabers appeared inside and outside of the 9 underworlds respectively. They floated in front of Feng Yunxing and Jian Shenhua, with devilish radiances constantly flowing on the sabers' blades. As expected, the 9 underworlds still had some tricks up their sleeves. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. No wonder I always felt that they didn't put enough effort into dealing with the doomsday heavenly devil, instead appearing fearless. So they were already prepared. The Tai spiritual master frowned. I remember that this woman should have already perished. Due to Taoist Feng, she wasn't able to reincarnate? Yunxing won against her. However, she didn't lose completely. The 9 underworlds helped her in secret. Yan Zhaoge said, the vast freedom heavenly devil probably personally helped to conceal it. That's how she managed to keep it a secret until now. After a careful look, Jianghu said, she can't be considered reincarnated now. She doesn't even have her own body. She can't be considered a living being. Instead, she's in a state where she's neither dead nor alive. The 9 underworlds protected her in order to scheme against Taoist Feng. Using Jian Xuanhua's soul, the 9 underworlds re-established their connection with Feng Yunxing, wanting to lure her into the 9 underworlds and become a part of the 12 devilish god grand formation. At the end of the day, she had defeated Jian Shenhua and taken away a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority. The 9 underworlds intended to guide the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to descend into the world prematurely was still Feng Yunxing. However, even if Feng Yunxing didn't join the 9 underworlds, the devils could still use Jian Xuanhua's existence to continuously extract the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority from Feng Yunxing, nourishing and strengthening the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. With the establishment of the 12 devilish god grand formation, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil would descend into the world prematurely. In the void outside the 9 underworlds, thunder rumbled and starlight flickered. The southern extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor also appeared, standing within the Taoism's camp. Their gazes moved between Feng Yunxing and Jian Shenhua. In the end, they both let out a sigh. Yan Zhaoge's expression was solemn. He didn't panic. As he pressed one hand on Feng Yunxing's back, his other hand formed a hand seal, which continuously changed. The black light patterns on the surface of Feng Yunxing's body were faintly discernible. They flickered between brightness and darkness. It wasn't as complete as Jian Xuanhua's. As time passed, the black light patterns on the surface of Feng Yunxing's body started fading. The 9 underworlds' interference towards her was continuously weakening, and it was gradually disappearing. After all, Feng Yunxing did not fall into the 9 underworlds, and the Mahasvara heavenly demon was currently wrestling with Amitabha, so he could not afford to be distracted. Inside the 12 citadel heavenly fiend god grand formation, the primordial heart devil sighed upon seeing this. The 3 clear lineage has indeed taken precautions against us. It's already very good to have the same effect as before, Shadow Fiend said. The blood sea formed by the demonic path great array became fierce again. The blood light that filled the sky surged up from the depths of the sea again. The murderous aura of nirvanic extermination rose into the sky, and the entire 9 underworlds started to shake again. Even when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai worked together to suppress it, it did not seem to be stable. Above the 9 underworlds, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell faced off against each other when they saw this. They descended together into the demon domain, their true bodies descending upon the 9 underworlds. And remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1761. The Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell fell directly into the 9 underworld sea. The previously restless demonic domain instantly calmed down. It trembled a little as if it was bearing an immense pressure. The boiling blood sea calmed down again. A Buddha with a yellow face and a golden body appeared at the bottom of the 9 Serenities abyss, and a monarch with an ethereal face and a majestic aura directly stepped into the blood sea. On the other hand, the black mirror that symbolized the Mahasvara heavenly demon on the 12 pillars under the blood sea formation disappeared. It was replaced by a human-like existence in black clothes but with 8 arms. The three Tao realm experts finally revealed their true forms. They offset each other's mystical abilities and manifested themselves in front of the world. The Tao realm experts confronted each other. The entire 9 underworlds' demonic domain trembled as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, the 12 underworlds' demonic domain was still operating at full strength, which helped to maintain the stability of the 9 underworlds. However, Amitabha Buddha pointed his finger, and the suppressed blood sea became even more silent. Among the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea, the illusory shadow on the pillar that symbolized the faceless heavenly demon became fainter and fainter, showing signs of fading. The 9 underworld's demons all had extremely serious expressions. Long before the creation of the world and the creation of the 9 underworld's demonic domain, Amitabha Buddha had transformed into the faceless heavenly demon and occupied the position of the 4th ancestral demon, destroying the destiny of the demonic path. He had given up the authority of the faceless heavenly demon and returned it to the 9 underworlds, allowing the 9 underworlds to set up the 12 underworlds' demonic domain today. However, as a Tao realm expert, Amitabha Buddha still had some influence on the faceless heavenly demon. At this critical moment, the 12 underworlds' demonic domain's operation had been further hindered. The 9 underworlds was not unprepared for this. The Mahasvara heavenly demon had tried his best to guard against this, but he was still unable to protect himself. His 8 arms formed hand signs to control the operation of the demonic domain. Rays of blood light appeared again and surged toward Amitabha Buddha like a tidal wave. Amitabha Buddha's expression did not change at all. A treasure pagoda appeared above his head, and there was a relic on top of it. As the treasure pagoda opened, countless glazed lights shone down and blocked the blood light outside. Dong Huang Tai's face was hidden behind the clouds, and no one could see him clearly. However, there was also a bronze bell above his head. As the bell rang, invisible ripples spread out. Even the unfathomably deep 9 underworld sea seemed to solidify at this moment, and then cracks appeared. The 8 arms of Great Freedom Heavenly Devil were gathered in front of his chest. The light gathered in his 8 palms. It was dazzling at first, then it became clear and transparent like a shining round mirror. Strangely enough, the incorporeal bell sound emitted by the ancient bronze bell seemed to have become tangible at this moment. Illuminated by the brilliant light, the sound converged into a line and fell on the round mirror. The mirror flashed and reflected the sound of the bell, turning into a torrent that flew straight out, its target being Amitabha Buddha. The Great Freedom Heavenly Devil revealed his trump card. He wanted to borrow the power of the Eastern Monarch Tai to attack the master of the Western Pure Lands. However, Amitabha didn't react at all. Dong Huang Tai raised his hand and knocked on the ancient bell above his head. The torrent that was deflected by the mirror light instantly disappeared. It couldn't even reach the Amitabha Buddha. The next time it appeared, it was beside the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil. The Great Freedom Heavenly Devil opened his palm and changed his hand seal. Surging blood radiances surrounded his body, blocking off the torrent's attack. However, Amitabha Buddha remained calm and pointed with his finger again. The illusory figure that represented the faceless heavenly devil became even fainter. Affected by this, the 12 devilish heavenly formation circulation became even slower. The blood radiances surrounding the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil, which were controlled by him, became even fainter. Even before the 12 devilish heavenly formation was fully established, it already possessed immense might. It helped the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil to fight against 2 Tao realm opponents at once. However, Amitabha Buddha and Dong Huang Tai were extremely powerful. Under their cooperation, the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil could only barely defend against their attacks with the incomplete 12 devilish heavenly formation. He was slowly losing ground, and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. While Yan Zhaoge was helping Feng Yunxing to recuperate, he was also paying close attention to the 9 underworlds' movements. Yang Jian and the others were also staring at the 9 underworlds' abyssal sea without blinking. The battle between the 3 Tao ancestors didn't seem to be intense, and they seemed to be very casual. However, that was only because their opponents were each other. If a wave from the overflowing blood sea came crashing down, only 3 to 5 people would be able to survive. The rest would be instantly killed on the spot. The blood radiances would devour them, and not even their corpses would be left intact. Even if there were only 3 to 5 people like Mahamayuri, if they didn't escape in time, even if they could hold on for a while, they would still be drowned by the surging waves. However, Amitabha Buddha and Dong Huang Tai had entered the blood sea to suppress the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil and the 12 devilish heavenly formation. As a result, the blood sea regained its tranquility. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had the chance to refine the blood sea and resolve the devilish tribulation. The 12 devilish heavenly formations seemed to be suspended in midair once again, and it couldn't succeed. Instead, it became the prey for others to fight over. Only it depended on who would succeed. Mahamayuri was still domineering. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands Buddhas could only sigh helplessly. Tao Lord Luya seized the opportunity and manifested the dark green devilish flames once again. It landed on the blood sea and leaped about. Above the 9 underworlds, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were still in a stalemate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Mahamayuri and said, "Taoist, you've already obtained 4 out of the 5 relics. Only the last one is with Maitreya. How would he give it to you so easily? After Buddha dispels the White Lotus heretic Tao, wouldn't it be perfect for you to obtain all of them? If you help Taoist Luya ascend to the Tao realm, your chances of obtaining the last relic would be even smaller." As soon as he said that, everyone of the demon race paused for a moment. In the past, the Western Pure Lands exchanged 2 relics with Mahamayuri. Now the demon race exchanged another one. In other words, Mahamayuri already had one? Yin Zhaoga and the others looked at each other. He's still lacking the last Buddha's relic and it's in the hands of the future Buddha? Kong Xian had already obtained 1 relic long ago. After that, through a few transactions he consecutively exchanged for the other 3 relics. This matter should have been kept a secret and only he knew about it. However, he didn't expect the Dipankara ancient Buddha to know about it as well, and he even revealed the news today. There was no need for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to lie. It wasn't easy for the future Buddha to calculate the exact whereabouts of the relics left behind by the already transcended Gautama Buddha. However, he also had a relic with him, which allowed him to deduce whether the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words were true or not. Today the whereabouts of the 5 Buddha's relics were known to everyone. This caused the atmosphere between Mahamayuri and the demon race to tense up. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1762. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Tao Lord Luya didn't look at Mahamayuri or the Dipankara Buddha. Instead, he turned his head to stare at the future Buddha who was outside the 9 hells. At this moment, the sound of Buddhist chanting could be heard coming from the White Lotus above the 9 underworlds. The Sanskrit sound was vast and majestic. At first it was hard to understand its meaning, but soon, a voice seemed to ring in everyone's heart at the same time. "Today I will fulfill Wisdom King's wish." Everyone was stunned. Mahamayuri pressed his palms together. "Thank you for your benevolence, future Buddha." That voice belonged to the future Buddha, Maitreya. He promised that as long as they survived today's 9 underworlds layout, the last Buddha's Sarira would be given to Mahamayuri, and he would not make things difficult for him. These words resolved the awkwardness between Kong Xian and the demon race. On the other hand, today's 9 underworlds layout had tied Mahamayuri to the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Mahamayuri's expression was serene. 5-colored divine light flowed around his body. He looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and strode forward. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands couldn't withstand it and could only retreat. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Tao Lord Luya stepped forward, refining the sea of blood with his blackish-green demonic flames. At the same time he sent mentally, "We still need to pay more attention to the 3 clear lineage." Mahamayuri nodded silently. He stood on the sea of blood with the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 people, blocking the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other mighty figures of the Buddhist sect outside. Tao Lord Luya's dark green demonic fire rolled on the waves of bloody light, spreading towards the 12 strokes of the formation. In the blood sea, Buddha Amitabha was not anxious when he saw the ancient Dipankara Buddhas on his side being thwarted. He was still suppressing the great freedom heavenly demon with a casual look on his face. At this moment, Amitabha asked calmly, "What's your decision?" The great freedom heavenly demon was silent at first, then he sighed. The 5th demon lord did not say anything else. Instead, he stood up and left the stone pillar that he had been guarding. The moment the great freedom heavenly demon left, the entire 12 citadel heavenly demon formation shook violently. The mysterious and unfathomable formation pattern immediately lost a stroke. The entire formation began to dissipate. The sea of blood sank and the crimson light gradually dissipated. Tao Lord Luya's expression suddenly turned solemn. There was no joy on the face of Dipankara Buddha either. The 9 nether before him had actually given up on the 12 heavenly godfiend formation. In this way their opportunity to transcend the demonic tribulation would have countless twists and turns, and it might even become an illusion. In the depths of the endless sea, after the great freedom heavenly demon left the stone pillar, he attacked the Eastern Emperor Tai. Although the crimson light surrounding his body dissipated, he ignored Amitabha and focused on attacking Dong Huang alone. The 8 arms of the Mahasvara heavenly demon spread open, each casting a spell. Countless black ancient mirrors appeared in the void, condensing into white mirror lights, shining towards the East Emperor Tai. Dong Huang Tai didn't seem surprised by this. He just let out an indistinct sigh. The majestic sound of the bell resounded throughout the heavens. Countless mirror lights stopped in midair and then collapsed like sand sculptures. Cracks also appeared on the surface of the countless black mirrors that were everywhere. This primordial emperor, the leader of all races, attacked at this moment. Even with the great freedom sky demon who was also in the Tao realm blocking it, the heavens still trembled. Although the abyssal sea at the core of the 9 underworlds could still be maintained, the infernal domain at the periphery had begun to collapse. As if it was ignited, the boundless black miasma continuously dissipated. Among the 12 pillars at the bottom of the endless sea, the illusory silhouette on the pillar that represented the creation heavenly devil gradually became fainter. The 12 heavenly godfiend formation couldn't operate anymore, and the crimson light dimmed. The primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworld's great devils hurriedly retracted their crimson light and tried their best to protect the 12 pillars at the bottom of the endless sea, maintaining the stability of the 9 underworld's devilish domain and preventing it from being destroyed by the battle between Tao realm bigwigs. Upon hearing the bells ringing, the Taoism bigwigs outside of the 9 underworlds trembled and circulated their arts to defend against it. Taoism's myriad heavens, the western pure lands, the astro mountain starry seas, the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and even every corner of the boundless void could hear the bells ringing. Yen Zhaoge and the others watched the battle within the 9 underworlds abyss sea without any fear on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement as they paid close attention to the development of the situation. The great freedom heavenly devil giving up on the 12 heavenly godfiend formation meant that the 9 underworlds had to settle for the next best thing, which was their backup plan. They gave up on the 9 underworlds' hopes in this era and turned to help the western pure lands. Even if they had to pay a price, they would help the Amitabha Buddha transcend, so that the faceless heavenly devil could truly descend and plan for the next era's victory. Regardless of whether the 9 underworlds had other plans, at least on the surface, this was the great freedom sky devil's decision and attitude. The black mirrors were shattered one after another, only to be replaced by new ones. The great freedom sky devil entangled the eastern monarch Tai, temporarily keeping him within the 9 underworlds. Meanwhile, the Amitabha Buddha, who previously worked together with the eastern monarch Tai to suppress the 9 underworlds, no longer had the intention to attack the great freedom sky devil together with the eastern monarch. The green lotus ascended and left the 9 underworlds. While the great freedom sky devil was entangling the eastern monarch was also preventing the great freedom sky devil from returning to the stone pillar. At this moment, the Amitabha Buddha returned to the 9 underworlds and targeted the Maitreya Buddha on the white lotus. When the great freedom sky devil left the stone pillar, the white lotus had already started drifting far away. However, above the 9 underworlds, a layer of blurry blood chi appeared. The blood chi came from the 9 underworlds. In the past, during the fight for the immortal extermination formation, the great freedom heavenly demon had also helped the Amitabha Buddha in exchange for the faceless heavenly demon's return to the 9 underworlds. At that time, Maitreya Buddha was on guard. Even if he couldn't win, he still had the chance to retreat in advance. Therefore, Amitabha Buddha's target was the celestial slaying formation. But at this moment, above the 9 underworlds, the vast freedom heavenly demon stopped the 12 devilish celestial formation. The formation reversed and blood chi rushed to the heavens, making it difficult for Maitreya Buddha to leave. Although it could only block for a short while, Maitreya Buddha would soon be able to break through the blood chi. However, the immeasurable heavenly lord had already seized the opportunity and brazenly attacked his old rival, making it difficult for the Maitreya Buddha to escape. With such a delay, Amitabha joined in, and Maitreya Buddha was naturally unable to resist. The White Lotus tried to escape, but the Green Lotus sect and the Jade sect were not willing to give up. They chased after it relentlessly. A fight for the opportunity of the Tao realm had suddenly turned into a killing trap aimed at another Tao realm mighty figure. Tao Lord Luya had a solemn look on his face as he stood within the 9 hells. Not only was the current situation disadvantageous to the East Sovereign Tai and the future Buddha Maitreya, but it was also disadvantageous to Luya himself. The good situation was about to go down the drain. Within his pupils, the dark green devilish flames suddenly turned into a crimson gold color. As the flames flickered, the pillar that represented the devil of fire among the 12 pillars in the depths of the sea abyss suddenly shook. Amidst the ripples, while the blood sea was declining, the incomplete grand formation pattern that was about to collapse was barely maintained, and the speed of its collapse was much slower. Taoist Luya hurriedly seized the opportunity and continued refining the dim blood sea. He wanted to fight for that sliver of a chance. However, at this moment Yan Zhaoge and the other Taoism experts finally moved. Chapter 1763. With the help of the Mahasvara heavenly demon, he temporarily held back East Emperor Tai. The blood energy of the 9 underworlds soared into the sky and helped to stop the future Buddha Maitreya from leaving. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord finally had the chance to kill the Maitreya Buddha. It's time. The people from the Taoist sects who had been watching from the sidelines finally made a move. All the powerful figures of the Taoist sects manifested their true forms in the void and descended upon the 9 underworlds. The terrifying and ferocious immortal extermination formation also appeared in the void outside the 9 underworlds, ready to descend at any time. At this moment they no longer had any scruples and could give it their all. To the Amitabha Buddha, as long as the Maitreya Buddha died, he would definitely be ahead of East Emperor Tai. When this era ended, he would automatically transcend without needing to do anything else. Unless he perished, no one would be able to stop him from transcending. To the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the death of the Maitreya Buddha meant that the others had obtained the essence stone fragments. No one could compete with him for the collection of incense offerings and wish power. This made his future path even smoother. Destroying the White Lotus was the most important thing to them. Everything else had to give way. The Maitreya Buddha could not even protect himself, let alone the immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination formation that required 4 Tao ancestors to work together had lost its nemesis, at least for a short period of time. The direct descendants of the Taoist sects finally welcomed the best opportunity to enter the fray. The great Taoist master Xiandu took the lead and landed in the 9 underworlds. He waved his hands and a stream of clear energy and a stream of purple energy flew out. They rotated in the void and merged into the Tai Chi Yin and Yang image, spinning continuously. The 9 underworlds, which was already unstable because of the battle of the Tao ancestors, became even more fragile. A large amount of demonic energy was absorbed by the Tai Chi formed by the great Taoist master Xiandu. The Tai Chi diagram above his head entered the 9 underworld sea. As the Tai Chi rotated, even the black seawater was sucked into it. The demonic energy of the 9 underworlds was converted into clear energy and purple energy, causing the Tai Chi to become stronger. If this continued, the Tai Chi diagram would probably replace the 9 underworlds. Fellow Taoist, you want to surpass the grand heavenly realm. Indeed, you want to reshape the world and change it, the Dipankara ancient Buddha praised. Reshaping the entire major Kiliakosm and creating the creation of heaven and earth was too difficult. It could almost be said to be the means of a Tao ancestor. If he could make use of the 9 underworlds, which was the opposite of the universe but was in a rather special situation as a foundation, it would be much easier for him to replace the corpse with the luggage. In particular, the 12 capital heaven God-fiend array had been going back and forth. There was also the East Emperor Grand Elder and the Great Freedom Heavenly Fiend fighting in the 9 Nether, causing the foundation of the 9 Nether to become more and more unstable. It also gave the great Taoist master Xiandu an unprecedented opportunity. He wanted to break through the 9 underworlds, overturn the demonic domain, and create a new world on top of the ruins. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to take that final step and ascend to the Tao realm. To the 9 underworlds, this was naturally extremely harmful. Putting aside the fact that this was the territory of the Netherworld, where its foundation was, this infernal domain was formed from the remains of the fallen creation heavenly demon. If the 9 underworlds wanted to set up the 12 citadel heavenly demon formation, the 9 underworlds would have to rely on the 9 underworlds itself. Not only was this a favorable environment, it was also an indispensable part of the formation. To the ancient Buddha Randang and Tao Lord Luya, they could not sit back and watch the great Taoist master Xiandu succeed. The great Taoist master Xiandu seemed to have different goals and paths. However, if the great Taoist master Xiandu succeeded, it might affect their transcending the devilish tribulation and cause them to fail. The vast freedom heavenly demon was being held back by the eastern monarch Tai, and the devilish Tao formation stagnated. This had already severely affected the ancient Buddha Randang and Tao Lord Luya's progress in breaking through to the Tao realm. Now that they finally had a chance, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Tao Lord Luya shook his head slightly and said to Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded in response. He stood above the blood sea and looked at the descending great Taoist master Xiandu. Then, he sprinkled the 5-colored divine radiances towards the great Taoist master Xiandu. The great Taoist master Xiandu stood within the dark and clear sea without moving. He seemed to have ignored Mahamayuri. On the other side, Yanzhaoga's North Ocean clone, Su Fei and Pan Pan stood in a triangular formation. At the same time, they manifested the golden body of the great sage. Then, as Yanzhaoga extended his finger, he transformed the grand commencement chi into 3 streams of clear chis, which fused with the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. The great sage equaling heaven's true body appeared in the world once again, and descended upon the 9 underworlds' devilish domain. The gigantic demon monkey raised its head and swallowed the earth essence stone. Its roar resounded through the 9 netherworlds, and a boundless golden light illuminated the pitch-black seawater. A thick iron cudgel met the 5-colored divine light and smashed toward Mahamayuri's face. After the battle for the immortal extermination array, the great sage Heaven's Equal fought Mahamayuri again. Kang Xian was not completely unprepared for this. He also retracted his 24 heads and 18 arms golden body of Buddha and changed to another Dharma form. He transformed into a 1-headed, 4-armed, white-robed Buddha who sat on the back of the golden peacock king and fought with the great sage equaling heaven. Great Taoist Master Xiandu's expression was calm as he continued refining. Tao Lord Luya immediately led a group of great sages of the demon race and personally welcomed the people of the Tao sect. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had a solemn appearance as he led the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land to attack. Although the 2 parties had been fighting intensely previously, they had no choice but to join hands and fight the experts of the Tao sect's direct lineage. It was a pity that they lacked a Tao ancestor. However, at the Zenith Heaven level, the direct lineage of the Tao sect who had resolved the threat of Mahamayuri was publicly recognized as the strongest. When the situation changed, the strong and the weak were reversed, and it was difficult to distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Not only did the Western Pure Land temporarily join forces with the demons, but the demons of the 9 underworlds and the Sea of Blood below did not dare to be negligent when facing the Tao sect who had finally attacked. The primordial heart demon worked together with the other demons to stabilize the demon domain while using his unique mental demon technique to disturb the people of the Tao sect. Although they were being targeted, the experts of the Tao sect were fearless. Dipankara, don't leave. Neza was the most impatient. He took the lead and headed straight for the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The ancient Dipankara Buddha no longer avoided the battle and immediately fought with Neza. After glancing at Neza, the primordial heart demon pointed in the air. Neza's inner demons were causing trouble, and his hostility increased. Black gas immediately emerged from Neza's body. After the previous incident, he was not completely defenseless. However, in the 9 underworlds, the primordial heart demon's techniques were even more bizarre and domineering. Apart from Neza, the primordial heart demon was especially targeting the great sage Heaven's Equal. The commotion caused by the battle between the giant demon monkey and Mahamayuri was too huge. He was not like the Mahasvara heavenly demon and Mahamayuri, who had to consider the survival of the 9 underworlds. If he destroyed this place, it might even be more beneficial for the great Taoist master Xiandu to refine. The primordial heart demon's techniques were domineering and bizarre. After all, the great sage Heaven's Equal wasn't the real great sage, but the combination of 3 golden bodies of the great sage. Heaven created all things and there was always a counter. Even Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light couldn't do anything to the giant demon monkey. However, the primordial heart demon's techniques made the demon monkey a little frustrated. However, before the primordial heart demon could continue, a fiery light flashed before his eyes. Sua Mingzhang appeared above the sea of blood and stared at the primordial heart demon through the blood light. Chapter 1764. Sua Mingzhang stretched out his palm, and a beautiful radiance appeared in front of his palm. It was like an invisible curtain, blocking the primordial heart demon from himself. The invisible barrier formed by his sky-severing divine light seemed to have made contact with another invisible existence. When the two collided, their images were highlighted. Faint sunlight appeared on the dazzling light barrier. The sunlight collided with the light barrier and shattered it, turning into colorful rays of light. However, no matter how the light flashed and changed, scattering and gathering, gathering and scattering, it could not pass the barrier in front of Sua Mingzhang. The tall short-haired man stretched out his other hand and grabbed at the primordial heart demon from afar. He clenched his fingers and retracted his arm. An invisible gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, and the primordial heart demon under the blood sea swayed on the pillar, as if it was about to be dragged out of the blood sea and caught by Sua Mingzhang. It's been a few hundred years and it's even stronger now? While stabilizing itself, the primordial heart demon turned to look at sword demon Nye Jingshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar. Nye Jingshan was expressionless. The dark golden radiance in his hand condensed into a long sword, and he swung it from afar. Wherever the sword light passed, the primordial heart demon's body suddenly became lighter. He exerted more strength and barely stabilized his body. Sua Mingzhang raised his eyebrows and looked at Nye Jingshan. However, before he exerted more strength, he was alarmed. Tao Lord Luya raised the immortal slaying flying saber again, and the white light shrouded Sua Mingzhang's head. Sua Mingzhang's expression did not change. He temporarily let go of the primordial heart demon, turned around and faced Tao Lord Luya. He extended his arms to both sides. The sky-severing divine light in his left palm still blocked the primordial heart demon's strange and overbearing divine power. His right palm faced the immortal slaying flying saber, and an invisible divine light flowed, setting up another barrier in the void. The white light from the immortal slaying flying saber was also cut off when it touched the sky-severing divine light in Sua Mingzhang's right hand. Seeing this, Tao Lord Luya's heart sank. Yang Jian pushed the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back and attacked Tao Lord Luya. Tao Lord Luya kept the immortal slaying flying saber and retreated, dodging Yang Jian's attack. Then he shook the gourd in his hand and changed his target from Sua Mingzhang to Yang Jian. Yang Jian smiled and didn't dodge. He just shook his body slightly and changed his form. His corporeal body nourished his divine soul. Golden light flickered in his primordial spirit as golden lotuses bloomed one after another. Such a scene had happened before when they were fighting over the immortal slaying matrix. It was Yang Jian facing his nemesis, the immortal slaying flying knife. In the past, Yang Jian could already resist the immortal slaying flying knife, but it was more strenuous. But now Yang Jian's body shook, and a golden sea of flowers bloomed in his essence soul. Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, and the others were dazzled, as though they were witnessing the Jade Mirage's defensive treasure, the Wuxia apricot flag fluttering in the wind. However, everyone was now in the Nine Abyss Sea. Neither the Wuxia apricot flag nor the Green Lotus flag could be used. Once they were taken out, they would be polluted. The reason why Mahamayuri was so confident was because he knew this and knew that the real body of the great sage equaling heaven could not be maintained for long. At this moment, golden flowers bloomed in Yang Jian's primordial spirit. The illusory sea of flowers could not block Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. However, the golden lotus bloomed and blocked the immortal slaying flying knife that was almost invincible against one's soul. Not only did it protect Yang Jian, but it also protected Sua Mingzhang below, preventing him from being disturbed by the immortal slaying flying knife. Even though the gourd in Yang Jian's hand had withered, and this infamous treasure had returned to Tao Lord Luya's hands, Yang Jian was no longer afraid of him. When Sua Mingzhang saw this, he ignored Tao Lord Luya and continued to focus on the demons of the netherworld below. He suppressed the primordial heart demon, making the others from the Tao sect feel much more relaxed. Without the interference of the primordial heart demon, Neza immediately flipped the golden pagoda that was pressing down on him with his spear, and attacked Dipankara Ancient Buddha again. The demonic monkey also looked down on the crowd once again. It clashed head-on with Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light, not retreating even half a step. The other powerhouses of the Tao sect no longer had any scruples when they attacked. They did not have to be wary of the all-pervasive attack of the primordial heart demon. Great Taoist Master Xiandu also heaved a sigh of relief. The Taiji diagram above his head, which was originally rotating slowly, sped up again, gathering and sweeping the surrounding netherworld. In the sea of blood, the primordial heart demon sat cross-legged on a stone pillar, stabilizing its body. After Nye Jingshan made a move, he sat still with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. At the side, the fire demon and the earth demon attacked Sua Mingzhang, interfering with his suppression of the primordial heart demon. Sua Mingzhang maintained the curtain of light with his left hand to block the primordial heart demon, while his right hand pointed in the air. Wherever the heaven-severing divine light passed, be it the raging flames or the whistling sandstorms, they were all extinguished halfway, disappearing without a trace. On the other side, while Yang Jian blocked Tao Lord Lu Ye's immortal-slaying flying saber, the projection of a huge rock above his head flapped its wings, and its figure flickered everywhere in the netherworld sea, suppressing the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, making it difficult for him to rely on his speed to attack. As soon as Yuan Hong flew up, he was intercepted by Yang Jian. Their physical strength clashed, and the huge white ape was sent flying backward. However, it was still unable to gain the upper hand against Yang Jian. Seeing that the immortal-slaying flying saber couldn't do anything to Yang Jian and Sua Mingzhang, Tao Lord Lu Ye stopped hesitating and immediately changed his target. The white light turned and covered the great Taoist master Xiandu. Yang Jian's figure quickly changed and stood between the great Taoist master Xiandu and the immortal-slaying flying saber, blocking the white light for the great Taoist master Xiandu. Screech! The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as it turned around and chased after Yang Jian. Wherever Yang Jian went, he would chase after him and delay him. Tao Lord Lu Ye immediately took the opportunity to activate the immortal-slaying flying saber again and slashed at great Taoist master Xiandu. Rise! Great Taoist master Xiandu was helpless. He temporarily stopped the spinning taiji painting. The black and yellow streams of air converged above his head, forming an illusory square pagoda. Under the envelopment of small pagoda's light shadow, the immortal-slaying flying knife's white chi instantly returned without any effect. Heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite energy. The head of the grand clear direct lineage's post-celestial 5 ultimates, the strongest defensive supreme art of Taoism. A pagoda stood at the top, impervious to all tribulations and invincible to all laws. In terms of defensive power alone, it was even better than the 5 virtues of the phoenix, the foundation of the jade clear world, or the fusion of the grand beginning bright emptiness body and the grand plainness immeasurable body. Moreover, it was an absolute defense in all directions. Regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, or whether it was an attack aimed at the physical body or the essence soul, they would all be blocked by the illusory heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda above his head. Even the strange techniques of the primordial heart demon could not invade it. With the great Taoist master Xiandu's cultivation level, only a Tao realm mighty figure could break it when he used this supreme art. Below the Tao realm, even the complete immortal vanquishing array would not be able to break through the small pagoda above the great Taoist master Xiandu's head in a short period of time. However, at the same time, the great Taoist master Xiandu could not do anything else. He could only stay where he was. Chapter 1765. When the mysterious yellow chi of heaven and earth was released, not only was the great Taoist master Xiandu not afraid of Tao Lord Lu Ye's immortal-slaying flying saber, but even Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light could not touch him. However, at the same time, the great Taoist master Xiandu could not counterattack his opponent. He could not even move freely. If he wanted to continue refining the 9th underworld, he would naturally be unable to do so, and he was forced to stop his current actions. However, before Tao Lord Lu Ye and the ancient Buddha Randeng could heave a sigh of relief, Yang Jian forced the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles to retreat and once again protected the great Taoist master Xiandu to resist the threat brought by the immortal-slaying flying saber or others. Seeing this, the great Taoist master Xiandu immediately dispersed the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite chi and turned the taiji painting above his head to refine the 9 nether demon domain. Just as the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was about to pounce forward, a chaos origin hammer suddenly smashed down on its head. The lord of the great rock race evaded the chaotic essence hammer, gazing over as Yen Zhaoge stood amidst the black deep sea, calmly waving towards him. While wielding the chaotic origin hammer towards the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yen Zhaoge struck out with his palm, clashing head-on with the Golden Crow Great Sage's attack, forcing the demon race Great Sage to retreat. You're courting death. Meeting enemies, the eyes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles turned red. He seemed to have stopped where he was, but another him had already appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. The heaven-ascending drum above Yen Zhaoge's head resounded, shaking the surrounding area. He held his index and middle fingers together like a sword, and a ray of light appeared. It looked red and white at the same time, drifting erratically and blocking the iron claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Immortal trapping sword scripture, void heavenly scripture, grand beginning bright emptiness form. A few thoughts instantly flashed within the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' mind, and it caused him to feel extremely vexed, causing him to ceaselessly increase his speed a step further. In terms of strength, the leader of the Rock clan was firmly in the top 3 of the great sages of the Demon clan. Apart from a handful of people who could rival him, his speed was almost unparalleled among the Grand Heavenly Immortals. Even if he were to face off against most Grand Heavenly Immortals, he would still have the upper hand in terms of speed. Yan Zhaoge had combined his 3 supreme martial arts and created a brand new 3 clear sky trapping sword. As a Grand Virtual Immortal, Yan Zhaoge was still lacking in strength. He could withstand the attack of the Rock. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. Not only was his movement speed fast, but his attack speed of constantly changing directions was also quite a headache. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge had stably defended himself, not advancing recklessly. With the assistance of the Heavenly Ascension Drum, the Chaotic Origin Hammer and the other Grand Firmament Immortal artifacts, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was unable to break through within a short period of time. On the other side, Yang Jin was no longer restrained by the giant rock and was no longer worried about the threat of the immortal-slaying flying saber. He immediately turned to fight in all directions. Not only was the great Taoist Master Shendu stable, but Yang Jin had also launched a counterattack. As he moved around, he almost single-handedly defeated both the Buddhist and demon sects. Helpless, Tao Lord Luya could only turn into a rainbow personally to hold back Yang Jin so that he could not act recklessly. However, Yang Jin turned his spear and began to attack Tao Lord Luya instead. Tao Lord Luya wasn't able to hold on, and in the end he was forced to flee by Yang Jin. Tao Lord Luya could only smile bitterly when he saw that the great Taoist Master Shendu was extremely comfortable and was refining the 9 netherworld on his own. Seeing this, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles became even more anxious. He wanted to help Tao Lord Luya. However, the moment he saw Yan Zhaoge, his heart was filled with rage, and he wanted to take revenge for his son's death. Another thing that caught his attention was that Yan Zhaoge's current strength was already so tyrannical despite being in the Grand Virtual Realm. If he ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm in the future, it would be even harder to restrain him. The rage within his heart surged, but the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles didn't continue attacking blindly. He first pretended to retreat and gave up on Yan Zhaoge to help others. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' speed advantage was sufficient to ensure that he had the initiative. He could fight and leave whenever he wanted. Yan Zhaoge didn't recklessly attempt to intercept the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles to prevent himself from exposing any flaws. He only activated the Chaotic Origin Hammer and attacked the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles from afar. However, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles suddenly turned around. Amidst a sharp howl, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles seemed to be flying away, but the Chaotic Origin Hammer was still attacking his back. However, at the same time, another figure appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. Even a powerful Grand Heavenly Immortal artifact like the Chaotic Origin Hammer couldn't hit him. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles instantly neared him. Yan Zhaoge had always been on guard. He immediately pointed his sword towards the iron claw that was trying to grab the heavens and the earth. However, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles changed his attack midway. He didn't continue attacking Yan Zhaoge. Instead, he clawed at the ascending heaven drum. During the battle, Yan Zhaoge could barely deal with the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' extreme speed with his Grand Virtual Immortal Realm Cultivation. He was relying on the miraculousness of his 3 Purities Collapsing Sword, which surpassed the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual, Spatial Heavenly Scripture, and other supreme martial arts in terms of spatial laws. Other than that, he was also relying on the help of 2 Grand Heavenly Immortal artifacts. More or less, he still managed to weaken some of his opponent's Grand Heavenly Immortal prowess. With the addition and subtraction, the difference in speed between the two sides wasn't that huge. How could the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles not see through this? Therefore, at this moment he would first destroy the drumbeats that annoyed him. With a claw of the rock, he forcefully destroyed the ascending heaven drum. A Grand Heavenly Immortal artifact was destroyed by the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' claw. However, just as the drum was destroyed, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' expression changed. Sly bastard. The Rock immediately noticed that something was amiss. He wanted to retract his claw and leave. However, a 7-colored radiance lit up within the damaged drum. Within the radiance was a wooden rod that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden rod. Invisible Dragon Rod. 7 Treasures Golden Lotus. When the others saw it, they exclaimed different names. However, they were all referring to the same treasure. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Before the ascending heaven drum was destroyed, how did he hide this thing inside? The wooden rod instantly grew bigger as it faced the wind. The 3 small iron rings on the rod also quickly grew bigger, forming 3 7-colored radiances. Then they went straight for the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. No matter how fast the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Just now, he had taken the initiative to send his claws onto Yan Zhaoge's invisible dragon rod. Golden radiances flickered. However, there were still 7-colored radiances that entangled him. Out of the 3 radiances, 2 of them missed, while one still managed to latch onto the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' claws. Only the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed was fast enough. If it were anyone else, they would most likely be completely trapped by the invisible dragon rod. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was enraged. While flapping his wings, he temporarily got rid of his enemies. At the same time, he exerted force with his claws, attempting to shake off the invisible dragon rod's restraints. However, the invisible dragon rod still affected his movements. Within the void, the silhouettes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles that had appeared in other places dimmed and were on the verge of disappearing. Fiery light flickered before the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' eyes. Up above, the Tai spiritual master held onto the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier and came crashing down on his head. The rock shuddered. He flapped his wings, causing a piercing wind to blow. The surging demonic wind blew on the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier, causing the descending momentum of the treasure to stop. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles made use of this chance to increase his speed, rushing out of the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier's range. However, at this moment, Yan Zhaoge manifested his Grand Supreme Tao form and sang the Grand Supreme Tao song. Chapter 1766. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' resistance to the song of the highest Tao was clearly stronger than the 9-headed bug. However, due to the influence of the song of the highest Tao, his movements were still slower by half a beat. Yan Zhaoge raised the primordial chaos hammer once more, bringing it down once more. This time it struck right on the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back. As the golden light scattered, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a miserable groan and fell forward. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles did not dare to stop and continued to flap its wings with all its might. Because right behind him, Yan Zhaoge had already picked up the chaotic essence hammer, speedily catching up. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a mournful cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light towards its claws. There were 3 rings on the invisible dragon rod, but only one of them held the claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, so it was not stable. Now that it was hit by the golden light, it fell from the claws of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. But in that brief pause, the primeval chaos hammer struck him once more. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles barely managed to turn his body sideways to avoid being hit in the vitals, but he was still almost scared out of his wits. This time he couldn't even let out a scream and almost fainted on the spot. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles grit his teeth, forcibly holding on as his figure swayed for a moment, increasing the distance between him and Yan Zhaoge as he evaded Yan Zhaoge's next onslaught. Without the restraint of the invisible dragon rod, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles spread its wings, as if ignoring the existence of space and time, and quickly moved far away to avoid the third strike of the primeval chaos hammer. Even perfected Tai's pursuit was dodged by the rock. But at this moment, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' vision blurred, and Yang Jian's figure appeared. Yang Jian chased after Tao Lord Luya everywhere, completely ignoring the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. But right now, his figure flickered, and just like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, he seemed to be everywhere. He was clearly chasing after Tao Lord Luya, but his other self had already caught up to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The shining 3-pointed, double-edged sword stabbed down. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was heavily injured and panicked, so it was hard for him to dodge. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, but he could only watch as the blade pierced through his chest. As blood splattered, a 5-colored divine light suddenly surged and engulfed the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. When Mahamayuri saw that the situation was not good, he used his 5-colored divine light to knock down the severely injured rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, saving his twin brother. The dying giant rock disappeared into the 5-colored divine light. Seeing this, Yang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Mahamayuri. However, Old Peacock's life was not easy at all. The great sage Heaven's Equal brandished the Rui Jianghu Bang and attacked with an earth-shattering force. Mahamayuri's full concentration was not enough to save the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, but it was inevitable that he would reveal an opening to the opponent. The stick that could collapse the universe was swung over, directly smashing the auspicious fruit in his left hand and breaking a few peacock tails in his left hand. The right side of his body was instantly stained with dark red blood, staining his white monk robe. Mahamayuri's body tilted and he almost fell off the back of the golden peacock. He hurriedly scattered the five-colored divine light to block the monkey again. The monkey, on the other hand, was relentless. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. He began to chase after Kong Xian and attack him fiercely, causing Mahamayuri, who had always been the only one sweeping across, to be forced to retreat. Although it was a 1 versus 3 fight against the 9 underworlds, the Western Pure Lands, and the demon race, the strength of the Taoism Heavenly Venerables was fully displayed in this battle. Feng Yunxing was affected by the 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon formation and stayed outside the 9 underworlds. Even so, these 3 clear lineages are truly ferocious. Tao Lord Luya's eyes flickered. I have to delay until the 3 golden bodies of the great sage disintegrate. Only then will Kong Xian be free, and the situation might turn for the better. He looked at Grand Mage Xiandu, but by then Xiandu might have already succeeded. The dark green flames in Tao Lord Luya's eyes flickered incessantly. Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon, what other moves do you have? Hurry up and use them. Within the Blood Sea, the 9 underworlds devils looked up and could see Grand Mage Xiandu continuously refining the 9 underworlds demonic chi and the abyssal sea's seawater. The current situation was even more dangerous for the 9 underworlds. As if hearing Tao Lord Luya's thoughts, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon, who was wrestling with the East Emperor Tai in the Blood Sea, conjured hand seals with one hand while pestering the East Emperor Tai. At the bottom of the abyss there were 12 pillars. Because the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon had taken the initiative to leave, one of the pillars was empty. However, at that moment, a mirror suddenly appeared on the pillar. On the mirror, light gathered vaguely and connected with the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon in the distance. A shadow gradually appeared in the mirror. It was the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. When the shadow appeared, the originally dark and weak sanguine light suddenly lit up. The array patterns that could barely be maintained in place due to the lack of a stroke were now shining brightly again. The 12th stroke appeared again, and the array patterns became complete. The 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon formation, which had stagnated and was about to collapse, started operating again. The surging sanguine light began to boil upwards and soared into the sky again. Grand Mage Xiandu's body trembled, and the taiji painting above his head stopped spinning. There seemed to be an invisible force that wanted to reverse the taiji painting. Boundless, destructive baleful chi permeated the air as if the end of the world had arrived. The 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon formation was erected once again. Although it wasn't complete, the entire 9 underworlds was showing signs of Taoism weakening and devils growing. Yen Zhaoge and the others looked towards the depths of the Blood Sea, looking at the mirror that displayed the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon's image. It seemed to be the 5th Devil Ancestor's fake body. However, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon could still maintain the 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon formation while fighting against the East Emperor Tai. However, fine cracks appeared on the mirror almost as soon as the formation was activated. As time passed, the cracks became thicker and longer. However, this mirror had indeed replaced the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon and temporarily supported the 12th formation pattern of the formation. The Primordial Heart Devil and the other great devils seized the time and focused on operating the formation. The Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon was still fighting against the East Emperor Tai. He would rather not return to the stone pillar than let the East Emperor Tai leave the 9 underworlds. If the East Emperor manages to escape and assist the future Buddha, the 4 Tao ancestors would regain their 2 versus 2 advantage. None of them could do anything to the other and they would instead give up. Yen Zhaoge and the others were clear. At that time, the 9 underworlds would be the unlucky one and be surrounded by the 4 Tao ancestors. As expected, while the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon was fighting against the East Emperor Tai, the Amitabha Buddha and the Immeasurable Heavenly Lord had no intention of returning to the 9 underworlds. Despite the 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon formation being erected once again, the Green Lotus and the Jade Door were still chasing after the White Lotus. Fighting against the 2 alone, the White Lotus was already showing signs of collapsing. Chapter 1767. The people of the Tao sect displayed their prowess, suppressing the demon race, Buddhist sect and fiendish Tao at the same time. The great Taoist master Xiandu managed to refine the 9 underworlds and wanted to recreate this world. However, 9 Nether had been preparing for this for a long time. As the public enemy, and as the target of the schemes of the other forces, 9 Nether had always been under the greatest pressure. To the 9 Nether, this battle wasn't just a battle of fate and interests. It might even decide their fate. When the great Freedom Heavenly Demon left the stone pillar earlier, it seemed like he had given up on the 12 devilish celestial formation and the hope of the 9 underworlds rising in this era. He turned to help Amitabha in order to prepare for the next era and pave the way in advance. However, the truth was that the great Freedom Heavenly Demon and the 9 Nether had made many preparations. If things really couldn't be done, then he would naturally have to settle for the next best thing, endure hardships and not fight for the moment. But how could they give up so easily before hope was completely extinguished? While Amitabha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord besieged Maitreya Buddha, the great Freedom Heavenly Demon showed his backup plan. The mirror on the stone pillar reflected the shadow of the great Freedom Heavenly Demon, which temporarily replaced his position and re-established the 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon formation. In the abyss sea of 9 underworlds, the bloody light surged again. Not only was the great Taoist Xiandu's refinement of the 9 underworlds interrupted, Yan Zhaoge and the others who were in the 9 underworlds also felt uncomfortable. Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha and the others were no exception. As the 12 strokes of the formation operated, the Taoist disappeared and the devil grew. All living beings other than the demons of the netherworld were affected. The 9 underworlds, which had been showing signs of collapsing, stabilized at this moment. The Taiji painting formed by the clear qi and purple qi above great Taoist master Xiandu's head was disintegrating. A large amount of clear qi and purple qi reverted back to devil qi. The demonic realm of the netherworld even showed signs of expanding. The land of tranquil stream, which had been cleansed by the arrival of the experts, was reborn at this moment. The demonic domain continued to expand outwards, corroding the boundless void, wanting to make it a part of itself. Feng Yunxing, who was guarding outside the 9 underworlds, was pale as she stared at the expanding 9 underworlds in front of her. Within the deep sea, Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, the great Taoist Xiandu, and the others rose into the air, avoiding the raging tides of blood light below. However, everyone from the Tao sect looked calm and unhurried. At this moment, outside the 9 underworlds, in the void, boundless sword qi emerged. Yellow mist and golden light gushed out at the same time. Another gigantic formation descended upon the 9 underworlds, opposing the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. It was the Immortal Execution formation. In the Immortal Vanquishing Array, the goddess of Wudong presided over the array formation while Fairy Yun Xiao accompanied her. The 2 prime clear bigwigs stood within the formation at the same time, ready to take over at any time just in case. Back when they were fighting for the Immortal Slaying formation, the Incongruence Divine Mother was almost killed by Tao Lord Luya's Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Although everyone knew that Tao Lord Luya's 7 Needlestick book could only be used once per era, who knew if something unexpected would happen? According to the experience of the ancient epic, the head-piercing 7 Arrows book should be a secret technique that would slowly take effect after one erected an altar and worshipped 3 times a day for 21 days. In the end, this epic continent suppression Tao Lord had used it on the spot, and it had immediately taken effect. If not for such an unexpected change, the Incongruence Divine Mother wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and almost died. This time, the Tao sect was also determined to obtain the 9 underworlds layout. Naturally, they could not be too cautious. The Immortal Vanquishing Array appeared. Golden light filled the sky within the array formation, and yellow mist surged. 4 tall platforms carried 4 doors and stood within the array formation. 4 ancient swords hung on the door beams of the 4 doors. Dense killing intent surged into the sky, shaking the entire universe. Inside the array formation, ferocious sword qi ran everywhere, shattering the void. The most primitive earth, water, fire, and wind could be seen everywhere, scurrying in all directions. As the Immortal Vanquishing Array descended upon the 9 underworlds, wherever the yellow mist and golden light passed, everything was destroyed and returned to nothingness. The surging sea of blood that surged into the sky was forced back by the Immortal Vanquishing Array's sword qi. Its rising momentum stopped abruptly, as if it was facing a great enemy. 2 ferocious arrays that could destroy heaven and earth and destroy the Tao collided at this moment. One was the number 1 ferocious array formation in the world, the number 1 killing array which was famous throughout the ages. The other was a terrifying existence that had never truly appeared in the world, but even the Tao ancestors were afraid of it. It was a terrifying existence that only existed in the imagination. People often said that if the 12 Heaven Godfiend array really appeared in the world, the immortal vanquishing array might have to give up the title of the number 1 killing array. However, although the 12 Heaven Godfiend array had been erected, it was still incomplete. Its opponent, the immortal vanquishing array, was going all out. Therefore, when the immortal vanquishing array descended into the abyss of the 9 underworlds, it suppressed the sea of blood at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, forcing the other party to descend again. The dense sword chi and the surging blood light kept colliding, and it was hard to tell who would win. The battle between the two arrays was like an extremely terrifying millstone that could crush all existences below the Tao realm. Even the monkey that had fused with the earth essence stone wouldn't be injured, but it wouldn't be able to move as if it was being suppressed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others as well as Mahamayuri, all escaped from the 9 underworlds abyss sea at this moment, so that they wouldn't be affected by the battle between the two arrays. The group of Taoist grand cultivators also temporarily left the abyss sea. The battle between the top 2 ferocious arrays in the world had already caused a commotion that wasn't inferior to the battle between the Mahasvara heavenly demon and the eastern monarch Tai. The expansion of the 9 underworlds was forced to stop once again, and the whole 9 underworlds trembled. Fortunately, the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons formation had been set up, and only then did the 9 underworlds not collapse and be destroyed by the battle between the two sides. Without hesitation, the great Taoist master Xiandu released the clear Qi and purple Qi, condensed the Taiji painting again and refined the 9 nether demon domain. Now that the foundation of the 9 underworlds was unstable and on the verge of collapse, it was easier for him to refine it. As for great master Xiandu refining the 9 underworlds, it was equivalent to constantly digging into the 12 heavens celestial demon formation, which was beneficial to the immortal execution array to further suppress the demonic path array. Be it the erection of the 12 metropolis heavenly fiend god array or the descent of the immortal extermination array, Amitabha and the immeasurable heavenly lord turned a blind eye to it. Amitabha, who was besieged by them, could barely take care of himself. Yen Zhaoge and the other Taoism bigwigs continued to suppress and expel the Buddhists and the demon race, preventing them from fighting against the great Taoist master Xiandu in the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Buddha's head. The purple light kept flickering. Tao Lord Luya's eyes were filled with dark green devil fire and crimson gold flames. The two of them stared at the great Taoist master Xiandu's actions. Their expressions were solemn, but they didn't panic. The 9 underworlds Mahasvara heavenly devil showed his trump card, and reactivated the 12 heavens celestial demon formation. The Taoism also descended the immortal extermination array, and they went against it. At this moment, Taoism, Buddhism, the demon race and the 9 underworlds were all going all out, and they were going all out. The great Taoist master Xiandu wanted to overturn the 9 underworlds. However, as time passed, the danger would only increase. As the 9 underworlds shook violently, the 2 illusory figures on the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea became more and more real. Chapter 1768. In the depths of the blood sea at the bottom of the abyss, there were 12 pillars of different heights. Among them, the pillars that represented the primordial heavenly devil and the doomsday heavenly devil were illusory and blurry. Although Jian Xuanhua's figure was sitting on the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil, the shadow above her head was still blurry. However, as time passed and the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation was re-established, the shadows of the primordial sky demon and the doomsday sky demon became more and more condensed. The great Taoist master Xiandu was refining the 9 underworlds demonic realm and constantly wearing down the authority of the creation heavenly demon. Above the pillar that symbolized the creation heavenly demon, the light and shadow became more and more illusory. However, as the 9 underworlds gradually declined and disintegrated, the creation heavenly demon became weaker, while the primordial heavenly demon and the doomsday heavenly demon became stronger. The primordial heavenly demon was imprisoned in the 9 underworlds. The collapse of the 9 serenities meant that the seal on the primordial heavenly devil was weakening, which meant that the strongest devil in the world was one step closer to breaking free. The doomsday heavenly demon symbolized the end of the world, the arrival of doomsday. The 9 underworlds stood in opposition to the universe. It was also a unique world of creation. The closer it was to destruction, the closer it was to doomsday, the more the doomsday heavenly devil would be born. The establishment of the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation was inseparable from the creation Heavenly Demon's authority. The weakening of the 9 underworlds formed by the remains of the heavenly devil of creation had indirectly accelerated the escape of the primordial heavenly devil and the descent of the doomsday heavenly devil. When the two sides reached a point of equilibrium, it would be the most advantageous time for the 9 nether. Once the opportunity was grasped, the 9 serenities would be filled with joy. If they missed it, they might not be able to reach each other. The authority of the creation heavenly demon would be damaged, the primordial heavenly demon would still be sealed, and the doomsday heavenly demon would not be able to descend. In the end, they would lose everything. Deep inside the blood ocean, at the core of the great formation, on the 12 pillars, primordial heart devil changed his hand gestures and chanted ancient and mysterious scriptures. At the side, Nie Jingshin slowly stood up on the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal. He left the pillar that represented the devil of aged metal. At this moment, a flag appeared on the empty stone pillar. It was the white cloud boundary flag. However, at this moment, there was a strange and profound rune on the white cloud-bound flag. Just like the situation with the vast freedom heavenly demon, the eyes of the 9 underworlds used the same method and used this flag to temporarily replace Nie Jingshin. Although Nie Jingshin had temporarily left the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal, it did not affect the operation of the entire 12 citadel heavenly demon formation. Because of the battle between the Mahasvara Sky Devil and the Eastern Monarch Tai, and the pressure from the immortal slaying formation, the white cloud world flag began to crack and emit an ear-piercing sound. However, the 12 heavenly god-fiend formation continued to operate stubbornly. Nie Jingshin turned to the other side and walked towards the pillar that represented the primordial heavenly demon. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge's gaze turned serious. The 9 underworlds was indeed targeting Nie Jingshin's innate nascent embryo. They wanted him to have the reincarnations of both the primordial heavenly demon and the devil of aged metal. With the support of the 12 citadel heavenly demon formation, if it succeeded, the primordial heavenly demon would be able to break out of the seal. At the same time, the devil of aged metal would not be left vacant. Yunsheng. Yen Zhaoge yelled lightly, his hands coming together before his chest as he formed a seal. The immortal extermination formation temporarily suppressed the incomplete 12 devilish celestial formation, and Feng Yunxing was in a much better situation outside the 9 underworlds. While her complexion was pale, her gaze was clear and sharp. As the abyss of chaos appeared above her head, black talismans appeared one after another from within the chaos. Numerous black talismans floated within the abyss. Despite being separated by the entire 9 underworlds, at the deepest part of the 9 underworlds abyss sea's core, changes were happening beneath the Blood Sea Grand Formation. On the pillar that represented the Doomsday Heavenly Devil, Jian Xuanhua's body trembled. From within her body, numerous black talismans gushed out. They were exactly the same as the ones in the abyss above Feng Yunxing's head outside the 9 underworlds. As soon as the black talismans appeared within the Blood Sea violently undulated. The vast freedom heavenly devil and the Eastern Sovereign Tai were in a stalemate. The primordial heart devil and the others were trying their best to stabilize the formation and resist the immortal extermination formation's suppression. The 9 underworlds devils couldn't spare any manpower to deal with the black talismans. Under the taint of the blood light, the black talismans quickly shattered. However, new talismans continued to emerge from within Jian Xuanhua's body. As expected, we can't underestimate them. The primordial heart devil stared at Yen Zhaoge and the others across the Blood Sea. While the devils were plotting against Feng Yunxing, Yen Zhaoge and the others were also plotting against them. While they weren't certain that the 9 underworlds' hidden trump card was Jian Xuanhua, the portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority that Feng Yunxing possessed was something that Yen Zhaoge was wary of as well as a bargaining chip. While he couldn't harm Jian Xuanhua now, he could still unleash other effects. With the vast freedom Heavenly Devil being held back by the Eastern Sovereign Tai, it was a good opportunity to act. The Eastern Sovereign Tai calmly watched all of this. In fact, he even lowered his hand and attacked even more urgently, keeping the vast freedom Heavenly Devil fully occupied. He wasn't truly intent on obstructing the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. Instead, he wanted to force him to make a decision. Either he allowed Yen Zhaoge and the others to do as they pleased, or he stopped pestering the Eastern Sovereign Tai and focused on dealing with those of Taoism. Then, the Eastern Sovereign Tai would be able to escape and assist the future Buddha. The black talismans mixed within the Blood Sea were like impurities, affecting the circulation of the 12 devilish gods' grand formation. More importantly, they affected Nie Jingshin. Previously, when he was at the aged gold position, Nie Jingshin had stabilized his foundation. Now, he had left the aged gold position and was moving towards the primordial heavenly devil's position. However, he had yet to take his position. If he was affected now, it would be like crossing a river and the bridge suddenly broke, causing him to fall into the water. His movements slowed down, stopping between the two pillars, and he remained motionless. A tiny clump of light gradually appeared above Nie Jingshan's head. Amidst the radiance, a fair infant stood in mid-air. His actions were exactly the same as Nie Jingshan's. Devilish patterns coiled around the infant's body surface, flickering non-stop. The devilish patterns flowed and covered the infant's body. However, as radiance surged on the infant's body, the devilish patterns retreated and started climbing up again. This cycle repeated over and over again with no end in sight. The surrounding blood radiance surged and the fair infant curled up his body. The devilish patterns instantly took the chance to pounce on him. "Please lend me a hand, Divine Mother," said Yen Zhaoge. The incongruous Divine Mother didn't reply. However, as the Immortal Extermination formation descended, the pressure on the 12 devilish gods' grand formation increased. Yellow mists and golden radiances continuously surged, shattering pieces of the Black Sea and blood radiance. The blood-colored waves actually showed signs of being torn apart. Outside of the 9 underworlds, Feng Yunxing, who was originally sitting in a lotus position by the void, suddenly stood up. She held onto the saber's hilt with one hand and the saber's blade with the other. She grabbed the black saber floating in mid-air in front of her and rushed into the 9 underworlds. Yen Zhaoge took a deep breath. Numerous runes appeared around his body, which connected into streaks of runes that resembled bands of light. The runes formed a few rings of different sizes, which revolved around Yen Zhaoge in an irregular manner. Feng Yunxing came in front of Yen Zhaoge and broke the black saber. The saber broke and the black radiance condensed without dissipating, forming an illusory hole. The rings of light around Yen Zhaoge revolved, and he rushed into the black hole first. Chapter 1769. At the same time that Feng Yunxing broke the saber in the sea of blood, a black light surged above the 12 pillars in the sea of blood. It condensed and did not dissipate, forming an illusory hole. Many rings of light revolved around Yen Zhaoge's body. Through the black hole in front of him, he avoided the front line where the Immortal Extermination formation and the 12 devilish heavenly grand formation were clashing, and directly arrived within the devilish grand formation. He arrived at the bottom of the blood sea. Yang Jian, Feng Yunxing, and the demonic monkey stayed outside the sea of blood to protect the great master Shendu as he continued to refine the netherworld demon domain. The other Taoism bigwigs joined forces. With Yen Zhaoge leading the way, Sua Mingzhang, the Tai spiritual master, Neza, and the others rushed into the blood sea together. As soon as they landed at the bottom of the blood sea, the ferocious baleful aura made them feel as if their insides were on fire. Although the Immortal Extermination formation was suppressing the 12 Metropolis Celestial Demon formation, it was still not easy for the living beings outside of the Infernal Demon formation to resist. Even a grand heavenly immortal could feel the threat of death. However, the influence of the Immortal Extermination formation and the Eastern Monarch Tai still existed. Sua Mingzhang let out a loud shout. Both of his palms faced upwards, and then chopped down towards both sides with the momentum of splitting the sky. A ray of heaven-severing divine light rose up and swept to both sides. In the depths of the blood sea, outside the place where East Emperor Tai and Great Freedom Heavenly Demon were fighting, another empty space was forcefully cleared. The tall, short-haired man stood in the middle of the sea of blood, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. Under the shroud of the sky-severing divine light, he cut open a foothold for the people of Taoism and cut open a path to the netherworld. Yen Zhaoge and the others made use of this instant of time that Sua Mingzhang had bought and rushed towards the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea. The primordial heart devil and the other great fiends tried to stop them. However, as they were stabilizing the array, they were distracted and did not have enough strength, allowing the people from the Dao sect to rush close to them. Yen Zhaoge rushed straight towards Nie Jingshan. Having originally been frozen and unmoving, Nie Jingshan seemed to have regained his wits as he unconsciously wanted to attack the Yen Zhaoge who was rushing towards him. However, rings of light flew out from Yen Zhaoge's body and landed on Nie Jingshan. Nie Jingshan's movements involuntarily slowed down. "Open!" Yen Zhaoge yelled, a small, intricate crystal disc appearing within his hands. Rays of light shot out from within, intertwining to form a huge, irregularly shaped crystal, sealing the motionless Nie Jingshan within. Rise. Yan Zhaoge waved his sleeve, directly keeping that crystal within his sleeve. At the side, Neza scanned the 12 pillars with an unfriendly gaze. On the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil, Jian Xuanhua's eyes were tightly shut as she sat cross-legged without moving. On the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal, the white cloud world flag, which was engraved with demonic patterns, fluttered in the wind. But at this moment the great freedom heavenly demon looked at the people from the Tao sect. Sensing the cold and emotionless gaze, perfected Tai grabbed Neza and quickly retreated. Yan Zhaoge and the others retreated into the black hole that they had come from. Monstrous bloody light swept across the sky, but Sua Mingzhang no longer needed to continue. Everyone quickly retreated from the blood sea. Outside the abyss, the immortal execution formation and the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation were still wrestling. The boundless sword Qi, which was filled with murderous intent, was constantly cutting through the sea of blood below. The great Taoist master Xiandu was also refining the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which was originally strong and powerful, was now constantly shrinking, no longer invading and expanding as wantonly as before. As for the great Taoist master Xiandu, the Taiji diagram formed by the clear Qis and the purple Qis became increasingly vast, as if it was going to replace the existence of the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge rushed out of the black hole. Without saying anything else, he waved his sleeve, and specks of crystalline radiances flew out. They quickly transformed into irregular crystals. Within the crystals, Nie Jingshan was sealed. Currently, Nie Jingshan's eyes were closed as if he was in a deep slumber. However, dark golden sword lights flickered around his body. He was clearly attempting to break through the crystal plate that sealed him. Within the blood abyss, the white cloud world flag fluttered on the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal. The demonic patterns on the flag were also constantly flickering. As the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation was being suppressed, the demonic patterns on the flag were gradually fading. The flag itself was also being torn apart. Yan Zhaoge placed his left hand on the surface of the crystal. Numerous talismans gushed out and stuck onto the crystal. Senior apprentice Sister Yu, it's done. Feng Yunxing came to Yan Zhaoge's side. From the chaotic abyss above her, someone suddenly jumped out. The green-clothed woman was none other than Yu Yi. Seeing Yu Ye's appearance, the primordial heart devil and the other great devils frowned. They weren't afraid of Yu Ye's individual strength. Currently, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts were suppressing the 3 sections. No matter how powerful Yu Yi was, she would only be the icing on the cake. The primordial heart devil, the shadow devil, and the others were more concerned about Yu Ye's arrival to Yan Zhaoge's right. She sat in a lotus position and extended her left hand, with her palm facing Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's left hand pressed on the sword devil Nie Jingshan's crystal, while his other hand extended to the right, facing Yu Ye's palm. At this moment the 3 of them formed a line. Chaos extinguishing origin scripture. The primordial heart devil's gaze swept past the 3 and finally landed on Yan Zhaoge. Peerless heavenly scripture. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, so bright that it was dazzling. 3 pure ones at the same time? Within the crystal, the dark golden sword light on Nie Jingshan's body gradually faded. His own body also disappeared at this moment, leaving only a fair and tender baby in the crystal. The baby's face was still vaguely similar to Nie Jingshan. It was as if Nie Jingshan had suddenly regained his youth, returning to the earlier Xiantian state. The baby's entire body shone and gradually became transparent. Then it turned blurry, resembling a mass of chaos. On the other hand, Yu Ye's eyes were also filled with hazy chaos. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge, who was situated in the center, had a clear gaze. Within his eyes, the entire world of creation was vaguely reflected. The primordial heart devil stared at Yan Zhaoge, while Yan Zhaoge's gaze was directed elsewhere. His target was the vast freedom heavenly devil. Why would the vast freedom heavenly devil choose to fight against the East Sovereign and allow us to rescue senior apprentice brother Nie? Although they successfully rescued Nie Jingshan, Yan Zhaoge didn't let his guard down. After all, the vast freedom heavenly devil's actions were very abnormal. He didn't believe that the vast freedom heavenly devil would fight against the East Sovereign Tai for the sake of the Amitabha Buddha, and even sacrifice the 9 underworld's benefits. There must be a reason behind this. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge saw the vast freedom heavenly devil within the blood sea lifting his head. His gaze swept past the Taoism crowd and finally landed on Yan Zhaoge, Nie Jingshan, and Yu Yi. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil's gaze only lingered on Yan Zhaoge and the others for an instant before retracting it. Then he retreated and stopped pestering the East Sovereign Tai. Instead he returned to the 12 pillars. The East Sovereign Tai looked at the vast freedom heavenly devil deeply. He didn't intend to continue fighting. His figure ascended, and he left the Blood Sea and the 9 underworlds to search for the Amitabha Buddha and the second Grandmaster of the heretics. However, after the East Sovereign Tai left, another silhouette appeared on the pillar that represented the primordial heaven devil at the bottom of the Blood Sea abyss. Chapter 1770. With the East Sovereign going to assist the future Buddha, if things go well, the situation there will turn into a 2-on-2 situation with neither side able to do anything to the other. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord would have no choice but to give up on this chance, with the two sides having to temporarily stop fighting. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. At that time, the 4 great Tao ancestors were likely to return to the 9 underworlds, break the Fiend Tao formation or deal with the Tao sect. This was disadvantageous to the Tao sect and the 9 underworlds. Only a short period of time had passed since the Eastern Monarch Tai had left and the 4 Tao ancestors had returned. If 9 Nether wanted to do something, the opportunity would be gone in a flash. This time, they had to grasp this opportunity carefully and eliminate all possible accidents as much as possible in order to succeed in one strike. That was why the vast freedom heavenly devil had not acted when Yin Zhaoge and the others had kidnapped Nie Jingshan. Eliminating the interference of the Tao sect also allowed Donghuang Tai to leave with more peace of mind. As his gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge and the others earlier, while he had not said a word, it seemed to have already expressed something. You can only come in once at most. However, the 9 Nether still had another card up her sleeve. Now was the time to truly decide the outcome of the battle. In the end, Nie Jingshan failed to sit on the pillar that represented the primordial heavenly devil. But at this moment, there was another figure on top of the pillar. Even though they were separated by the sea of blood, everyone could faintly sense that there was no longer any signs of life in that body. It was actually a human corpse, a shedding of skin. However, although he had died a long time ago, his body did not decompose. His voice and smile were still the same as when he was alive. Only his eyes were tightly shut, and he did not speak or move as if he was in a deep sleep. It was a person who seemed a little distant to the people present, but was not unfamiliar to them. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply as he looked at that figure who was garbed in black imperial robes and wore a crown on his head. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor frowned. Great Taoist Master Xiandu let out a long sigh. Great Emperor Ziwei. Yang Jin sighed as well. All the experts of the Tao sects present looked a little unfriendly at this moment. At this moment, in the Blood Sea formation, the owner of the body on the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil was clearly the head of the Tao sect's heavenly court's divine palace's 4 deities, Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's full name was Heaven-Reaching Ziwei Polaris Great Emperor. When Yang Jian and the Tai Heavenly Lord of Nirvana were away from home all year round, Ziwei the Great was the number 2 figure in the heavenly court's divine palace in the past, be it in terms of strength or status. During the Great Calamity, after the heavenly court's divine palace had been destroyed, the Purple Tenuity Emperor's whereabouts had also been unknown. There were many rumors among the high-level cultivators of the Tao sects, and there was no lack of speculation that Ziwei the Great had already fallen. But at the same time, he was also one of the suspects for the immeasurable heavenly Lord's true body. They did not expect to see Great Emperor Ziwei again in this place and at this moment. And this time when they reunited, what they saw was the remains of Ziwei the Great's corpse. Although his face was vivid and lifelike, just like when he was still alive, his remains exuded a formless ancient aura, indicating that Ziwei the Great had fallen many years ago. The greatest possibility was that he had already met with misfortune during the Great Calamity. In that case, it proves that Great Emperor Ziwei isn't the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. It's just that this method of proof really makes one feel unhappy. Taoist Tai looked at Nie Jingshan on Yin Zhaoge's left, then looked at the Purple Tenuity's remains on the stone pillar within the Sea of Blood, and said, earlier heaven nascent form, before Nie Jingshan, the person with the highest cultivation and most famous cultivation who possessed the earlier heaven nascent form was the Purple Tenuity North Pole Grand Sovereign Emperor. Now, on the stone pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the Purple Tenuity Emperor's remains started emitting a faint radiance. Within the radiance, the remains shrunk unceasingly, and finally transformed into a chubby white infant. A large number of devilish patterns started spreading on the surface of the infant's body. Unlike the devilish patterns that covered Nye Jingshan previously, due to the uniqueness of the earlier heaven nascent form, the devilish patterns would constantly fade and circulate endlessly. Similarly, it was an earlier heaven nascent form. Now, after the devilish patterns that covered the infant were imprinted on it, it did not waver and was extremely stable. Above the infant, the illusory silhouette continuously solidified with the infant as its center. At this moment, it was as if an extremely ancient existence was slowly awakening. That was the will of the world's number one devil, the head of all devils, the primordial heavenly devil. Born earlier than this world, it was even more ancient than this world of creation. It was the primordial heavenly devil who had fought with the primordial heavenly lord for the art of creating the heavens and creating the world. Taoist Luya and Taoist Burning Lamp had a solemn expression on their faces as well. Instead, they retreated together with Mahamayuri and observed the battle between Taoism and the 9 underworlds. The immortal extermination formation was still continuously pressuring downwards, breaking through the 12 devilish formation that was barely holding on. Taoism's great Taoist was also seizing the time to refine the 9 underworlds. Everyone from Taoism silently looked at the vast freedom heavenly devil within the blood sea. After the Eastern sovereign Tai left the 9 underworlds, the vast freedom heavenly devil no longer had an opponent. However, he had no intention of leaving the blood sea to look for Yen Zhaoge and the others. With the immortal extermination formation still present, the 12 devilish formation was already on the verge of collapsing. When the vast freedom heavenly devil went on a killing spree, the 12 devilish formation would definitely be destroyed by the immortal extermination formation. By then, the immortal extermination formation would also slaughter all the 9 underworld's devils at the bottom of the abyss. The 6 extinct devils wouldn't be spared, and the Purple Tenuity Emperor's remains and Jian Xuanhua's soul would be instantly destroyed. The entire 9 underworld's devilish domain would also completely collapse. The vast freedom heavenly devil didn't ask the Eastern monarch Tai to leave in order to obtain an opportunity. He calmly glanced at the people from the Tao sect, then returned to his position on the 12 pillars. On that pillar, the black mirror was already filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The vast freedom heavenly devil's timing was just right. He calmly sat down and flicked his finger, causing the black mirror to shatter and disappear into dust. The white cloud-bound flag on the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal was also on the verge of destruction. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil reached out his hand and tapped lightly, causing a brand new black mirror to appear in front of him. The mirror reflected Nye Jingshan's figure, which suppressed the devil of aged metal's position. As the devil Dao's Dao ancestor returned to his position, the 12 devilish formation that was on the verge of collapsing instantly stabilized. The previously defeated sea of blood stopped its decline and became turbulent again. The immortal extermination formation's pressure slowed down and started to stagnate. The great Taoist master Shendu's plan to refine the 9 underworld's devilish domain also became a dream. The Tai Chi diagram formed by the purple and clear chi above his head reversed and collapsed. As the 12 devilish formation stabilized again, and with the vast freedom heavenly devil personally guarding it, the blood sea became stronger and stronger. On the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the light shadow and the baby gradually merged into one. The ancient and vast aura of inexplicable fear grew stronger and stronger. At the bottom of the blood sea, something seemed to suddenly shatter at this moment. A crack split open, revealing a dazzling radiance that illuminated the 9 underworlds and the world. As the crack split open, the 12 citadel heavenly demons formation suddenly became stronger, multiplying. The terrifying blood sea soared into the sky and started to slowly rise against the immortal extermination formation. Chapter 1771. No matter if it was Taoism's Yen Zhaoge and the others, or the demon race and Buddhism's experts, all of their expressions were solemn as they stared at the bottom of the blood sea grand formation. Within the crevice, radiances were shining brightly. The crevice seemed a little illusory, as if it didn't exist within the 9 underworlds. Instead, it seemed like the 9 underworlds and the entire great 1,000 worlds of creation had cracked apart. Everyone knew what the scene before them signified. Just like the 3 clear Grand Masters, the second patriarch of Buddhism, and the 3 sovereigns, the most ancient devil Grand Master, the primordial heavenly devil had reappeared within the world. The 12 devilish grand formation was erected. The moment of the doomsday heavenly devil's birth. As the earlier heaven nascent form's reincarnation. And the 9 underworlds that was on the verge of shattering. The primordial heavenly devil, who had been suppressed and sealed by the jade-clear primordial heavenly lord in the past, finally broke free from the seal at this unique moment. The radiance vanished in an instant. Only the illusory figure on the pillar had completely fused with the infant. It grew and transformed into the purple tenuity emperor's appearance. However, the aura emanating from his body made those who were familiar with the purple tenuity emperor, such as Yang Jian, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the Xuandu great Taoist, feel different. He was more majestic and powerful than the purple tenuity emperor. In fact, he was even more powerful than the vast freedom heavenly devil beside him. The purple tenuity emperor stood on the pillar and scanned the surroundings with his indifferent gaze. His gaze traversed through space and surveyed the world. He traversed through time and experienced the vicissitudes of time. Although he was standing at the bottom of the blood sea abyss and looking upwards, everyone who came into contact with his gaze felt as if he was looking down on all living beings. His might and aura weren't evil, nor were they ferocious. However, as he stood among the 9 underworld's devils, he was like a creator and ruler, causing others to tremble in fear. The Mahesvara heavenly demon sat cross-legged on his pillar. His 8 arms were folded in front of him. "Congratulations, Tao brother." With the primordial heart devil in the lead, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil and the earth devil all bowed, by the primordial heavenly devil. Within the blood sea, the other 9 underworld's grand heavenly devil exalts also bowed, by the primordial heavenly devil. The devils below the grand heavenly realm knelt in unison, by the primordial heavenly devil. In the devil domain of the 9 underworlds, there were also evil spirits scattered all over the place. Previously they had been hiding. Because Great Master Shendu had refined the 9 underworlds, they had been living in fear. But now they appeared together and worshipped the great Emperor Ziwei in the abyss. 10,000 demons facing sect. The ceremony that had never appeared since the primordial heavenly demon was sealed finally reappeared today. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel Nie Jingshan's body trembling non-stop to his left. Boundless dark golden sword light flashed on the surface of his body. Demonic patterns once again appeared on the body of the infant formed by rejuvenation. After being washed away by the primal chaos, they quickly reappeared and entangled him. Behind Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing let out a muffled groan, her face turning increasingly pale. "I am the primeval," the figure in the blood sea said calmly. The 12 citadel heavenly demon formation grew stronger and stronger at this moment. The sea of blood surged to the heavens and surged upwards. The 9 underworlds' devilish domain stabilized once again and started expanding outwards. It devoured the vast void and showed signs of engulfing the great 1,000 worlds. What was even more shocking was the return of the primordial heavenly devil. As the 9 underworlds' fortune stabilized, the illusory silhouette above the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil became clearer and more realistic. The primeval descended, and the head and the end connected. The 12 citadel heavenly demon formation was erected, guiding the signs of the end of the world. As the 9 underworlds grew stronger, the great 1,000 worlds grew weaker. Under such a unique environment, the doomsday heavenly devil was about to welcome his true descent into the world. With the Tao weakening and the devils growing, the Taoism cultivators could only retreat. Feng Yunxing guarded beside Yan Zhaoge, Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi. Now she brought them along and retreated. Her face was pale and her heart was in turmoil. She looked at Nie Jingshan, who had undergone the same changes as her. She knew that he was affected by the 9 underworlds just like her. As her mind was in a trance, she wished she could plunge herself into the blood sea. If she were to enter, she might not be able to return anymore. As she was thinking about this, Feng Yunxing felt the surrounding 9 underworlds' devilish domains, clumps of black qi encircling them from all directions. The black qi gradually turned into blood qi. As the blood sea gushed out, it became denser and more condensed. Under the effects of the 12 citadel heavenly demon formation, the entire 9 underworlds showed signs of transforming into a blood sea. This horrifying blood sea attempted to engulf the Taoism cultivators. Its primary targets were Feng Yunxing and Nie Jingshan. The 12 citadel heavenly demon formation is becoming more complete, and its strength is growing stronger as well. If the 12 citadel heavenly demons were to return to their positions, it would be a might capable of destroying all creations. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya Mahamayuri, and the others hurriedly retreated. At this moment they had no other choice. Ziwei perished, and his corpse fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Taoist Luya looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha, or was he killed by the 9 underworlds? Taoist Ziwei perished because of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had others to deal with, which was why he didn't leave his corpse behind. The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, the situation during the Great Calamity was chaotic. In the end, the 9 underworlds managed to find a loophole. The purple light within the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Buddha's head flickered continuously. What's illusory is real, and what's real is illusory. Nie Jingshan attracted too much attention. Yang Jian and the others protected Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the others trying their best to disperse the surrounding blood qi. Senior apprentice Uncle Xiandu, what's the situation at the Tishita Palace? Neza asked in a flustered and exasperated manner. The great Taoist Xiandu didn't mind his tone. He sighed, when I left, the great old master didn't announce anything. Neza looked at the primordial heavenly devil in the blood sea who had the appearance of the Purple Way Emperor. Aren't they afraid of provoking the Elder Lord? Great Emperor Ziwei was born in the Tishita Palace. Back in the day, he listened to the teachings of the Great Zhoutian technique in the Tishita Palace. After learning the Great Zhoutian technique, he left his apprenticeship and formed his own school of thought. He walked a path that belonged to him. In terms of combat prowess, the Purple Way Emperor was even above the great Taoist Xiandu. The word culmination was added in front of his title, meaning the Lord of the Stars. This was related to his foundation of the Great Heavenly Cycle technique. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, the 9 underworlds would also want to use little friend Nye as a vessel instead of Taoist Purple Way, right? Said the Tai spiritual master. Yan Zhaoge, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, if that's the case, they might not be able to snatch the Purple Way Emperor's corpse. Everyone looked towards Yan Zhaoge. For the 9 underworlds, the Purple Way Emperor's corpse is their first choice. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was distant. Senior apprentice brother Nye is their backup plan. He turned to look at Nie Jingshan, and a sentence from the past surfaced in his mind. Everything will return to nothingness, no matter if it's you, me, or her. Yan Zhaoge looked at Nie Jingshan and said softly, where did you hear this sentence from, senior apprentice brother Nye? Chapter 1772. Yan Zhaoge's words came out of nowhere, making it hard for others to understand what he meant. However, within the crystal plate, Nie Jingshan's body trembled slightly. As everyone was conversing, the 12 devilish grand formation continued circulating, becoming increasingly stronger. The blood sea surged upwards, forcefully pushing the immortal extermination formation out of the abyss. Meanwhile, the surging blood radiance took the chance to rush out of the 9 underworlds abyss. The blood chi within the entire 9 underworlds fused with the blood radiance, causing the entire 9 underworlds to be submerged within the blood sea. The tyrannical blood radiance made the grand heavenly realm experts feel like they couldn't withstand it. Even when Mahamayuri released his 5-colored divine radiance, it was continuously engulfed by the blood radiance. The blood-red tide started expanding outside of the 9 underworlds. The apocalyptic atmosphere engulfed the entire Great Thousand Worlds. Without the Amitabha Buddha, the Western Pure Lands weren't as peaceful as before. The joyous and peaceful Buddha radiance faded away, and the green lotuses seemed to be tainted by blood. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, the demon race's Astro Mountain Starry Sea was gloomy, causing the entire cosmos to appear gloomy. Within the Grand Plainness Heaven, the propping mulberry tree that seemed like the place where the sun rose was faintly showing signs of withering. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the 2 heretics, were also enveloped by the blood radiance. The believers felt uneasy facing such a scene that they had never seen before. The peace that could be obtained by praying sincerely in the past had yet to arrive, causing the atmosphere to become even more tense. The Taoism heavens were no exception. Everyone was restless. No matter if it was the Taoism heavens, the Buddhism blessed lands, the demon race worlds, or the 2 heretics, they were all facing the 9 underworlds invasion. Within some worlds, space even cracked apart, causing the 9 underworlds to descend, causing devilish chi to surge. Within the 9 underworlds abyss, the 12 pillars were continuously growing taller. In the end, they rose together with the blood sea and arrived above the abyss. The primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil looked at the immortal extermination formation, Yan Zhaoge, and the others indifferently. Other than the 12 devilish gods, the other 9 underworld's evil devils rushed out from the abyss. Under the torrential blood radiance's baptism, the evil devil's strength skyrocketed. Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, Mahamayuri, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Immortal Luya, and the others were all greatly suppressed under the blood light. 99% of his abilities were used to resist the threat of the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons formation. Moreover, the threat was getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, the threat of not being able to persist any longer. At this moment, he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, or a dragon that had swum through shallow waters. In the past, he would have been able to casually sweep through everyone present. But now, the demons of the netherworld in front of him had become his mortal enemy, the last straw that could break the camel's back at any moment. The 12 Citadel Heaven Celestial Demon Formation enveloped the group of demons, and the Immortal Extermination Formation could do nothing to them. Between heaven and earth, demons danced wildly. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's hearts. What was even more despairing was that Primordial Demon and Mahesvara Demon's attention was still elsewhere at the moment. They did not really make a move to clean up the crowd at the scene. The top great fiends were seriously operating the 12 Citadel Heavenly Fiend God Formation. Their gazes were fixed on the pillar that symbolized the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. On that pillar, Jian Xuanhua's figure and the shadow that enveloped her gradually began to merge. The silhouette became more and more condensed, more and more real, almost becoming a physical existence. The ferocious nirvana chi in the world also became thicker and thicker, as if it had reached the end, and the end of the world had arrived. After the primordial demon was unsealed, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was also about to be born. At that time, the three great demon ancestors would exist in the world at the same time. Even if Amitabha, Eastern Emperor Tai, and the others set foot on the netherworld again, they would not be able to change the situation. Feng Yunxing's face was as pale as a piece of paper. But she gradually stabilized her body's condition. After calming down under the shroud of the bloody light, she was much more at ease than Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, Kong Xian, and the others. The attacks of the netherworld demons were mainly blocked by her. At this time, Mahesvara Demon calmly turned his head and glanced at her, saying, "Come back." One of his 8 arms stretched out a finger and pointed at Feng Yunxing in the air. Feng Yunxing felt as if she had suffered a heavy blow. The Luo Yuan above her head almost dissipated, and her body was involuntarily thrown toward Mahesvara Demon. She gritted her teeth and her figure flashed. She directly plunged into the chaotic abyss above and disappeared. The chaotic abyss was washed away by the bloody light, and Feng Yunxing's figure appeared on the other side. The great Freedom Heavenly Demon didn't care at all. His expression didn't change at all as he continued pointing his finger at Feng Yunxing. However, halfway through his action he suddenly paused. The primordial heavenly devil beside him also turned his head around and looked in another direction. There, amidst the blood-red sky, a hint of purple suddenly appeared. Everyone present had different expressions when they saw it. Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm, and his voice was neither rushed nor slow. The 9 underworlds lost the bet. As if it was the footnote of this sentence, the hint of purple approached from afar and arrived in front of everyone. From afar it was just a tiny bit. But when it got closer, it became boundless and boundless. The vast purple chi spanned billions of miles, and its vastness was immeasurable. The vast purple chi was like a path that spread from the outside of the 9 hells to the people of the Blood Sea and where the 12 pillars were. It extended in front of the primordial heavenly devil and Mahesvara heavenly devil. There an old man in Taoist attire appeared, and he sat on the back of a big green bull. "Taoist friend, you still came." The primordial heavenly devil's gaze remained calm. He calmly looked at the old man in Taoist attire on the back of the green bull. "That's right." The old man answered indifferently. The vast Freedom Heavenly Devil also stared at the old man in front of him. As expected, the one who secretly contacted the aged metal was you. "That's me." The old man nodded. The wood devil beside him had an ugly expression and he blurted out, "Since the Elder Lord has already transcended, why bother with the matters of this world? During the Great Calamity you didn't do anything either, right?" Everyone present had different expressions. However, they all bowed towards the old man in the purple chi. The others, such as Mahamayuri, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya and other experts, were no exception. The old man in Taoist attire on the back of the green bull was the Lord of the Tishita Palace. The Supreme Elder Lord. The Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue was both the manifestation of creation and the inner part of the great Tao. He coexisted with the Tao and the world. Due to this uniqueness, even if the Lord of Tao and Virtue had transcended, he would still leave behind a projection in this world. Even the Supreme Elder Lord in the Tishita Palace was equivalent to the Grand Clear still existing in this world. Only the Supreme Elder Lord rarely stepped into the mortal world. Other than making a move during the Middle Era, the Supreme Elder Lord never appeared in front of the mortal world again. However, today the grand clear Taoist ancestor had reappeared in this world. The Elder Lord didn't feel offended by the Wood Devil's words. He continued unhurriedly, "I wanted to come today, so I came." He nodded towards the Wood Devil and turned to look at the primordial Heavenly Devil and the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. "You two stop for a while." Chapter 1773. The Grand Supreme Elder stayed in the Sea of Blood calmly, but the vast purple gas did not dissipate for a long time. It collided with the surging blood light, as if a crack had been torn in the Sea of Blood. Affected by this, just like when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai descended upon the Blood Sea, the operation of the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation instantly became sluggish. The first to be affected was the pillar that symbolized the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. The light and shadow that had almost solidified became more illusory. Looking at Taishang Laojun on the back of the green bull, the primordial heart demon said in a deep voice, "My 9 underworlds destruction will not affect you. The replacement of the 9 underworlds by the great 1,000 worlds by the 9 underworlds is also a part of the world to you. There are no obstructions or difficulties." The Grand Supreme Elder said calmly, "I know." The primordial heart devil looked at the Elder Supreme Lord. Its lips moved, but it swallowed the rest of its words and did not continue speaking. The meaning that the Grand Supreme Elder in front of him was that even if it was affected, he did not care. The destruction of the 9 underworlds might destroy his existence, but he might not come to stop it. If the destruction of the 9 underworlds didn't affect his existence, it wasn't certain that he wouldn't come. As he had said, there was only one reason for him to come here. Thinking about it, he came. The Elder Lord has been in contact with Senior Marshal Brother Nye. Perhaps Nine Nether has also noticed something, right? Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge slowly said, "They are also gambling on whether the Elder Lord will act or not. The risk of betting on the Purple Tenuity Emperor is slightly lower. After all, when they snatched away the Purple Tenuity Emperor's mortal shell during the Great Calamity, the Elder Lord did not make a move. This time there seemed to be some movement against Nye Jingshan. However, he could not be sure that the Grand Supreme Elder would definitely intervene in the Nine Nether situation today. After all, the Grand Supreme Elder was too casual. Even if he did it casually, it did not mean that he would carry it out to the end. Therefore, Nine Nether chose to gamble that the Grand Supreme Elder would not make a move. As the public enemy of all the families and the target of the schemes of the other families, Nine Nether didn't have much of a choice in the grand scheme of things. All she could do was try her best. The primeval demon successfully broke out of the seal. During this period, the Grand Supreme Elder did not stop them, which made them think that they had won the bet. However, even before the Elder Lord appeared, Yen Zhaoge had always felt that the 9 underworlds had most likely lost this round. Although he was not sure when the Grand Supreme Elder would come. But the possibility of them coming was far greater than not, because of what Nye Jingshan had said to him. At that time, no one knew that Yen Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture. Everyone only held hope for him who simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities, hoping that he would be able to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture one day. However, Nye Jingshan's words from that day had been extremely shocking to Yen Zhaoge. Rather than saying that the Elder Lord was talking to Nye Jingshan, it was more accurate to say that the Elder Lord was talking to Yen Zhaoge. Of course, the Grand Supreme Elder, who did as he pleased, could change his mind at any time. Still, connecting all that had happened previously and the changes in the situation following the commencement of the 9 underworlds today, the scene before Yen Zhaoge's eyes gradually became clear. It was as if he was standing at a higher place, watching the development of the situation. A faintly discernible trajectory appeared in front of him. This caused many of Yen Zhaoge's earlier guesses to come to fruition as he gradually felt more confident. And at this moment, within the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation, Primordial Sky Demon looked at Taishang Laojun and asked quietly, "Since you're coming, why didn't you come earlier? It should be able to stop me from escaping. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to see how you're doing. Now that I'm here, the timing is just right." Taishang Laojun smiled slightly. Although the Elder Lord's words sounded like child's play, his tone sounded serious and calm. It was obvious that he wasn't joking. However, when the 9 underworld's devils heard it, they naturally didn't feel good. Primordial Sky Demon's expression didn't show any signs of anger. He nodded calmly and said, "If that's the case, come and see the Doomsday Devil as well." Then he pointed with his finger. Roiling waves of bloodlight swept over and engulfed the purple chi within the sea of blood. At the same time, the vast freedom heavenly demon also formed a seal and approached the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil. Under his influence, the shadow on the pillar started condensing with Jian Shunhua as its core, turning the illusion into reality. Doomsday? It's fine if we don't meet. The Elder Lord sat on the back of the green bull and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Amidst the vast purple chi, talismans appeared one after another. They were everlasting and graceful as they condensed into one. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed along with these talismans, forming a taiji diagram that was intertwined with each other. As the black and white yin and yang fishes rotated, a long golden bridge extended from within. The long bridge crossed the sea of blood, suppressing the aura of the doomsday without causing any ripples. The Elder Lord rode the green bull and stepped onto the golden bridge, heading towards the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil. Primordial Sky Demon was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air. A hole suddenly appeared in the sea of blood. It looked like a vast black hole, but it also looked like an extremely small dot. Under the indescribable distortion, the direction that the golden bridge under the Elder Lord's feet led to became unpredictable. It seemed to be getting further and further away from Jian Shunhua. The Elder Lord smiled and pushed the crown on his head. A gust of clear air rushed out and split into three, turning into 3 Taoists. One of them was a young Taoist. He wore a crown with 9 clouds and a red robe with white cranes. He rode a beast and held a sword in his hand. A middle-aged Taoist, wearing a Rui crown and a light yellow Bagua robe, rode a celestial horse and held a Ganoderma Rui in one hand. An old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face wore a 9-heaven crown and an 8 treasures longevity purple cloud robe. He held a dragon whisker fan in one hand and a tri-treasure Rui in the other. He rode an earth lion. Tao brother, I'm here to help you. The 3 Taoists said in unison and came to the Elder Lord's side. At that moment, it was as if 4 Tao ancestors had descended into the sea of blood, causing the entire 12 capital heaven God-fiend array to become unstable. It was the peerless ultimate technique that the heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue of the Grand Pure One was extremely fearful of, the 3 Pure Ones. The young Taoist Shangqing carried his sword and rushed out of the sea of blood, entering the immortal vanquishing array. The goddess of Wudong and fairy Yun Xiao bowed to Taoist Shangqing. Uncle Master. I'll control it for a while and help you Taoist brother, said Taoist Shangqing. The two of them did not mind. The stronger the 9 netherworlds was, the weaker the universe would be. However, the universe was weakening and heading towards the end of the world. The immortal vanquishing array would become stronger. Previously, the primordial heavenly fiend and the great freedom heavenly fiend had personally presided over the 12 capital heaven god-fiend array. The immortal vanquishing array had been forced to retreat. At that moment, after Taoist Shangqing entered the immortal vanquishing array, the immortal vanquishing array immediately made a comeback. Although the level of power did not change, the changes in the array formation were even more wonderful, and its aura was even more ferocious. Soon after, the array formation merged with Taoist Shangqing's own power. It complemented each other, forming an effect that was greater than 2. With a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, innumerable trillions of sword chi slashed towards the blood sea. The 2 arrays fought again. Although it was difficult to determine the victor, they were affected by the immortal vanquishing array outside. In the 12 capital heaven god-fiend array, the descent of the doomsday heavenly fiend was blocked again. Chapter 1774. In the middle of the Blood Sea, Taoist Yuqing, who was formed by Laojuan's one chi turning San Qing, landed on the Golden Bridge and walked towards the end of the Golden Bridge. Taoist Yuqing waved the Rui in his hand. Primordial chaos ceased to exist, and the primordial chaos ceased to exist. It was as if a mighty force that could split the heavens and earth was manifested. The black hole that distorted the path of the Golden Bridge gradually disappeared. It was as if the primordial chaos had been split open. The earth, water, fire, and wind had been re-established, yin and yang had been divided, the 4 symbols had been established, and the creation had begun. The golden bridge that was like a dazzling rainbow extended toward the pillar where the doomsday heavenly devil was. Put away your little tricks, the primeval demon said indifferently. He reached out and grabbed the air, pulling the golden bridge under the Grand Lord's feet closer to him. As Taoist Yuqing walked, an auspicious cloud appeared above his head. It was indistinct like the primal chaos, protecting the golden bridge. But primeval demon took a deep breath, like a tiger swallowing a whale. Under the influence of primeval devil, the auspicious cloud above Taoist Yuqing's head seemed to turn from nothingness into something tangible. Like a cloud of smoke, it turned into a line and was sucked into primeval devil's mouth and nose. The old lord rode forward on his bull, waved his horsetail whisk, and swept it towards the primordial demon. The primordial heavenly demon avoided it, but Taoist Tai Ching stepped forward and waved his cattail leaf fan. As the beacons and flames converged, they attacked the primeval demon. The primordial demon raised a palm and pushed forward. An invisible force immediately dispersed the wind and fire. Although the wind and fire dissipated, they saw the Grand Supreme Elder sitting on the back of the green ox. He held a walking stick in his hand and attacked the primordial demon's head. The primordial demon hand clenched into a fist and collided head-on with the Grand Supreme Lord's walking stick. Where the two sides clashed, even the torrential blood light in the 12 metropolis gods and demons formation dissipated. The void shattered, directly turning into an expanse of nothingness, unable to produce anything for a long time. It was as if everything was deathly still, frozen there. The people in the 9 underworlds felt as if the entire 9 underworlds was shaking, as if it was about to explode. Beyond the 9 underworlds, within the great 1,000 worlds, there were still ripples that lingered for a long time. Although the world before their eyes didn't change, the people in the Taoism heavens, the western Pure Lands, the Astro Mountains starry seas, and other places felt dizzy for no reason. Primordial heavenly demon was fighting with Lao Jun when Taoist Tai Ching and Taoist Yuqing attacked again. One deduced the 5 grand cosmos and the changes of the universe. The other deduced the post-celestial creation and the principles of all phenomena. Earth element, wood element. Primeval demon's voice was indifferent. 3 clumps of flesh and blood separated from his body, wriggling as they flew to the side. The earth devil and the wood devil stood up from their respective pillars. After the primordial heavenly demon's flesh and blood merged with their bodies, the 2 extinct demons' bodies changed and revealed the appearance of Great Emperor Ziwei, who was similar to the primordial heavenly demon. As the number 1 demon in the world, the ancestor of all demons who created the devil Tao, the primordial demon had the ability to transform into thousands of demons. However, he could not produce an incarnation comparable to the Tao ancestor like the Grand Pure One Chi 3 Pure Ones. However, under the augmentation of the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation, the primordial heavenly demon was able to transform into 2 extinct demons in a short period of time, resembling an ancestral demon. The earth devil and the wood devil didn't leave their respective positions. They attacked Taoist Yuqing and Taoist Tai Ching, relieving the pressure on the primordial heavenly devil. Fellow Taoist, you're at your wit's end. When the Grand Supreme Elder saw this, he laughed and struck with his walking stick again. The battle between primordial demon and him shook heaven and earth. At the side, Taoist Yuqing and Taoist Tai Ching fought against the other 2 great emperors of purple tenuity, nearly causing the 9 underworlds to collapse. At the same time, outside the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation, Taoist Shangqing was controlling the immortal extermination formation and continuously attacking. The 2 fearsome formations clashed against each other, neither giving way to the other. They clashed against each other, causing the entire world to turn upside down. As the blood radiance and sword chi clashed, the boundary between the 9 underworlds and the great Kiliacosm was riddled with holes. The 12 heavenly celestial demon formations' operations were severely affected. The surface of the blood sea was constantly being torn apart. Within the formation, the Mahesvara heavenly devil controlled the blood radiance to mend the cracks caused by the battle between the 2 Tao ancestors while urging the doomsday heavenly devil to descend. Unfortunately, the current situation was even more intense than when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai descended into the 9 underworlds. Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai still cared about the ancient Dipankara Buddha and Taoist Luya's hopes. They only suppressed the 9 underworlds and left some leeway. The Grand Supreme Elder's attacks were completely unrestrained. He didn't mind destroying the entire 9 underworlds while fighting against the primordial heavenly devil and the others. However, the devil Tao was naturally unwilling to see such an outcome. Fellow Taoist, you should return to the Tushita Palace to cool off. The Mahesvara heavenly devil's 8 arms formed seals, and countless black mirrors appeared in the endless space-time of the blood sea. Every mirror released billions of rays of light at that moment. They intertwined and enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder within a vast expanse of whiteness. Didn't you embarrass yourself enough back then? Are you here to talk to me today? The Grand Supreme Elder smiled at the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil. He ignored the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil's methods and only fought against the primordial Heavenly Devil. At this moment, a pagoda appeared above his head. Thousands of dragon-like heaven and earth mystic yellow chi descended from the pagoda and enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder's entire body. The pagoda spun, and the heaven and earth mystic yellow chi isolated the billions of rays of white light manifested by the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil. Even the Tao Ancestors' methods couldn't harm it. It was the Grand Pure Tao Ancestors' heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda. It wasn't like the postnatal ultimate technique in the Tao Te Ching where one couldn't attack the opponent when it was used, and it was even inconvenient to move. The pagoda above the Grand Supreme Elder's head was unique. It couldn't be harmed by anything. It could attack with the one chi turning 3 purities, and defend with the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda. The Grand Supreme Elder was currently fighting against the primordial Heavenly Devil and the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil at the same time. He wasn't at a disadvantage as he moved freely within the 12 Citadel Heavenly Fiend God Grand Formation. The Mahasvara Heavenly Devil looked at the small pagoda above the Grand Supreme Elder's head silently. Even after the Grand Calamity when the Grand Supreme Elder didn't act, the various forces were still unwilling to provoke the Grand Supreme Elder unless they had no other choice. Other than the 3 clear Grand Masters behind the Grand Supreme Elder, the Grand Supreme Elder's strength was equivalent to the Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue. The Mahasvara Heavenly Devil had the most right to speak about this. In the past, the Lord of Tao and Virtue rarely acted, but every time he did, it would be universally shocking. Back in the primordial era, when the Tao ancestors of the various clans were engaged in a chaotic battle, the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had once held the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda above his head and forcefully withstood the attacks of Tao ancestor Yuan Ti as if they were nothing while chasing after the great freedom heavenly demon. Now, the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil was no longer the one being chased. However, he was also helpless against Tao ancestor Kundi. Finally, the primordial Heavenly Devil was strong and didn't retreat, clashing head-on with the Grand Supreme Elder, preventing him from approaching the 12 pillars. It was just that the Grand Supreme Elder was almost undefeatable. The 9 underworlds tried to urge the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to descend. However, the battle between the two severely affected the 12 Citadel Heavenly Fiend God Grand Formation's operations. While the Grand Formation was still fierce and domineering, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was still unable to descend. As time passed, the Grand Supreme Elder's chi gradually dissipated. The Jade Clear, Prime Clear and Grand Clear Taoists were about to disappear. However, in a mysterious domain above the 9 underworlds, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell appeared once more. Chapter 1775. The Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell once again appeared indistinctly above the 9 underworlds. Sensing the presence of Amitabha and Eastern Emperor Tai, the eyes of Primeval Demon and Mahasvara Demon turned gloomy. The opportunity that the demonic Tao had fought for with great difficulty was ultimately delayed because of the Grand Supreme Elder's intervention. The 2 great demon ancestors looked up, their gazes piercing through the obstruction of space and the river of time. They could vaguely see that although the future Buddha was in a sorry state, with the aid of the Eastern monarch Tai, he had still managed to survive this tribulation. The future Buddha Maitreya had suffered quite a bit, but the East monarch Tai didn't clash head-on with him. All he did was protect Maitreya and flee. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had lost the chance to make Maitreya Buddha stay, so they could only stop here. The Maitreya Buddha naturally wouldn't come to the 9 underworlds again, lest the 9 underworlds take advantage of the situation and attack him again, joining forces with the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord commanded the Immortal Court and took the initiative to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern monarch Tai were in conflict, they also had a tacit understanding. Since he didn't have the chance to eliminate the existence of Maitreya Buddha, he might as well return to the 9 underworlds. If the 12 Heavenly Godfiend formation really destroyed the creation world, the ones who would be affected the most would not be the Grand Supreme Lord but the others. Even if the Fiend Tao array was broken in the end, just the descent of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon and the 3 Tao ancestors of the Fiend Tao would cause the situation to worsen. Although Buddha Amitabha and Eastern monarch Tai were the existences closest to transcendence, before that, no matter how small the chances were, there was still a possibility that they would die. Although he did not achieve the most ideal result, Amitabha did not continue to pester him. Instead, he quickly returned to the 9 underworlds with the Eastern monarch Tai. Yan Zhaoge raised his head to look at the green lotus and the ancient bell before looking at the Supreme Elder Lord amidst the Blood Sea, a thoughtful look on his face. While no one is able to guess the Elder Lord's thoughts, the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai should have more or less detected something. Their departure seemed to have given the 9 Nether a chance, but it was also a bet that the Grand Supreme Elder would make a move. In the end, 9 Nether lost the bet, while Amitabha and Eastern Monarch Tai won the bet. Hence, now that things had developed to this stage, they still had a chance to salvage the situation of the 9 underworlds. Taoist Shangqing disappeared from the Immortal Execution formation. Almost at the same time, Divine Mother Wudong and Lady Yun Xiao, who regained control of the Immortal Extermination Array, also controlled the array and stopped fighting with the 12 Heaven Celestial Demon Array. The monstrous sword chi was no longer there. The Immortal Execution Array returned to the endless void and gradually disappeared. Since the other 4 Dao ancestors had regained their balance and no longer fought each other to the death, the Dao sect naturally had to keep an eye on them. The Elder Lord was in the Blood Sea, and the Immortal Vanquishing Array was here at full force. If the Heavenly Lord of the Immeasurable or the future Buddha were to make a trip to the Dao Heavens, the outcome would be disastrous. Or perhaps, the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Mahasvara Heavenly Demon would reach a new compromise with the few Dao ancestors and work together to break the Immortal Extermination Array. As long as the demonic path was willing to give up on the descent of the Doomsday Heavenly Demon and give up on the 12 Metropolis Heavenly Demon Array, this was not impossible. Since the Grand Supreme Elder had personally come down, the Immortal Vanquishing Array had the conditions to withdraw. It might as well withdraw and maintain its deterrent force from afar. He was especially wary of the Second Heretic Patriarch. Without the Grand Supreme Elder and the Immortal Extermination Array, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the future Buddha overseeing it. To the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, it was obvious which one would be easier to deal with. Even if the future Buddha seemed to be in a terrible state, who could be sure that he wouldn't try to purify the Taoism heavens to replenish his blood? The situation was constantly changing, and unexpected changes could happen at any moment. Yan Zhaoge and the others had to be on their guard. After the Immortal Extermination Array disappeared, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell appeared. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord within the Blood Sea didn't react to it and continued fighting against the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Mahasvara Heavenly Demon. While the one chi transformed into 3 purities had temporarily dissipated, the Elder Lord with the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda above his head was still tyrannical. The 2 devil ancestors couldn't gain the upper hand against him. Only, the 12 Metropolis Heavenly Demon Array had become much stronger than before. The entire 9 underworlds transformed into a boundless blood sea. As the waves surged, the aura of the end of the world gushed out and corroded the surrounding mortal world. On the pillar that represented the Doomsday Heavenly Demon, the illusory figure started materializing once again. However, the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Mahasvara Heavenly Demon couldn't relax. At this moment, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell simultaneously descended within the Blood Sea. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai manifested their true forms and appeared beneath the Blood Sea. The circulation of the 12 Metropolis Heavenly Demon Array became sluggish once more. The surging blood light was no longer as ferocious as before. Long time no see, fellow Taoist. How have you been? The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai both nodded towards the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. The Elder Lord smiled, I've been well. The 3 Taoist ancestors of Taoism, the demon race and Buddhism currently resided within the Blood Sea, shaking the entire formation once more. While the situation wasn't looking good, how would the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Mahasvara Heavenly Demon give up so easily? The Taoist ancestors immediately engaged in a great battle within the Blood Sea once more. The situation seemed to have returned to when the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai had first joined hands to descend upon the Blood Sea. Time seemed to have passed through a cycle. The future Buddha no longer approached the 9 underworlds this time. He could advance and retreat much more freely now. Moreover, the Elder Lord was currently within the Blood Sea, and the Immortal Extermination Array was still contained within, serving as a deterrent outside. Even if the 9 underworlds wanted to trade with the Amitabha Buddha to restrict the Eastern Sovereign Tai, it would be hard for them to achieve the same results as last time. If it wasn't the Grand Supreme Elder here, the 9 Nether could still try to exchange opponents with Amitabha. The Amitabha Buddha would restrain the Elder Lord, while the 9 underworlds would concentrate on dealing with the Eastern Emperor Tai. In the end, Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai were fighting for the position of transcendence in this era. Wiping out the Maitreya Buddha who was affecting him was one way, but another more direct way was undoubtedly to kill the Eastern Emperor Tai. However, such an opportunity was even harder to come by. For example, right now, the Nine Nether was concentrating its power on the Eastern Emperor Tai, but Amitabha might not be able to restrain the Elder Lord. Of course, the Grand Supreme Elder might not be able to hurt Amitabha, but as long as he held up the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, Amitabha could only watch as he went to support East Emperor Tai. Therefore, the primordial demon and the Mahasvara demon did not say much. Relying on their advantage, they fought against the three of them, 2 against 3. After all, the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons formation was not complete. Under the current circumstances, it was greatly affected. The blood-colored waves began to shrink and return to the 9 underworlds. Even the monstrous blood chi gradually dissipated, and the 9 underworlds' demonic domain was once again filled with darkness. The surging sea of blood fell into a low tide, and gradually descended towards the bottom of the 9 underworlds' abyss. The mysterious formation pattern formed by the 12 strokes looked much dimmer at this moment. The eyes of the people who were previously trapped by the blood-colored light flickered faintly. The 9 Nether was suppressed once again. The opportunity for the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the great Taoist Master Shendu had arrived once again. Chapter 1776. Yan Zhaoge and Nye Jingshan and Yu Yi still sat side by side, forming a line. Nye Jingshan's dark golden swordlight and chaos phenomenon alternated, constantly changing. Beside him, the pale-faced Feng Yunxing also sat in a lotus position. Although she managed to escape after receiving the vast freedom Heavenly Devil's attack, it affected her greatly. Now that the 12 devilish formation was being suppressed, the blood light and devilish chi were weakening. For others it was much easier. However, for Feng Yunxing, she felt her vitality weakening along with the devilish formation. If this devilish tribulation were to vanish, it would be a brand new beginning for her. Great Taoist Shendu couldn't care about anything else. He immediately released the clear chi and purple chi, manifesting the Taiji diagram. As the Taiji diagram revolved, it devoured the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds and refined it. The 9 underworlds' devilish domain that was already shrinking became even weaker. At the same time, it affected the 12 devilish formation even further. The 9 underworlds' devils faced the pressure from the Supreme Elder Lord, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Eastern Sovereign Tai. Although they were anxious, they were helpless. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya saw it and felt anxious. The 9 underworlds was refined by great Taoist Shendu, changing the heavens and earth, affecting the 12 devilish formation. At the same time, it also affected their refinement of the blood sea to vanquish the devilish tribulation. They needed a sufficiently weakened yet complete blood sea. They needed to personally vanquish this tribulation and obtain this fortune. Only then could they take the final step and ascend to the Tao realm. For this, they had to fight against Taoism. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands and the demons of the Astro Mountain Starry Seas attacked great Taoist Shendu again. Fellow Taoist, please bear with me and help me accomplish my task today. Tao Lord Luya said to Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha wouldn't go back on his words. The final Buddha's Sarira belongs to you. If I succeed today, I'll assist you in accomplishing your task in the future. Maitreya Buddha's expression remained unchanged. He nodded and didn't say a word. He took another step forward and faced the Taoism cultivators. Over there, the person that he was most afraid of no longer existed. The battle had lasted for quite a while. Even though the great sage equaling heaven had been awe-inspiring earlier on and had even injured Kong Xin, he had reached the limit of time at this moment. He had split into 3 and reverted to the appearance of 3 golden bodies of the great sage. Without the great sage, heaven's equal, Mahamayuri's deterrence increased exponentially. Even though he had been injured by the great sage, heaven's equal, the 5-colored divine light that flowed endlessly around him was still awe-inspiring. Although the Taoists had the immortal vanquishing array, the heavenly Lord of the immeasurable and the future Buddha were outside. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the immortal vanquishing array could not be activated. It had to be used as a final warning for the Taoists. Thus, Mahamayuri had one less worry. He glanced at the people from the Tao sect. Feng Yunxing sat quietly to recuperate. Mahamayuri's gaze quickly shifted away and finally rested on Yang Jian and Sua Mingzhang. The space between Yang Jian's eyebrows split open. His third vertical eye shone with divine light as it met Mahamayuri's gaze. However, Sua Mingzhang was the first to take a step forward. The great rock is heavily injured. Fellow Taoist Yang, there aren't many people holding him back. You can teleport to the heavens and take care of everyone. After looking at Yan Zhaoge and the others, Sua Mingzhang said, other than the great Taoist Shendu, this place also needs someone to protect it. Taoist brother is more thorough than me. He turned his head and slowly walked towards Mahamayuri. In front of Mahamayuri, Sua Mingzhang, please enlighten me. Above the short-haired man's head, within the vast devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, a huge fire dragon that filled up the entire universe was faintly discernible. The fire dragon's body was huge, and its head and tail were so far away that it seemed like the heavenly river spanning across the universe. Within the body formed by blazing flames, spots of starlight continuously shone. Its entire body seemed like a galaxy formed by flames. The river wasn't the water of the heavenly river anymore. Instead, it was the extremely horrifying heavenly flames that tempered the stars. The fire dragon swam around, and the flames swallowed and spat out. An invisible barrier seemed to form between the fire dragon and the outside world. It was difficult to pass through it. Mahamayuri looked at Sua Mingzhang and said indifferently, just now, when you fought against the primordial heart devil and the others, I could see your skills. However, it's still too early for you to fight against me. After saying that, he didn't say anything else and only scattered the 5-colored divine light. Where the light reached, the fire dragon's body became smaller, and it seemed like it was about to be swept away by the divine light. However, Sua Mingzhang's gaze suddenly became sharper. Cut. As he shouted, the graceful heaven-cutting divine light spread out, and like an invisible blade, it cut the 5-colored divine light. Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light was actually cut by the invisible heaven-cutting divine light. Sua Mingzhang stepped forward and raised his hand. The flaming heavenly river seemed to be grasped tightly in his palm. His clenched fist, which was burning fiercely, punched toward Mahamayuri. The power gathered by the collapse of countless stars actually caused Mahamayuri to stagger forward, as if he was taking the initiative to get close to Sua Mingzhang's fist. Heaven cutting, is it? Mahamayuri's body swayed a little, and the 5-colored divine light rotated and covered the sky again. Then he regained his footing. Wherever the 5-colored divine light went, there was no end to it. It seemed that even the entire heavenly river could be swept away. Sua Mingzhang's punch, which made creation's face change color, couldn't reach Mahamayuri at this moment. Kang Xian took a deep look at Sua Mingzhang. In time, you might become my nemesis. Just like how Immortal's slaying flying knife restrained Yang Jian in the past. Just like how Dipankra's wishful golden pagoda restrained Neza's lotus incarnation. But I've said it before. It's still too early. Mahamayuri stood proudly, and the 5-colored divine light continued to descend. Wherever Sua Mingzhang's heaven-cutting divine light went, it was as if an invisible gate had landed on the ground. It continuously cut off the 5-colored divine light that was sweeping across the heavens and earth. Only the 5-colored divine light seemed to be endless, and the endless raging tides were ceaselessly cut off. The battle between the two was like a dam blocking a flood. The huge waves of the flood were getting higher and higher, and it started to show signs of breaking through the dam. Mahamayuri looked at Sua Mingzhang, and saw that the short-haired man was smiling. Even Yan Zhaoge and the others rarely saw Sua Mingzhang like this. That was obviously an extremely excited smile, as if he was immersed in the incomparably magnificent scenery. The short-haired man's eyes revealed an unprecedented excitement. Facing Mahamayuri and the 5-colored divine light, whose name had shaken 3 epochs and was infinitely close to being invincible under the Tao realm, Sua Mingzhang was like a pine tree standing alone on a mountain peak amidst the biting cold wind. No matter how hard the wind blew, it remained strong. The most shocking thing was that as time passed, the heaven-cutting divine light that seemed like it was going to be destroyed by the 5-colored divine light gradually became stronger and stronger. The 5-colored tide became fiercer and fiercer, and it seemed like it was going to break through the transparent dam. However, as time passed, the dam that seemed to be on the verge of collapsing didn't collapse. In the end, it started to show signs of stabilizing. Chapter 1777. It's not early today. Sua Mingzhang looked at Mahamayuri and said, it might be too late in the future. Apart from Sua Mingzhang himself, Kongxian was the one who knew the changes of the sky-severing divine light the best. The white-robed Buddha sitting on the back of the golden peacock king looked even more solemn at this moment. I said it's still early. Mahamayuri said word by word. The overwhelming five-colored divine light continued to fall. Suo Mingjiang did not retreat and faced his opponent's monstrous power head-on. Wherever the power of his sky-severing book reached, the nearby demonic chi was completely cleared. A vacuum zone appeared in the 9 underworlds. Neither demonic chi nor creation existed. Wherever Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light went, it swept away everything in the surroundings. Everything that came close to it, whether it was a person or an object, disappeared. Only Suo Mingjiang and the pure land around him were able to block the surging five-colored divine light from beginning to end. The seemingly monstrous five-colored flood could break the invisible dam if it was just a little bit higher. However, he was unable to surpass this small gap. The higher the flood peak, the higher the dam. Previously, the dam that seemed to be on the verge of collapse had gradually become less dangerous as time passed. Instead, it was as stable as Mount Tai, an insurmountable barrier. In the end, the five-colored divine light that once swept away everything seemed to be constantly tempering Suo Mingjiang's sky-severing book, helping him to perfect what he had learned and become stronger. Mahamayuri's expression was solemn. The five-colored divine light was still flourishing and kept falling, trying to break Suo Mingjiang's sky-severing divine light. But Suo Mingjiang did not retreat and fought with Mahamayuri to the end. Ray after ray of the five-colored divine light was extinguished, and then more descended. One after another, the sky-severing divine light was swept away, but there were always more coming. A white-robed Buddha sitting on the back of the golden peacock king and a short-haired man with a flame dragon above his head. The two stood face to face. The distance between them seemed not far, but it seemed to be very close. A boundary that was visible to the naked eye stood between the two like a wall. On one side of the wall was flowing with five colors, and on the other side was shining. The five-colored divine light and the sky-severing divine light formed two worlds, colliding with each other without giving way. This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. Fellow Taoist Suo's expression is becoming more and more relaxed. Perfected Tai thought to himself, although one is attacking and the other is defending, if this continues, fellow Taoist Suo will soon have the strength to counterattack. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the Dipankara ancient Buddha recalled the scene of Suo Mingjiang fighting with them in the past. Every time we meet, he improves by leaps and bounds. Up until now, it has only been over 1,000 years since he ascended to the zenith heaven realm. The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head and couldn't be bothered to recall the past. While Suo Mingjiang was obstructing Mahamayuri, the other Taoists were not idle either. Neza challenged the ancient Dipankara Buddha again and attacked fiercely. Guanyin Bodhisattva tried to stop Neza, but she was blocked by Yang Jian. Why don't you let them have a chance to end their karma? Just as Suo Mingjiang had said, without the threat of Mahamayuri and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yang Jian's speed advantage was very obvious. He was almost everywhere and he could almost take care of everyone. He was protecting the great Taoist master Shendu who was refining the 9 underworlds. At the same time he was also protecting Yan Zhaoge and the other two who were in seclusion, as well as Feng Yunxing who was recuperating. Taoist Luya frowned. His figure flashed and he descended above the blood sea. He released the dark green devilish flames, which connected to the 12 heavenly godly demon formations formation patterns. He did not attack the great Taoist master Shendu now. Instead he focused on his ritual. He wanted to compete with the great Taoist master Shendu in terms of speed. He wanted to see if the great Taoist master Shendu would refine the 9 underworlds first, or if he would refine the blood sea formation patterns first. However, Yang Jian kept staring at Taoist Luya. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Taoist Luya. He stabbed his three-pointed double-edged saber towards Taoist Luya's heart. Taoist Luya was helpless. He hurriedly turned into a rainbow and escaped. In terms of speed he was not at a disadvantage against Yang Jian. However, with Yang Jian's interference, Taoist Luya could not refine the blood sea formation patterns. He would not hold Yang Jian back and fight for a chance for the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He might as well help the great Taoist master Shendu. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha who was being held back by Neza and frowned. He wanted to go forward but he was indeed stopped by Yang Jian. Buddha is merciful. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted and manifested his Dharma idol. He actually turned into a blood sea hell that was similar to the 9 underworlds. An ascetic Buddha sat in hell and suffered all the sufferings of hell. However, he was still peaceful. A wheel appeared under the Buddha's body. It spun and actually opened reincarnation. It was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who wanted to drag Yang Jian into reincarnation. Even if he could not make Yang Jian really fall into reincarnation, he had to restrict his movements so that he could not suppress the entire place alone. Yang Jian laughed when he saw that. The 8-9 arcane art was extremely useful. The shadow of the golden-winged rock still appeared above his head. With a shake of his body he transformed into a huge lion. The lion actually had 9 heads. At that moment, it opened its 9 mouths and roared at hell and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva below. As the lion roared, the gate of reincarnation slowly closed. The scene of hell began to dissipate. Taoist Luya and the other big shots of the demon race had strange expressions when they saw that. This was because the 9-headed lion that Yang Jian had transformed into was clearly the true form of the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits. The Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, also known as the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, let out a roar and opened the blood pool of hell, the gate of reincarnation. Similarly, a roar could also shut it down. The real 9 Spirits origin sage was in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and did not participate in today's 9 underworlds layout. It was Yang Jian who had transformed into a beast that had broken through Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine ability. Seeing that the gate of reincarnation was about to close and that the blood pool of hell was about to collapse, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted silently, his expression unchanged. Guan Yin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva descended into the blood pool of hell together. Thank you, senior brother, for the time being. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva nodded at Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 4 great bodhisattvas returned to their positions at the same time, and the hell's blood pool changed again. Collapsing cars, freezing ice, shedding shells, pulling intestines, boiling oil, and other cruel scenes from purgatory appeared one after another. Moreover, the area that the infernal realm covered was rapidly expanding. From the bottom up, it swept towards Yang Jian. The Dharma realm of the 9 nethers and 10 directions reincarnation bodhisattva. Although the image of the boundless infernal realm appeared, there were 4 great bodhisattvas chanting sutras to save all living beings and turn all suffering into nothingness. Here, the 4 great bodhisattvas joined forces in an attempt to dispel the transformation ability of Yang Jian's 8-9 arcane art. At the same time, the ancient Dipankara Buddha ignored Neza's fierce attack and brazenly took out all 18 sea calming pearls and smashed them towards Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian looked at Guan Yin Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and smiled. You two are looking at me with your old eyes. He stood still and completely ignored the influence of the Dharma realm of the 9 nethers and 10 directions reincarnation bodhisattva. He activated the 8-9 arcane art and his body was extremely strong, resisting the attacks of the 18 sea calming pearls. Bam bam bam. 18 sounds were heard. The sea calming pearls that were as heavy as the creation of the heavens continuously smashed onto Yang Jian's head. However, they did not even leave a mark. Chapter 1778. Yang Jian transformed back into his human form. The figures of the 9-headed lion and the golden rock flickered above his head. Using the 8-9 arcane art, Yang Jian used his sturdy body to withstand the attacks of the 18 sea calming pearls. He wielded the 3-pointed double-edged blade and slashed downwards, slashing through the 9 underworld samsara bodhisattva realm created by the 4 bodhisattvas. Then Yang Jian turned to look at the Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara, you're still the same. During the investiture of the gods, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, who was the strongest amongst the prime clear bigwigs of the ancient era, fought against 3 jade clear experts who had yet to enter Buddhism, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, the Lord of Manjushri vast law and the Taoist compassionate Taoist. They were the Samantabhadra enlightened, Manjushri Bodhisattva and Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the end, amidst the fierce battle, Taoist burning lamp was ambushed by the ancient Dipankara Buddha with 24 sea calming pearls, smashing the Golden Spirit Divine Mother who was fighting against the 3 jade clear bigwigs to death, sending the Golden Spirit Divine Mother onto the investiture god board. Now, the ancient Dipankara Buddha had used the same method to plot against Yang Jian. Unfortunately, Yang Jian's 8-9 arcane art was too strong, and he was fine despite the attacks from the sea calming pearls, causing Dipankara Buddha to feel helpless. He used all 18 sea calming pearls to launch a sneak attack on Yang Jian, causing him to be careless. How could Neza let him go? He immediately broke through the obstruction of the golden flames and arrived before Dipankara Buddha, thrusting his spear forward. Seeing this, the indestructible Vajra Buddha hurriedly condensed a Vajra Buddha relic to help Dipankara Buddha block Neza's attack. However, Yang Jian's figure flashed, appearing beside the indestructible Vajra Buddha and Dipankara Buddha at the same time, even though he seemed to be fighting against Guanyin Bodhisattva and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In terms of speed, Yang Jian was not faster than the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. However, in terms of power, Yang Jian was incomparable to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Although the indestructible Vajra Buddha could fight against the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles with his relic, he could not match Yang Jian's sharpness. The relic was shattered on the spot. Although the indestructible Vajra Buddha's golden body was strong in defense, he did not wish to take Yang Jian's attack head-on and quickly retreated. The ancient Dipankara Buddha recalled the sea calming pearl and blocked Yang Jian's surprise attack in a hurry. However, Neza rushed up again immediately. While Yang Jian was sweeping away the people from the Buddhists, he also stood in front of the great Taoist master Xiandu. A golden lotus bloomed in his essence soul and helped the great Taoist master Xiandu block Tao Lord Lu Ye's immortal-slaying flying saber. At the same time, his figure flickered and he clashed with Yuan Hong again, causing this great demon, who was also famous for the power of his blood and flesh, to fall back. Yang Jian seemed to be everywhere on the battlefield, forcing the Buddhas of the Pure Land and the demons of the mountain and sea realm to retreat in defeat. Although Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and the others couldn't participate in the battle, and even the great sage equaling heaven's true body transformation had reached its limit, the group of Taoism heavenly lords continued to suppress the Buddhists and demons with their strength alone. The great Taoist master Xiandu took the opportunity to refine the demon domain of the Nine Nether and charged towards the Tao realm. Ancient Buddha? The indestructible Vajra Buddha looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. As the ancient Buddha resisted Neza's relentless attack, he pondered and looked at the great Taoist master Xiandu. His eyes kept flickering. The Taiji diagram above the great Taoist master Xiandu's head grew larger and larger. As it expanded, it seemed like it was going to replace the 9 underworlds. In the center of the Taiji diagram, a dark yellow radiance gradually appeared. It was different from the heaviness of the sea calming pearl. It wasn't as vast and vigorous, but it was more condensed. However, at this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew into the sky and landed in the Taiji diagram. The great Taoist master Xiandu was shocked. Senior apprentice brother South Pole. The stream of light that flew into the Taiji diagram was a jade rui that was flickering with purple, white and golden colors. It was the treasure that the jade-clear Taoist ancestor primordial heavenly lord had carried with him before he transcended. The Trigemini Jade Rui? After being frozen by the Trigemini Jade Rui, the Taiji diagram stopped spinning. However, it didn't reverse and revert back to the devilish chi. The vast heaven and earth formed by the Taiji diagram and the remaining 9 underworlds' devilish domain temporarily formed a subtle balance, just like the 2 extremes of the world. The only crucial point where the 2 extremes intersected was where the Trigemini Jade Rui was. The southern extremity Longevity Emperor stood on the thunder chariot. His face behind the bead curtain was calm and filled with emotions. "Thank you, junior apprentice brother Xiandu." Most of the people present were caught off guard. They looked at the southern extremity Longevity Emperor in astonishment. Above the southern extremity Longevity Emperor's head, 9 clusters of lightning slowly condensed and lined up. Some were like the silent eternal night, pitch black and silent. However, shocking power was hidden within, as if it could explode at any moment, as if dawn was approaching. Some were blazing and bright, extremely firm and young, as if the sun was hanging high in the sky. Some were cold and gloomy, extremely soft and een like flowing water. It was different from ordinary lightning as it transformed the world's strongest yang into the softest and most een, possessing a unique profoundness. Some were constantly flickering, changing once in an instant, gathering all of its power and unleashing it in an instant, displaying the principles of the change of time in an instant. Some were eternally unmoving, radiating eternally, not even trembling a bit. It was as if time was eternal, unmoving, sitting and watching the changes of the world. Some were formless, not like lightning. Instead, they were colorful, causing one's heart to change upon seeing them. Some were displaying the changes of the 5 elements, reinforcing and restraining each other, growing and multiplying endlessly, evolving all things. Some were like bubbles, expanding and contracting, each lightning was like a world. Some were like chaos, blurry and hard to understand, as if it was the beginning of all things, the beginning of the primordial world. The 9 heavens immortal lightning appeared above the southern extremity longevity emperor's head, condensing into 9 different lightning talismans. Then the 9 lightning talismans merged together, forming an even larger and more profound lightning talisman. This talisman seemed to contain all the changes and principles of the creation world from its creation until now. The lightning talisman rose and imprinted itself on the Triratna jade scepter. Then, streaks of lightning started spreading in all directions, gradually extending to the world formed by the Taiji diagram and the sky above the 9 underworlds. The lightning was like a slithering silver snake, running everywhere and covering the entire sky. Opening the world with lightning, creating the world again. The great Taoist master Xiandu stared at the southern extremity longevity emperor with a piercing gaze. Is this your path to the Tao realm? So, senior brother South Pole, you're already prepared. Their paths were different, but the opportunities they were fighting for might be the same. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya were fighting for the chance to refine the blood sea personally and break the demonic tribulation. The great Taoist master Xiandu had a conflict with them, but the details were different. He wanted to refine the 9 underworld's demonic domain and use it to create a new creation. The southern extremity longevity emperor was fighting for the same opportunity as the great Taoist master Xiandu. Therefore, he wanted to use the foundation of the 9 underworlds to open up a new world and create a new creation. However, he was more secretive than the great Taoist master Xiandu, Tao Lord Luya, and the ancient Dipankara Buddha. In this fight for the 9 underworlds, while the others' attention was focused on the great Taoist master Xiandu, the southern extremity longevity emperor was already prepared. He kept a low profile, quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. Chapter 1779. Great Taoist Master Xiandu's refinement of the 9 underworlds had reached a critical moment. However, at this moment, the great Taoist Master Xiandu's efforts had all gone to the great Taoist Master Xiandu. All the southern extremity longevity emperor needed to do was to build on the foundation of the other party. The great Taoist Master Xiandu wanted to retaliate, but there was nothing he could do. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the thunder net derived from the 3 treasures Jade Rui had already connected the remaining 9 nether devilish domain with the Taiji painting, which made Great Master Xiandu unable to give up and disperse the Taiji painting even if he wanted to. He himself was also sucked into the Taiji diagram and tied to the southern extremity longevity emperor's war chariot. Unfortunately, he was not the one riding the cart but the one pushing it. Not only the people of Taoism, even the Buddhas of the Pure Land and the great sages of the demon race were shocked. Someone subconsciously looked towards old Lord Taishang, who was inside the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation. Regardless of whether he could be distracted and pay attention to that side, his sudden movements could not be hidden from the Tao ancestors in the Sea of Blood. However, the Grand Supreme Elder ignored it in the Sea of Blood. He did not even glance at the great Taoist Master Xiandu. Seeing this, the southern extremity longevity emperor heaved a final sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the Elder Lord was paying attention to them or not, he still bowed towards the Elder Lord in the Blood Sea. Great Taoist Master Xiandu's expression was extremely solemn. He tried to reverse the ritual, but it was in vain. Senior brother South Pole, you? Perfected Tai looked at the southern extremity longevity emperor. The southern extremity longevity monarch's hands formed a series of hand seals that were constantly changing. Streaks of divine lightning continued to descend upon the Triratna jade scepter, continuously reinforcing it. He nodded at Perfected Tai. I'm not as stable as junior brother Xiandu. I have the risk of someone ruining my Tao path, so I kept it a secret. I didn't mean to hide it. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. The southern extremity longevity great monarch looked around at the people of Taoism and slowly said, in the battle of the great Tao, there is no one who has no self. I have no choice but to fight for it today. Please lend me a hand. After a moment of silence, Neza continued to turn around and attack the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Be it the southern extremity longevity emperor or the great Taoist master Xiandu, they were both from the Tao sect. Regardless of which of them succeeded, the Taoist path would gain a Tao father, and the Taoist path would benefit as a whole. Due to their previous history, the 3 clear lineages were now united as one. Was it just to personally witness the rebirth of the new devil of aged metal? The southern extremity longevity emperor calmly looked at the great Taoist Xian Du. He held a jade slip in his hand and said, "Although I discovered some clues, I cleaned up the traces for junior apprentice brother Xian Du in the end. I kept it a secret until now. Back then I wasn't confident in attaining the Tao realm, while junior apprentice brother Xian Du had more hope. For the sake of our unity I kept it a secret. I feel guilty towards Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi." As he said that, he touched the jade slip with his finger, and specks of radiant dust flew out. The radiant dust floated, forming a faintly discernible image. Within the image, it was the land of tranquil stream at the border of the 9 underworlds. Within the devilish domain, dark golden sword lights gushed out. It was the moment when Ye Jingshan succumbed to the devil. Outside the 9 underworlds, a stream of clear air floated far away. Everyone present could recognize that it was of the grand clear lineage. Within the clear air, the great Taoist Xian Du's 10 supreme crane cover could be vaguely seen. The image was a little blurry. This was because the southern extremity longevity emperor didn't capture the information on the spot. Instead, he arrived there afterward and used a special secret technique to clean up the hidden traces. Yan Zhaoga's pupils flickered with a jade-green radiance. With the origin heavenly scriptures deduction, he confirmed the authenticity of the information in no time. Yang Jian's third vertical eye opened. Divine radiance swept across the area, and he remained silent. The great Taoist Xian Du didn't say anything. After the North Star Emperor's initial sentence, he regained his calmness. The Tai cultivated deity looked at Yan Zhaoga and the others worriedly. The competition for the Tao had always been cruel and difficult. For the 3 clear lineage, it was imperative to create another Tao ancestor other than the Elder Lord at all costs. It sounded cruel, but the situation was as such. Only, as the person involved, it was undoubtedly a different feeling. Neza's attacks against the Dipankara ancient Buddha slowed down. His expression was uneasy. His lips moved a few times but no sound came out. The entire place turned silent. Although the battle between Taoism, demons and Buddhists was still intense, everyone remained silent. Feng Yunxing and Yu Yi looked at the southern extremity longevity emperor and the great Taoist Xian Du with complicated expressions. If Taoism's lineage emerged victorious in today's 9 underworld situation, the entire Taoism would benefit from the birth of a new Tao ancestor. After attaining the Tao ancestor's position, it was already on a whole different level. There was no need to worry about the truth being exposed. However, as the person involved in the events of the past, Feng Yunxing and Yu Yi couldn't help but feel depressed. Even if they won, they wouldn't feel satisfied. Southern extremity Taoist, I'm impressed with your ability to conceal yourself. The Dipankara ancient Buddha suddenly said, however, it's still too early to say that victory is within your grasp. He clasped his palms together. Now that all the variables are gone, it's time. Chapter 1780. When he said, "The variables are all gone and the time is about to come," the Dipankara ancient Buddha glanced at the Elder Lord within the 12 heavenly divinity grand formation. There, the 5 Tao ancestors were engaged in an intense battle, and they were in a stalemate. "My Buddha is merciful." The ancient Buddha retracted his gaze, put his palms together and chanted, "Taoist Kong, please forgive me." In the next moment, Mahamayuri, who was fighting against Sua Mingzhang, suddenly trembled slightly. 5 clumps of light flew out from his body, 1 big and 4 small. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that within the 5 balls of light, there was a divine pestle and 4 sariras. The divine pestle that Taoist Zhuan Ti used to subdue the peacock, and the Buddha's sariras that he left behind after transcending as a Tathagata. Yan Zhaoga looked at the 5 clumps of light, and his gaze flickered. There were a total of 5 Buddha's sariras. 1 was in Mahamayuri's possession, 1 was in the hands of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, 1 was in the hands of Ananda, 1 was in the Tishita palace, and 1 was in the hands of the future Buddha, Maitreya. After all these years, Mahamayuri had obtained 4 sariras, and only the future Buddha had 1. The future Buddha also promised that after the 9 underworld situation ended, he would give this Buddha's sariras to Mahamayuri to make up for it. As for the divine pestle, it was Taoist Zhuan Ti's treasure during the ancient times. During the fight for the Wuji apricot yellow flag, the Western Pure Lands used it to defend against Mahamayuri's might. However, the divine pestle could only be used once, and it fell into Kong Xian's hands. After losing the green lotus flag, the divine pestle, and the Wuji apricot yellow flag, they didn't have any more Buddha's sariras. As such, during the 9 Underworld situation, the Western Pure Lands had no choice but to face Mahamayuri's assistance to the demon race. In the battle below the Tao realm, Taoism's 3 clear lineage was superior. They could almost fight against the demon race, Buddha, and devil race by themselves. Even though Taoism's Xuandu Great Taoist and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a conflict, Taoism was still able to suppress the Buddha and demon race. Before the Tao sect entered the arena, Tao Lord Immortal Luya, who had received the help of Mahamayuri, had also defeated Dipankara Ancient Buddha. The Western Pure Lands had persisted until now, but it seemed like they could only persist in wandering around the periphery and see if they could get lucky. In the Netherworld layout, the ancient Dipankara Buddha seemed to be the first to be eliminated. However, this ancient Buddha suddenly launched an attack at this moment. Mahamayuri raised his head and saw a faint swastika symbol on the divine pestle. The swastika rune began to spin, and a clear, glass-like radiance sprinkled down. Amidst the radiance, green lotuses blossomed. It was like the hometown of bliss and longevity, the pure land of Paramitha. A gigantic Buddha silhouette was faintly discernible within it. It looked vaguely like the image of Amitabha. Amitabha Buddha is fighting for the opportunity to kill Maitreya Buddha first. But if he can transcend, it'll be best if the Western Pure Lands have a new Buddha presiding over it. Everyone knew what was going on. It seemed like the Western Pure Lands were the first to be eliminated. In fact, Amitabha Buddha and the ancient Dipankara Buddha had already made arrangements. They had been waiting for the final opportunity to succeed in one strike. After being linked by the clear radiance on the divine pestle, the 4 Sakya relics also released golden radiance that shone in all directions. Within the golden radiance, 4 gigantic Buddha statues appeared and occupied 4 different positions, protecting the divine pestle in the middle. As the 4 golden Buddhas suppressed down, the great 1,000 worlds and the 9 underworlds seemed to have come to a standstill. The living beings within were also unable to move. At this moment, it was as though Buddha Sakya had returned to the mortal world. Not only was Mahamayuri the original owner of the relics affected, but the others were also affected. Yang Jian, Sua Mingzhang, Tao Lord Immortal Luya, Great Taoist Master Shendu, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Neza Yuan Hong Bull Demon King, Emperor Gaochen, Perfected Tai. Everyone present felt immense pressure and could only try their best to hold on. At this time, how could everyone still not understand that the divine pestle was purposely given to Mahamayuri by the Western Pure Lands? It was only because of this that it could affect the 4 relics in his hands today. The radiance of the 4 golden Buddhas became more and more dazzling. In the end, they fused into one and transformed into a gigantic pagoda, suppressing the entire universe. Other than the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands, everyone else was suppressed by the pagoda. Yin Zhaoge and the others were still in seclusion, while Feng Yunxing's body was still weak. After the North Ocean clone, Su Fei and Pan Pan returned to their original forms, they were also weakened. Fortunately, the North Ocean clone's cultivation of the 8-9 profound art was successful, and his physique was strong. He lifted the Rui golden cudgel and lifted it up, helping Yin Zhaoge and the others to share some of the pressure. Within the Blood Sea, the Tao ancestors weren't affected. Dong Huang Tai glanced at the pagoda formed by the 4 golden Buddhas from the corner of his eyes and retracted his gaze. Amitabha Buddha's expression was calm, and no emotions could be seen. The Elder Lord acted as if he didn't hear anything. He only swung his scepter and attacked the primordial Heavenly Devil and the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. The 5 Tao Realm Almighties continued to fight in the 12 Capital Heaven Celestial Demon formation. The boundless void was also filled with Buddha lights. However, boundless sword chis were faintly discernible. They were concentrated at a single point, penetrating through the Buddha lights and threatening the pagoda. Previously, the Incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy had remained silent and didn't interfere in the battle between the Shendu Great Master and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. However, now that the Western Pure Lands had made their move, they wouldn't ignore it. Only the instant the Immortal Extermination formation made its move, a white jade door appeared faintly by the void. The jade door seemed to be threatening the Taoism heavens. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord alone couldn't break through the Immortal Extermination formation. However, the Immortal Extermination formation couldn't threaten the Immortal Court. Then, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord could illuminate Zhu Luo and the other Taoism successors in the Royal Reed Heaven. Previously, the future Buddha had suffered a huge loss and was suppressed by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although he was also restraining the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord still held the initiative. He could fight and leave as he pleased. Under the current situation, he could suppress the blessed lands of the White Lotus and restrain the Taoism Immortal Extermination Formation. This caused the incongruous Divine Mother and Yun Shao Fairy to be worried. The Immortal Extermination Formation was faintly discernible by the void, accumulating power. If the Dipankara ancient Buddha attained the Tao realm, the Western Pure Lands would have another Buddha besides the Amitabha Buddha. It would definitely affect the current situation greatly. The worrisome part was that the Buddha's pagoda was formed from the treasures left behind by the Gautama Buddha. The Immortal Extermination Formation didn't have enough confidence in attacking it from the outside. Perhaps it could shorten the duration of the Buddha's pagoda, but it was doubtful if it could stop the Dipankara ancient Buddha in time. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord was eyeing the Taoism heavens covetously. The incongruous Divine Mother and Yun Shao Fairy had to carefully consider if the Taoism was going to sacrifice all of their current foundations and disregard the consequences to compete for the 9 underworlds today. In the 9 underworlds, the Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the Buddha's pagoda and finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly descended above the Blood Sea and conjured the swastika character. He then started refining the Blood Sea's formation patterns. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.